Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Omega Strikers Amateur Series. I am Lego Mage here with Izanagi.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to OSAS, everybody. And I am excited for this roster of matchups that we've got going on. And we have quite the turnout this time.
Yeah, definitely a very full bracket here in week 2. And we're actually loading into our first game right now. So I'll just do a quick little rundown. This is Goku at Burger King versus Skinny Legends over here on Atlas Lab. In our winner's side of the bracket, it's double elim, best of one bracket, where the top three teams will qualify to move on here. So, running into this ban phase, looks like we got Lexar 72, Cragley, and Gugerton over on the side of Goku at Burger King. And looks like a Kai ban coming out and a Juno ban here in response.
Both very, very interesting characters to ban, I think, because Kai often is more played as a more flexible goalie, I think, but Juno just being as oppressive as she is, I definitely think those are both good bans given the context of the match. But it looks like we're getting a Juliet and Era, and ooh, it seems like Cragley and Gugerton are opting for a little more core control with some potential for brawling, but with the Atlas Era Juliet, I don't know how much brawling they're really going to get done. But it looks like our starting awakenings are Spark of Focus and Big Fish.
Start. Yeah, definitely. Someone probably going to end up being the mayor of Sparkington, both Sparkington Town, you know what I'm saying. Both the goalies opting into that Spark. And just going back to the bans for a second, one thing I've noticed about the OSAS and lower ranked tournaments is players like to ban based on what the other team plays the most rather than what is particularly OP on a map. So it's likely there's a Juno main and a Kai main somewhere in this match, which is why we ended up seeing those bans despite the Awakenings not necessarily being in favor of them.
And we already have a stagger bar broken here as well. But yeah, it definitely seems like the lower rank you go, the more players tend to focus on individual comfort picks than they do on how Awakenings will influence the match. I definitely agree with you there.
Yeah, and Kylo over here, very low. Black Hole goes off as 2 KOs come out. 2v2 now. Rhetoric does have a core flip, but will lose the barrier here as Cragley looks for a shot, but Skinny Legends will hold on for now. Core flip comes out from Rhetoric as both the forwards respawn, but that's a barrier going down for the side of Goku at Burger King. Black Hole's going to be coming up soon, too, so they're going to have to play around that, but now it's Telepathic. Looking for the shot. Lexar able to clear it out. Does have a core flip in the back pocket as Cragley now in the bottom. Trying to get it up to Gugerton. Having a little bit of trouble keeping control of the core, but finds a KO with the cyber swipes. The Era walking right up on the edge and a pass to Gugerton to find the shot right past the Atlas to put Goku at Burger King first on the board.
Excellent passing play from Goku at Burger King. Like, Cragley just finding the perfect KO onto telepathic, telepathetic, I think that's what it is. But Gugerton was just in the prime position, really bullying Retronic so that they couldn't save the core from going in. And just well played by Goku at Burger King.
Yeah, they definitely did that well, and with core flips coming up now, that's Cragley burning theirs right there, and another KO coming out. A barrier and a kill. Big pickup for Goku at Burger King as now Lexar pushing up into the midfield to keep this offensive pressure going to get that second barrier. The Plasmitter comes out. Retronic does have a core flip in the back pocket, but Gugerton pushing that corner. It's going to be too much. Asher in the top corner is just such a presence, and that's Goku at Burger King now on set point.
That's one thing I do notice with Goku at Burger King's comp is that they can afford to come upfield a little more because of Dubu, because of Aimi, really providing a lot of support with those creations. And it'll only get stronger the longer the match goes on. I think they have a really solid comp here, and I think for right now, they're just struggling to find an answer, but maybe this is the answer that they need. Kylio finding a perfect KO onto finding a perfect KO onto Gugerton. Let's see how they take advantage of this power situation.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to grab any barriers here, but did farm up a fair bit of energy. Cleo, I don't know how to say that, but I think Cleo will manage to pop the core flip, and both barriers will go down as a result. Lexar, though, passing up to Gugerton. The pass splitter comes out to secure that barrier. Both teams open now, and Cragley has a core flip in the midfield. Gugerton going for the stuff, but Retronic able to get out, but Cragley with the core flip into the corner. Retronic not couldn't react to that one in time, didn't know where that was going to go, so that's going to be a first 3-0 set going over to Goku at Burger King.
It seems like Skinny Legends is struggling a little bit with just finding an answer to this midfield presence and winning those midfield interactions. It seems like Era just isn't strong enough, but Spark of Strength does fall over to Cragley. Possibly a very good deny from Retronic, so they don't become the mayor, but Demolitionist falls over to Asher, and some solid pickups here. Heavy impact on Juliet. I mean, that Spark deny is going to be huge because now Atlas is kind of forced to opt for a different pick, or really just... And now Cragley can pick up Sparks on their own if they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Atlas does have that Spark of cooldown, which cooldowns are huge on Atlas. Did manage to pick up the prime time, though, so that is big, but big double play coming out for Goku at Burger King. Both barriers coming down, and now a pass from Cragley. Textbook. Gugerton just sends it right into the bottom barrier, and Goku at Burger King is just looking so strong in this first match.
Oh, bit of an unfortunate click from Retronic, but hey, it happens. We all get one. It definitely might be a little bit of nerves, a little bit of pressure, because Goku at Burger King really just isn't affording any breathing room to Skinny Legends.
Yeah, Skinny Legends definitely struggling a little bit here on the defense. Retronic did take the strike shot over the boots or even the pauldrons, so could be a little bit to do with that. Not as much mobility on the Atlas. Strike shot a little bit more difficult to use. But Telepathic does have a core flip up in the midfield as Kylia looking to push from the top side, will secure that barrier here, and now looking to push from the bottom. Dash punch comes out, but doesn't quite hit the core as Cragley is looking very low. I'm going to stay on the other side of the field. Core flip comes out from Cleo, but Cragley there to block, but Telepathic still has a core flip. Doesn't need it, though. Gets it around the log, right in between Cragley and Lexar, and that is Skinny Legends finally getting a point.
A very, very good volley from Skinny Legends. They honestly had pretty good use of their resources there. A bit, maybe a little too much was committed, but I definitely think that the first core flip really forced Lexar to commit more resources than he had to. Yeah,
Telepathic does still have that core flip up, though. So let's see if they can manage to pull anything off here. It has been a little while. No one's gotten a huge offensive play going off here. Retronic also with the core flip in the back pocket. Both goalies, actually. But here's Gugerton pushing the bottom corner. Core flip coming out from Retronic. But Gugerton, great strike war to get the barrier. Blows the core flip here. Telepathic extending a core flip right back, though, to score a barrier. But this is a big push here. Cragley passing out to Gugerton, but Kylo able to win the strike war and get it out, and Gugerton picking up a big KO, though. It's just Retronic and Telepathic, and Gugerton looking for the shot into the top, and it's actually the glitch pop from Cragley that mixes it up and sends it into the bottom side as Goku from Burger King already on another set point here.
Retronic just didn't expect the glitch pop, and some gorgeous synergy between Cragley and Gugerton, really taking advantage of the power play situation and just creating passing lanes that Skinny Legends just aren't able to cut off with only 2 players.
Yeah, having that big KO advantage definitely been useful this game, but speaking of which, Gugerton is staggered, having to play for their life a little bit. Cragley will secure a barrier, and Lexar does have a core flip just in case, but this is Kylo just kind of harassing Gugerton. The black hole's coming up, though! Isn't paying attention to the timers! Gugerton, a little bit of self-sabotage there, goes down to the environment, but Cragley will open up the goal, goes for the glitch pop, self-pass, and almost gets it! Retronic able to save it, though, as now Lexar passing it back up to Gugerton, getting it over to Cragley, as Gugerton pushing up the field here, but it's going to be Kylo actually intercepting the pass and pushing in to grab that top barrier. Energy is coming up shortly here, if they can just hold on long enough. But another self-pass from Cragley into the top! What a mix-up from Cragley! You don't normally see this stuff in, like, Plat Diamond rank, so that's Cragley showing off, I guess, the Aimee finesse here.
These self passes from Cragley are just insane, and Monumentalist on the board. Oh no, that's gonna be an ugly pickup for the side of Skinny Legends. Let's see how they can respond, because Arrow really would like Monumentalist here, but she can go for Chrono Boost as well. Quick Strikes is on the board, but I don't know if anybody's really gonna opt for it here. I think maybe Atlas might, but yeah, I definitely think that even with Quick Strikes, that the side of Skinny Legends is just going to really struggle to get it past Cragley, who is already seeming to dominate the field right now, winning those midfield interactions and just taking control.
Yeah, that Monument deny, especially against the Atlas, is pretty big here, and the cannon, it won't last very much longer, but it is just going to be more of an obstacle that they're going to have to deal with here. But it is in the hands right now of Skinny Legends. Glitch Pop coming out, though, but Retronic able to save it with that prime time. And now in the bottom corner, though, Soup coming out from Lexar as it's stuck in there. That's a barrier going to go down. As Skinny Legends will fire back, though, get a top barrier in this side here. But still in the top corner, Kylo looking for the dash punch, but the roll from Lexar is going to prevent that as Retronic trying to regain control. But both the forwards are down there. The Cat Cannon comes out. Gugerton, though, unfortunately missed the strike in the midfield. That will go to Kyleo. Goes for the dash punch, but it goes around the backside. Lucky break, but another lucky break. Correctly fires, and it goes around the backside of the other team now. Retronic does have a core flip up as we're about to be entering overtime here. Core speed getting enhanced. Soup's going to comes out from Lexar to stop that play in the top corner, but Kyle burning the dash punch here. It's still on the top side. They can't get it out. Gugerton's health is really low. The big cat cannon is going to come out, though, and that will be one barrier going down. Coreflip has to come out from Retronic. Fires it over to the other side of the field as Kylo pushing back up with telepathic, but it goes wide from the log and a bounce. Gugerton receiving the rebound, sends it right in for Goku at Burger King.
It seems like the Skinny Legends just isn't using their resources appropriately. Like, there are some Phoenix Flurries that are coming out from Kyleo that just aren't hitting their mark. They're not denying core flips. They're not stuffing a lot of the opportunities that Skinny Legends just can't afford to squander or waste.
Yeah, ability management is definitely a big thing. Kylo picking up a kill right there, but will it be enough? Lexar does have a core flip in the back pocket, so does Cragley, but Kylo able to grab both barriers. This could be a potentially big setup for Skinny Legends. Gugerton will respawn here, though, to interrupt the pass. Retronic going to have to work out how to get this core back up to the other side of the field, but Cragley is just pretty dominant presence over in this midfield, not letting Kylo do a whole lot to get it over. The turret's going to come out looking for that barrier. Atlas able to get it out of there, though, and now Kylo and Telepathic taking it up in the top corner. The Soup has to come out from Lexar to shut that down. Core flip comes out from Retronic, fires it up. Lexar barely able to block that one, but Kylo finds the KO, and there is no goalie now on the side of Goku at Burger King. It's up to Cragley and Gugerton to try and save this. Luckily, Kylo doesn't have a dash punch up at the moment. 3 more seconds till Jubu comes out. They will get the barrier, and Lexar will respawn. What a defense there from Goku at Burger King, but now they have to get the point and end the round. Pass splitter comes out from Gugerton in the corner, but Retronic's able to clear it out, and now it's Kyleo in the midfield. Cragley able to get it out, though, for now. But Gugerton looking for the point with the after primary will find it. Retronic strike still on cooldown there.
A little bit unfortunate there, but Gugerton and Cragley are really just dominating. Like, it's crazy. Their synergy. They're able to keep up the play while Lexar was down, and even in a 2v3 situation. I think that Maelstrom just found an unlucky kill onto Cragley, and just let's see if they can make any headway with this new power play.
Yeah, looks like they will pick up one barrier here. Cragley's going to come back and drop the cat cannon, and Retronic, unfortunately, going to lose a barrier. They're kind of to air, didn't really know how to handle that turret, but now it's Gugerton who's staggered as Skinny Legends possibly looking to pick up a KO here, putting Goku Burger King on the defensive. There it is, there it is. But Lexar does have a core flip. Gonna burn the roll here. Keep it in the top. Core flip coming out. Telepathic takes primary. Able to shut it down, though. Cragley with the dribbles as Kylo is going to be launched into the black hole and taken out. And now the tables have turned as Goku and Burger King once again in a great position as Lexar saves it out of the Aerostorm. And now pushing it into the bottom corner. Forces a core flip burn, but Gugerton still gets the barrier anyway. And now they're in a just prime position to score, and they just have to finish this to take the game here. Lexar trying to roll to save it. The barrier will go down, so they will be open, but they can still get it out. Lexar dribbling it back over to Cragley, trying to get it back up to Gugerton, but Rectronic able to hold for now. Kyleo, though, passing up to Telepathic, looking up for the top corner, but doesn't quite get in. Lexar able to save that one, brings out the soup just for some insurance. And now it's just Gugerton in the top side. A KO comes out, though. That's the era gone. And core flip pass from Cragley to Gugerton right into the top side. What a play from Goku at Burger King to finish out that game.
Excellent, excellent coordination from Goku at Burger King. They're I don't know. They were able to coordinate a lot of their plays, and I think it came down to better ability usage. Like, it seemed a lot of the time that Cragley and Gugerton always had their abilities up whenever they were ready to score, and just some unfortunate, I think, KOs really sealed the fate of Skinny Legends, but they are definitely not out of this just yet. Like, they absolutely have a shot at going forward, but they have to fight, they have to dig deep, and they have to adapt to how these upcoming teams will play against them.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a chance in the losers bracket, but it will have to be quite the losers bracket run. These are best of ones, but you know, even just taking a look at these stats, you know, the KOs affected Skinny Legends a lot, but Skinny Legends actually got more KOs than Goku at Burger King, but Goku at Burger King just was able to handle those situations so much better. They had a much stronger defensive game, whereas it seemed like once Goku at Burger King got the core onto the other side of the field, Skinny Legends defense just kind of crumbled. They almost always lost a barrier, two barriers, or even a goal every time Goku at Burger King was able to make a push, and I think that's really where the big difference comes in.
I think you were correct. It seemed like Goku at Burger King was just generally making better use of their like power plays. While they had less KOs than Skinny Legends, they were just in general making a lot of headway with their picks, essentially. Like, they were able to capitalize on their plays a lot more, it felt like.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely some solid plays coming out from the side of Goku at Burger King. But with that being said, we're going to take a look at what our next match is. Which it looks like... Yeah, it looks like we're going to be going over to Chikara Kittens versus Seraphim Crimson next. So that's big rivalry match here coming up. Chikara versus Seraphim, the old adage here. I guess briefly for anyone who doesn't know, way back in OSOS Season 1, Chikara started making a lot of teams of different colors. There's like red, blue, green, etc. And just putting them all in OSOS. There's like 7 or 8 of them. And so Seraphim was like, hey, we should like compete and make our own organization. And so we made Seraphim Crimson, Vermilion, and Rose Gold. Like basically all the Seraphim teams are just named after colors of red. So now it's the two mid-elo strikers guild that are always like competing in OSOS, Chikara and Seraphim. So this is definitely a big one here. And I'm also being told that I should mention one of the players from Seraphim Crimson, currently going by the name Hosho Marine. So Hosho Marine, as we call him, Tora, has changed their name. I don't know how many times. It's been a good many times, but it was originally I Love Dog Girls. So if you recognize that name, that's the same player, but they've been I Love Dog Girls. They've been Inugami Korone. They've been, was it Baby Board for a little while? They were Lunite for a little while.
I
They were
remember
Tora.
Baby Board.
Yeah, all the same person. They just basically get their name changed almost every week. So I am if you hear me refer to them as Tora, it's because that's what I'm used to saying in Discord. But yeah, that is that player. Yeah.
There are also some familiar faces that I'm seeing on the other team as well. Fox and Socks and Cat GPT. I definitely think we've got a bit of a slugger coming up right now. I'm very, very excited to see what happens because I don't like to see 3-0 sweeps. I like to see fights. I like to see exciting games where it's back and forth and nail biting. Like, I think I can speak for everybody when I say I prefer those games a lot more than 3-0 sweeps.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if there's one game that we would expect to be hype that I think is worth watching is probably this one. The rivalry is real between the Chikara and Seraphim teams, and I imagine both teams probably be fighting with all their hearts. Like you said earlier, Cat GPT, known player, very strong contender, but Crimson have also been here a very long time. Veterans of the series, been playing since season 1, trying to qualify, and they are back once again. And it looks like the chosen map is actually going to be Imizap, which is kind of crazy, because that is a high kill, high variance map where if one team can get steamrolling, it can snowball out of control very quickly. So we will see how they end up handling this.
And Imizap, I absolutely love the special angles that you can hit off of the center. Like, it's some of the god angles or like in general, the creativity that comes with the center, like you're only limited by your imagination. That's why I love this map so much. So even if it is one of the more snowbally maps, I'm super excited for what's about to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely, I think if anyone's going to bet channel points or anything on a match, like it's this one. Choose your side, Chikara or Seraphim, or stay out of the fight. You're one or the other, or you're not participating, I guess. I don't know. I don't care. You don't have to participate. But if you want to show support and become part of a very biased fan base, part of a cult, if you will, I suggest say either go Chikara or go Seraphim in the chat. But I'll be taking tabs of everyone who says go Chikara and putting them on my blacklist.
No, it's all right. It's all right, like a mage. We're unbiased in this.
Wait, I mean, no, I'm not, but I was threatened by Malachi earlier. He said I have to be biased if we streamed a Seraphim Chikara game, so I will be biased. I will be biased. Tora is DMing me right now with death threats. Very cool. No, I lied. That's not what they said. Oh, they want to be called the biggest HoloLive fan on. Yeah. So Tora is the biggest HoloLive fan. Go Seraphim. But anyway, we're loading in now. Enough with the shenanigans. It's time to play some Omega Strikers.
We go in. I have spent 7,000 channel points on Seraphim. We are unbiased in this stream.
I'm also, I also got a bet. There we go. Okay, I get my bet in. Here we are. But looks like Rasmus Band coming out from the side of Chikara Kittens.
Very expected, I think.
Yeah, it is very expected. One thing that I was gonna discuss was I thought it was interesting that they picked Imizap when none of these players really play Rasmus all that much. And the fact that Crimson, and I'm guessing Crimson is the one that ended up picking it, and then they banned the Imi, even though they don't play Rasmus. That basically what that did was it forced Kittens to ban Rasmus, even though no one over there plays it, just in case, and basically wasted their ban. So I'm guessing that's what happened, but I could be wrong.
Big brain draft strats is what I'm hearing, and
it might have been.
While we're loading into the game, let's take a look at our starting awakenings. Looks like we have extra special and super surge. Ooh.
Yeah, that's actually kind of big. Yugo, the famous Luna one trick, starting with that is potentially huge here. But that's Xenox finding a very quick kill onto Malachi, but Tora firing right back as it's a 2v2. But Crimson's Barrier will be going down here. Xenox, the only one level 2 right now as well, big as Fox and Sox teleporting up to apply a bit of pressure as both the forwards are going to be respawning here. Yugo in this top corner having to play around CatGPT. Tries to get it past, but Xenox's dash punch is just a little bit too much, so that's going to be Chikara Kittens with the first blood there.
Yugo just barely managed to catch it, but the dash punch took priority, and Xenox just in prime scoring position, feeding off of CatGPT's own positioning, and just, wow. Excellent coordination by Chikara.
Yeah, for sure, but they'll have to keep it up. Seraphim does like to bring in those long games. That will be another barrier going down, though, and an unfortunate angle. Xenox, once again, finding the goal. Yugo couldn't dash to that one. So Chikara Kittens, very quick 2 points up on the board. And hopefully Crimson can find a way to turn this around, or they could end up losing something very big in the first draft.
Ooh, but that's an unfortunate first barrier. And a core flip from Xenox will send it straight into the bottom bin. Holy, what a quick first set. And Xenox scoring the MVP on that one. Let's see what comes up in this draft. Ooh. 1-2 punch Juliet on Ayami's app. Ooh, that's gonna sting. They will have to play a lot more carefully around the center now and just along the edges, because 1-2 punch extends Juliet's kill range so much. Prize Fighter falling over to Hosho, or falling over to Tora, sorry. And it looks like Malachi at odds on what to pick up here, but goes for peak performance. Rapid fire on CatGPT and missile propulsion on Fox and Sox. Some very strong awakenings. It seems like Seraphim is in an uphill battle, at least for this round.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was an 8-second goal to round off that last set, and Malachi is still stuck at level 1 as CatGPT brings down another barrier with the Rose Thorn. Xenox goes for the dash punch KO, but isn't quite strong enough just yet. But Fox and Sox able to clear it back out. Xenox passing down to CatGPT3. Yugo able to save it with the dash, though, but they're still stuck in this corner as Tora is able to clear it out for now. But Fox and Sox still keeping control of it as big damage coming out from Tora to find the kill onto the other Juliet, as now Crimson needs to look for an offensive push of their own, but CatGPT in the top. Malachi, though, with the big strike, able to grab the barrier and core flips it right in as the hit stun comes out from Tora. Solid teamwork there as Crimson able to put a point up on the board.
Excellent play and excellent coordination, taking advantage of the positioning of Chikara's forwards, and just generally taking like really good passing lanes that Chikara didn't expect. But the barrier will end up falling pretty quickly for the side of Chikara. Let's see how that...
Or it does have a core flip up here, and so does Yugo, but Fox and Sox does as well. Yugo burning the core flip right here to send it all the way over. Fox and Sox able to send it right back and teleporting up now. Brings out the core flip to find the barrier. Malachi and Yugo having to clear it out to try to get it back over to Tora. Rocket from the side of Chikara able to get it back, but a KO coming out from Tora as Yugo moving up with that twin drive, but Tora still in the top corner looking for the dash punch. Doesn't need it. Brings the core flip up and finds the punch for the KO and the goal as Crimson is looking to make a reverse of set 1.
Firing back just as hard, taking it that positioning with that core flip and just sending it straight into the gold net with not much that Fox and Sox could do to counter it. Excellently done by Tora.
And now Malachi in the top side with the dribbles. Does have energy coming up. Core flip is online, looking to make a big play potentially. Bringing it in the midfield. Goes for the center hole, but doesn't quite land it. Fox and Sox able to protect there, but a big KO comes out onto the Juliet as 8 more seconds of this 2v3. Malachi trying to retain control, but too many projectiles from CatGPT, able to regain that barrier and goes for the shot in the top. Yugo able to clear it back out. Xenox has respawned, though. The cage comes out, and CatGPT forced to spend some energy to get out of that one. Now CatGPT dribbling off the hole, passing over to Xenox, but Yugo able to save that one barely with that Luna dash. CatGPT looking to try again, pass to Xenox, now in the bottom corner with a primary to help out. Will find the goal to put Chikara Kittens still in the contest in the second set.
Chikara Kittens definitely still has some fire in them. We saw that from set 1, but now with the awakenings that they have, this is still an uphill battle for Seraphim. So, ooh, but an unfortunate bounce will mean that Fox and Sox does lose the barrier, and a punch will mean that the Malachi's core or Malachi's strike just slides it right in past Chikara, and Tora is our MVP for the second set. Let's see what awakenings can pop up. We've got
Tora
fighter
with the 6 KO streak as well, absolutely stacking that prize fighter up. It's two of those are on the goalie. I just wanted to point that out.
But a built different pickup will be what Tora decides to go for. Primetime does fall over to CatGPT. That will mean that they will struggle a bit more in those, or that will mean that Seraphim will struggle a bit more in these midfield interactions. That could be something that is a turning factor, as well as heavy impact falling over to Fox and Sox, who already has missile propulsion. There's potential for a lot of damage here on the side of Chikara, and I think Seraphim just really needs to be a little more careful. And as I say that, Xenox finds a really good KO onto Tora, and some beautiful coordination means that CatGPT manages to sink it in, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. There's not enough midfield pressure for them to really have any breathing room. Seraphim needs to step up or figure out a different strategy, I think.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of midfield pressure, this is Super Surge Rapid Fire Primetime Estelle on CatGPT. I don't think you can out-pressure that in the midfield. It's absolutely insane. As we saw right there, a 7-second goal comes out. And the other thing is Tora picking up that built diff. Size is kind of controversial on IMEZAP because it makes it easier for you to die. So we'll see. They've already died once, so we'll see if that ends up playing a big role later. But CatGPT bringing down the barrier once again as all of Crimson fighting to get it out of that corner, but CatGPT receiving the pass and going for a shot. Yugo managing to hold on. Xenon is very hurt here, but does a lot of damage right back to Tora. CatGPT still battling the midfield. Malachi just doesn't have enough projectiles or anything to do. Xenox going for the strike ward, but Yugo right there to protect it and get it out of that goal net for now. Trying to send it up to Malachi, but the projectiles from CatGPT are just too much. Malachi's almost dead as well. So is Xenox. KO each other in the top side of the map. Fox and Sox does have a core flip up though. Could be looking for a teleport, bringing the marker up into the goal box. Doesn't find the shot though, but CatGPT with the dribble into the primary. It's just too much. The Estelle presence, primetime rapid fire is insane as Chikara Kittens takes another 3-0 set here.
Chikara Kittens firing back. I think Mako, or at least Malachi, is struggling in this midfield Mako position. She's not able, or Mako is not able to keep up with Estelle as is, but even aerials will fall over to CatGPT, adding on to the already insurmountable pressure that we feel from CatGPT and Chikara. Seraphim will have to change up their strategy somehow, maybe with team player, maybe with the spark, or maybe with these sparks they might be able to find something, but with Demolitionist and Deadeye falling over, I'm not sure that there's much they can do.
I think that Aerial's pickup as well is absolutely insane. This is one of the probably the weakest Estelle build of all time, as the barrier will fall here. Xenox looking for a KO on a Malachi, but doesn't find it as CatGPT and Fox and Sox just applying immense pressure in the goal box. And KO coming out from Fox and Sox as CatGPT finds the shot right into the bottom. Crimson just doesn't have an answer to CatGPT.
I mean, with these awakenings, it's hard to answer Estelle at all, especially with a shorter range midfielder like Mako. But I really think that even if they change up their strategy, even if they somehow find a way to get it past CatGPT, Fox and Sox and Xenox are applying pressure as well. It's not just a one-person party, but Yugo finding an opportunity, the golden opportunity to fly in and hit it into the top of the barrier or hit it into the top of the goal where nobody's able to catch it.
Yeah, that is the Yugo special, and that twin drive certainly helping out in that regard, but they're going to need to really bring it back, though. But Yugo will find a KO with the bomb there. Tora looking pretty damaged themselves, though. They're going to have to do a bit of playing to try and get around CatGPT, and over to Malachi. Will grab the barrier here. Fox and Sox bringing out the core flip, as well as Xenox has respawned, but Yugo passing it up into the top. Chikara able to get it out for now, though, but Yugo now coming up, bringing out the Fox and Sox, bringing out the Supernova. A lot of pressure coming out from Crimson, but Chikara able to clear it out. And with a primary from CatGPT, the barrier will go down here. Yugo does have a core flip in the backside, forced to burn it here, send it into the top corner, but another KO comes out onto Xenox, and now it's just Fox and Sox to CatGPT, but Fox and Sox goes down, and now Malachi just needs to get it over to Tora. Passing plays coming out, but CatGPT holds for now. 1 second till the Juliet respawns. CatGPT still holds through the dash punch. And now it's Malachi in the midfield. Tora looking for a goal. Yugo dashing up, but CatGPT still holds, but it goes in between them. Yugo finding the goal there, just barely off of the bounce for Crimson to try and bring it back as they are now on set point.
A little too much nerves there, I think. It was definitely a stressful situation, but CatGPT managing to hold a little bit, but not long enough. An excellent scoring position from Seraphim. We'll have to see if they can keep up this momentum, because it's definitely what they need right now. Corfoot comes out from Tora, but doesn't find anything, and an unfortunate bounce will mean that the barrier is taken by Chikara.
Yeah, but CatGPT is staggered, but doesn't even matter. Tora able to find the dash punch through the primary as we go into a set 5. When we were saying earlier that this was going to be a hard-fought one, I mean, we weren't lying. These sets, they've been 3-0, 3-1, but it is currently 2-2 as Knife's Edge and Spec Training both showing up on the board in what is potentially a absolutely make or break draft as Yugo goes for specialized training. Knife's Edge could fall to CatGPT, but doesn't take it, and neither does Malachi. What's happening? What's happening?
This draft is just confusing, man.
They made it all the way down to Tora. They let Tora have it. That's insane. On I that they got it. They got the Knife's Edge.
Knife's Edge should have never have fallen all the way to the second Juliet. Oh no, Chikara, please.
We'll see if they're able to play this one out, if that Egoist does come in handy or not, but Malachi is able to take down the first barrier here. Yugo dashing up to keep the push going, but CatGPT able to send it right back. But now it's Tora in the bottom, looking to pass it up to Malachi. Yugo dashing up to keep it in the goal net. Fox and Sox able to clear it out, though. Looking for the offensive push. CatGPT with the blink, able to secure the barrier, and Yugo able to get it out of the hands of Xenox, but Malachi with the strike war against Fox and Sox puts Crimson on the board first in this last set.
That was the enhanced Mako strike. It hit Fox and Sox and delayed their strike so that Malachi, well, I mean, and even the bigger strike hitbox meant that, I mean, Malachi couldn't lose that strike war. But Tora will find a KO onto Xenox, which will mean that this next point is started by a power play. We'll have to see if CatGPT and Fox and Sox can continue to hold.
Malachi brings down the barrier, though, and some playing in the corner, able to secure the point. Yugo has a core flip up as well going into this next round. This is potentially pretty big. Crimson has a big chance to clutch this game out.
It seems like Crimson is just... Ooh, right as I say something, and an unfortunate KO of Malachi will mean that they are now in a 2v2 situation, as another KO from a core flip will mean that Seraphim is now in a standard 2v2. We'll have to see. Oh, but Malachi is respawned. We'll have...
The cage comes out, but doesn't quite hit anything, and CatGPT almost has energy up, so does Fox and Sox, but they do lose the barrier. Tora looking kind of hurt, but gonna have to bring out the Julio to get it through Xenox here. Core flip comes out from Fox and Sox, pass it back over to Yugo, as it's still anyone's ball floating around. CatGPT's Ego is this proc, they'll bring the core flip, fires it right into the bottom corner. Now it's Car Kittens who are on the board, trying to bring this one back, but Seraphim Crimson is still on game point here. They just need one more, as Tora's energy is coming up this round and Malachi's energy coming up this round. We'll have to see if they can make some kind of big play, and with that bomb coming out, the barrier already down, but firing right back to Car Kittens, bring down a barrier of their own here. Malachi in the midfield, trying to get it up to Tora. The core flip is ready, just waiting, just needs a pass. Here it is, burns the core flip, goes for the shot into the top. That's Seraphim Crimson taking the game.
Seraphim Crimson firing back from that first set, showing that they were never out of the game and never afraid of being able to do what it takes to win. They were so dominant in those last few sets, especially in that third set where they were down. They were able to pull it out even despite the awakenings that Cat GPT and Xenox had. Like, these were some amazing awakenings that Cat GPT was able to pick up. Like, they were insurmountable in the midfield, but it seemed like Malachi and Tora just were able to, like, they were starting to coordinate a lot better. Like, they were playing off of each other more, and just generally, the midfield interactions started to get won. It felt like Chikara had their ticket punched, but Seraphim showing that they were ready for a fight always.
Yeah, certainly. Anything can happen. And I mean, that Knife's Edge pickup in the final draft, dropping all the way to 5th pick Juliet for Crimson, was absolutely massive. Toro was moving so fast that last round. And going back to the built diff pickup, that size actually procced it even more often. So, like, there were so many points where they were just able to control that midfield against CatGPT because they could just move back and grab the core and send it right back up. And I'm looking at these stats here. That's 12 KOs for the side of Crimson versus 5. Though, obviously not to be trifled with, both teams scoring 9 goals here and 19,000 damage, almost 20,000 damage from Fox and Sox and CatGPT with the 136 redirects, which was absolutely massive. But yeah, once that draft came through, I think Crimson got a massive boost, as even CatGPT's basically global presence wasn't enough to keep up with Speedy Juliet of that caliber.
Definitely agree. It felt like everywhere that CatGPT was trying to support Fox and Sox, that there was either Malachi or there was Tora right there in their face. Always able to catch the core and making sure that it never got past, that it was never in fear of going in. Like, I think CatGPT was a stronger midfielder, but as a team, it was probably Seraphim who was more coordinated, it seemed.
Yeah, they managed to bring it together. They've been playing together a pretty long time. Seraphim, Crimson specifically, has been through a lot of midfielders over the months, but they seem to be pulling it together a lot more, especially that game in the later sets especially. The first set seemed a little bit rough. It sounds like Malachi might have been lagging as well, potentially, so that could have been maybe a factor, but you know, despite the weird map pick, they managed to make it work in the end, you know, despite the insane Estelle build. And I mean, Yugo as well pulled out with some pretty clutch saves there on the goal line, even, you know, even through the Estelle primaries, through the insane pressure that was coming out from the side of Jakara Kittens. So that's another one going over to the Seraphim crew. Salutes to our boys in red. From moving on into the next round, where they could potentially be fighting another Chikara team once Chikara Catgirls and IME Enjoyers match is finished. We'll have to see if there'll be another rivalry going on. But I don't think we have another one queued up, so we might be taking a break in a minute. Let me just check.
Let's see. Oh.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're going to be taking a quick break here while we wait for some of the games to finish up. But when we return, we'll be streaming the winners quarterfinals. So stick around for that, and we'll be right back. Hello, everybody. We are back with the winners quarterfinals match. We are about to jump into Deets Nuts versus our good friends, once again, Goku at Burger King. Now, Goku at Burger King, we saw earlier, put on a very solid show, but Deets Nuts have been around for a good while, and I imagine they're going to be putting up much more of a fight here in these winners' quarters. So, waiting for the players to show up, and if this is correct, it looks like we're going to be going back to the app again on Imy's app. So we'll see how they're able to handle that if they do end up going for a Rasmus pick or a Kazan pick or something, or if they end up going with a similar strategy that they did before. I imagine we'll be seeing the Imy again. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Dubu again. So curious to see how this turns out.
I'm also very, very curious to see how this turns out because we might see more of what you described before, where somebody has to waste their ban on Rasmus or it just gets picked and the other team, and it either becomes a Rasmus mirror or the other team that doesn't have a Rasmus has to fight against the Rasmus and see if they can mind game them to make them throw out the hook early or anything like that. But it's very interesting. I love Imy's app, but I wish Rasmus didn't have to be a permanent part of Imy's app.
Hey, I don't much mind. I like Rasmus, but yeah, I think ultimately this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where these players are looking more to ban, comfort picks from each other rather than, meta, because we're at, a bit of a lower rank. They've had, less play time than a lot of higher tier players, so they don't necessarily play every character. But as I'm saying this anyway, we're actually going to be on Night Market, so I'm sorry, it was not Imy's app. I made a mistake, but we're going back to the classic Night Market. So still same conversation. Era very strong on that map. X and Juliet can also be very strong on that map. So we'll have to see if we end up seeing any of that, or if they'll end up sticking to their comfort picks. Obviously, starting Awakenings could have a say in the matter. But since we are hopping over to Night Market, it's a little bit of a different ball game than Atlas Lab, which we previously saw Goku Burger King play on. So curious to see how they'll handle this. They had a very strong midfield presence last time in Cragley, and curious to see how Cragley ends up playing around that speed gate and the passing lanes that opens up.
I think given the performance we saw from Cragley earlier, they are very, very comfortable in the in the midfield. Sorry, they are very, very comfortable in the midfield. So I don't see any reason why they aren't comfortable on Night Market. Most midfielders know how to take advantage of that speed zone in the middle, and if Cragley is worth their salt, like we saw in last game, they are definitely going to be taking a lot of advantage. It's just a matter of whether or not, Deets Nuts can answer that and fire back with their own midfield presence.
Yeah, I imagine they will. If I recall, seeing these guys play before, they were pretty good. They were pretty solid, and evidently they've had a lot of time to practice and work out stuff since then. So we'll see how they've improved since last time. But about to go into this pick phase right now, so many of our questions should be answered, as bans should be coming out pretty soon here. Looks like could be going for an Era ban. They're all hovering Era, so it might be an Era ban. They might just be memeing.
No, I am Spartacus. They're all hovering Era.
It's like Juno.
Oh no!
And it is an Era ban from the other
ban.
team. Goku at Burger King will in fact be banning out the Night Market Era. But this is the second time now that they've had the Juno banned against them. So guessing there's definitely a Juno player over on their team. Looks like we're going to see a Kai pick coming out in the goalie spot. Caspian over here picking up that Drakkar. Interesting pick. It's not as popular now, but you can definitely still put in some work if you get the right awakenings. And Zentaro from Fluffy Griffin as you see the Ivy once again. Same team comp actually from the side of Goku at Burger King. As the starting awakenings are, in fact, Rapid Fire, Monumentalist. Everyone takes Rapid Fire except for Cragley and Gugerton rocking the Monumentalist. And also, interestingly enough, Gugerton actually opted to go Pummeler's Asher, so looking to pick up some KOs here rather than the speed.
Ooh, and an unfortunate bounce will mean that both barriers do fall for the side of Goku at Burger King, but Cragley with some good core control could potentially allow the core to stay upfield so that Gugerton can get a scoring opportunity. But I think I'm very excited to see what kind of work Casbane can do on this Drakkar, because this is a shorter range map where Drakkar usually tends to excel at. And a good shotgun blast will mean that Casbane will score our first goal of the set.
Yeah, like you said, Drakkar can, if he gets in those little corners, can definitely put in some shots. And already we have a bit of a level disparity going into the second round. Some special skills up for the side of Deets Nuts as they look to make a push, but Lexar able to clear it out for now. But now looking to go into the bottom, Lexar brings out the soup to shut it down once again. Gugerton going into the top now with a little mix-up here. Actually goes for the bottom off of that rebound. As now it's Fluffy Griffin pushing into Lexar. Once again, Cragley bringing out the cat cannon for some defense, but Fluffy Griffin able to find that bottom barrier regardless. And now the Strike Wars coming out in the midfield as they're looking to push this bottom side, but Goku at Burger King able to clear it out for now. Cragley taking a lot of damage as Caspian looks for the KO, but Cragley barely survives. That will allow them an opportunity to pick up that second barrier, though, as up into the top corner, and Cragley goes down here. Now Nade YT. I feel like every time I say that name, there's supposed to be like a way to say it, and I just say it wrong, but it's Nade YT, I guess. So, creations come out from the side at Goku at Burger King to keep up the defense. Giga Blast coming out as well to keep the pressure on. Corflip has to come out from Lexar, but it's still in that top corner, having to clear it down to the bottom to try and get it over Gugerton, but the shot from Casbane got it out of Gugerton's strike range, and Fluffy Griffin was just able to take control and sink it.
Excellent coordination and just barely out of reach to where either Cragley or Lexar could reach it. And Casbane really showing what Drakkar is capable of, showing off that midfield potential that this not so often seen pick can actually muster. It's not a very often picked character, but I mean, Drakkar can put in work, just like you said.
Yeah, big play came out there. Both barriers went down for Deets Nuts. Nade YT does have a core flip up in the pocket as Casbane and Fluffy Griffin able to secure a barrier of their own, but Gugerton going to be getting some energy up pretty shortly here too, pushing up into the goal box. A lot of pressure coming out. Nade YT having to keep it in that top corner to try and keep it safe, but it's going to allow Lexar to push up to the midfield and keep the play going. Gugerton wins the strike war, forces Nade YT to use the core flip, but Cragley is right there in the out clear and just sinks it right back in.
An unfortunate part of playing goalie is that sometimes you can fall into patterns, and Cragley recognized that pattern was going to happen. He knew where Nade YT was going to clear it and effectively hit it, and two barriers will fall. Core flip from Gugerton will sink it right in. 2-2 for the side of Goku at Burger King against Deets Nuts.
Yeah, big 7-second goal coming out there from Goku at Burger King as going into set point. Fluffy Griffin, the only one with a core flip up for the moment. Looks like it almost got past Lexar there, but just barely is able to get back and save it. And now is Gugerton in the top corner looking to try and get it through this Kai, but Nade YT able to clear it out, and that's going to be Gugerton paying with their life there as it goes down. Barrier will fall, though. An unfortunate bounce off the middle, but now it's Fluffy Griffin in the top side, bringing out the Zen ult, looking to push. Cragley brings out the cat cannon to force that out of there. Now in the midfield, trying to take control of it once again. Nade YT burned the eject button already as Cragley with the cyber swipes, able to strike forward to get the barrier. And what a mix-up from Cragley. Nade YT thought he was going down, but went up instead, and Goku at Burger King takes the first set.
Cragley once again showing off the finesse, showing off the plays, and for their plays, they are getting rewarded with first pick in this match. We'll have to see what they opt for. Honestly, there's a lot of good choices here. Twin Drive probably could be, yep. Twin Drive will be the option, denying it from the Kai so that he does not have perma eject button uptime, and Zentaro picking up heavy impact. I definitely think Twin Drive was the optimal pick here for, Cragley, because he's going to have a lot more presence in the midfield and really be able to compete with Caspane, who has, I think, been a lot of the backbone for Deets Nuts.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Nade YT picked up that Among Titans. Glass Cannon was on the board, but opted to go for the personal speed and the size for the rest of the forward. So curious to see how that's actually going to end up playing out. Zentaro does scale pretty well with size, but in the top corner, both the forwards, Goku from Burger taking a lot of damage, and Cragley actually goes down on that push, and now Gugerton's the one staggered. We're just running around in the midfield trying to play their life here as Lexar's able to hold against the forward, but finds a KO! Gugerton finding a KO, but getting KO'd in return from the Giga Blast. Is now Nade YT able to push up a bit in this 2v2, but Cragley brings out the cannon, brings out the cyber swipes, but it's not enough to get the pressure going, as now Caspane and Gugerton are respawning here. As now Deets Nuts looking to make a push from this top side. A lot of damage coming out. Cragley and Gugerton's health bars just absolutely going down. Fluffy Griffin goes for KO. Cragley able to evade though. Pass Splitter comes out and Lexar just holding it inside of the soup, keeping that defense up, but Fluffy Griffin's able to secure a barrier here. Lexar does have a core flip, burns it here against the dash from Fluffy Griffin. There's a lot of damage comes out once again, and Fluffy Griffin able to find the goal. Caspane with the hit stun there onto Gugerton. They were not able to block that one.
Yeah, definitely not. All of the damage was what was my main focus, because it seemed like Gugerton and Cragley just melted, and it might be because of that Castellastra car, that heavy impact, and that Among Titans, making it so that these hitboxes and this damage that Deets Nuts is pumping out is just not able to be avoided. There's not enough resources for Goku at Burger King to really help themselves out.
Yeah, no, not a lot of healing coming out. I mean, obviously from this team, Fluffy Griffin picking up another KO there. Gugerton still staggered, and Lexar nowhere to clear that. Caspane standing right by Gugerton, able to just punch it right in and earning a lot of energy in the process. Deets Nuts gonna have core flips coming up for this round, but you know, looking back at that damage, Drakkar always does more damage than you expect him to, and a huge part of that is not even the damage numbers, but just the fact that that shotgun is up enough of the time that it prevents regen from happening. And same thing with Zentaro as well. They just chip away at you, and so you never have any chance to regen. Of course, as I'm saying this, Caspane is now the one staggered and does have a core flip in the back pocket, using it here in the midfield. Use it or lose it time. Won't get a barrier, just trying to play for their life here, as Fluffy Griffin will secure the barrier. Both the forwards from Goku Burger King distracted with the kill there. Cragley's taking a lot of damage. Fluffy Griffin finding a KO with the Zentaro thing. Goes for the goal there. Lexar able to clear it once, but not twice, as Caspane will be the one to take the set for Deets Nuts.
It seems like Goku at Burger King on that last point spent a few too many resources trying to kill Caspane, and it didn't pay off how they were looking. But now Caspane picking up the missile propulsion, that is going to be ugly for the side of Goku at Burger King. They're definitely going to have a lot more trouble, not only with damage, because it just increases the amount of damage that Drakkar pellets do, but his pellets are just going to reach farther, meaning you have to have more patience with your strike wars. And for Super Surge falling over to Zentaro, there is a lot of bad pickups here for the side of Goku at Burger King, but we will have to see if they can adapt, if they can survive some of this damage.
Yeah, the stagger deny was definitely big, and one barrier, they will manage to pick up one barrier, but Gugerton paying a lot of life for it. Does have a bit of energy in the back pocket, but Fluffy Griffin able to secure one barrier, brings out the Zen ult, and with the passive, able to get it through the log and grab a second one, as Caspane still chipping away at Gugerton. Will pop the Egoist, though, and secure that bottom barrier, and staggered up in that goal box, trying to stay alive, trying to find a goal, but Fluffy Griffin and Caspane, just absolute harassment coming out. But now it's Fluffy Griffin and Caspane's turn to try and go for a push. The cat cannon comes out, the soup comes out to ward that off, as Caspane's health bar is not looking so great either. Back and forth up in the top, Cragley and Fluffy Griffin fighting over this core. Zenult comes out, passive comes out, and able to get it through there. Yeah, dealing with that Zentaro, those Zentaro combos is definitely a bit of a learning curve, and if you have someone like Fluffy Griffin who seems to know the character pretty well, is definitely something that Goku Burger King didn't have to figure out how to deal with.
Well, and not only that, but it seems like with the amount of damage that's being output, Gugerton is not available to help a lot of the time in these situations where Fluffy Griffin is just able to put it past two people. You need that third person, I think, in order to deal with the Zentaro.
Yeah, for sure. But Lexar does have a core flip in the back pocket. Casbane burning those right here. Lexar burning it in return, trying to get it up to Gugerton. Takes a lot of damage. Still a lot of damage. Almost staggered, but will manage to pick up the barrier here. Zenolt comes out. Gugerton forced to dodge that one as Fluffy Griffin goes for the shot onto the barrier. Lexar's able to save that one though, but another try coming out. Lexar with the roll. Shuts that one down as well. Defensive cat cannon comes out. Glitch pop comes out to send it back over, but now Nade YT pushing it back into this bottom corner where Casbane can get their hands on it, but a massive pass splitter from Gugerton and big combo comes out. We'll find a kill onto Casbane. Two members over on the side of Deetsnuts do have a core flips up for defense, but Cragley pushing up into this top corner with a core flip is definitely a scary sight. The Giga Blast comes out to send it back around, and now Fluffy Griffin with the Zen ult. It almost self-sabotage there as Lexar rearranged it. But Nade YT still has that core flip, just holding on to it for an impervious, I guess, perilous situation, really. Fluffy Griffin going for the core flip for the score, but Cragley able to block it, but Gugerton finds a KO onto the goalie here, as now it's just the forwards of Deetsnuts having to try and defend. Casbane doing a great job here in the midfield of disrupting Cragley's attempts to score as the Nade YT able to respawn. Pass splitter comes out, and that's enough to force it through. Deetsnuts tried to hang on a little bit at the end there, but you just can't force it through that Asher wall.
The chaos of Path Splitter, or the introduction of especially Monumentalist Path Splitter into that situation, I mean, there's just no chance that you're getting it past Asher. And oh my goodness, an absolutely crazy angle from Gugerton will find both barriers. That is an insane core flip.
Definitely a well-utilized core flip, but Deetsnuts will fire back with a barrier and KO of their own. Cragley also staggered here. Casbane goes for a core flip, but it gets stalled out. They will find the KO onto Cragley, though. It's just Lexar. The barrier goes down. Gonna have a hard time defending. The Zen passive is up. Just gonna have to drop the soup and try and stall it out. Gugerton will respawn and immediately get a kill onto Casbane, though. Brings out the pass splitter in the midfield, trying to keep it up in this top corner where Asher can really do some work. Goes for a pass, but Nade YT with the Giga Blast able to disrupt. Lexar sending it back up now in the bottom corner. Trying to keep this going. Cragley with the self-pass, but Casbane able to interrupt. And now in the bottom corner, Casbane with the shot finds it right above Lexar for the point.
A very, very dominating, or a very, very bold performance from the side of Deetsnuts. They were able to hold on despite the KO that left them, unfortunately, in a little bit of a 2v3 situation. But they were able to hang on, and they have resources at their disposal now to close out this set if they wish.
Yeah, they have core flips up, but Gugerton's ego is popping here. Goes for the core flip, and a wild bounce to get it back in the cat cannon will actually get the barrier there, as Deetsnuts' goal is open. Gonna have to find a way to clear this out here. Looks like Casbane passing over to Fluffy Griffin will be enough. Picks up the barrier, and off the rebound gets a second barrier as well, but energy is going to be coming up here for Goku at Burger King as well, but Lexar missed the core flip. It's huge as Fluffy Griffin with the dash finds the double KO onto Cragley and Lexar, and that takes the point and the set as Deetsnuts go into a big draft with Fluffy Griffin on MVP.
A huge draft, and Demolitionist is right there, or maybe even a 1-2 punch to further amp up that damage, but I think Demolitionist might be the pick here. It really just depends, because Zentaro already has the increased size from among Titans, and it seems like Gugerton will opt for another Spark of Agility falling over, and a Specialized Training falling over to Kai. Team Player being picked up on Dubu and Aerials, meaning that Drakar's pellets now have maximum range, meaning you have to be even more patient. But Cragley did pick up that Timeless Creator, which will mean that the Cat Cannon will stay out a little bit longer, able to help a little more in those defensive situations where it is necessary.
Yeah, and notably as well, Nade YT went for Specialized Training, went for that kill power over both Team Player and Primetime. It allowed Lexar to actually pick up Team Player, which is a very strong awakening, and Primetime also very strong on Kai for defense, but I mean, with the KOs coming out, it doesn't seem like they even need it. The Specialized Training should just be enough. It's a barrier to a barrier, but Cragley is dead as Fluffy Griffin secures another barrier here, and in the bottom with a core flip. Doesn't even need it. Just Casbane just gets a kill and casually scores the point there, putting Deets Nuts first on the board.
The unfortunate part about team player is that if you don't have any teammates to pass it to, it doesn't really do anything. And it seems like Deets Nuts is playing a lot to their damage strength, a lot more. And honestly, it's working out supremely in their favor.
Yeah, Goku at Burger King playing much more around this this core, but Deets Nuts with the damage is definitely been their win condition here, as Fluffy Griffin yoinking away the core. Lexar able to get it around and force Fluffy Griffin to kind of whiff the core flip there. We'll pick up a barrier on the bounce back though. Nade YT in the bottom side, keeping it up in that midfield, that extra speed there on the Kai coming in pretty big as Casbane now looking to get it around, earning a core flip in the process, going up to the top and trying to focus Gookerton. Cragley burning the core flip, but can't get anything off of it. Just gonna force Nade YT to go up, and Casbane with the core flip into shotgun will get the kill onto Cragley. As now in a 2v3 moment, Gookerton bringing out a defensive pass splitter there. Lexar just trying to keep it away from Fluffy Griffin as much as possible, but Gookerton's health bar is slowly going down. Nade YT running back and having to burn a core flip to save that. Got a little bit greedy pushing up, but did save it here, but will be punished for it there as Lexar able to get it onto the top side for Gookerton to grab the barrier, as Fluffy Griffin almost going down, but able to dash away at just the right time. Dangerous situation as that's Fluffy Griffin getting KO'd right there. Core flip pass from Lexar up to Gookerton. Will be stopped from a Giga Blast, but off the rebound. Gookerton able to find the shot around Nade YT to keep Goku at Burger King on the board. Desperately trying to take this set and not let Deets Nuts take the game.
Lexar with some impressive defense, managing to save that last barrier, and in the process, passing it up to Gookerton, who was able to capitalize perfectly off of the rebounds that Nade YT was setting up unintentionally.
Yeah, now Cragley with the core flip is in the top corner. Giga Blast comes out though, and huge Giga able to actually secure the barrier as well, as Cragley burns the core flip on air, unfortunately, and Gookerton uses their core flip to get a KO onto Fluffy Griffin. Keep it in a 2v3, but they still need to bring down another barrier here. Lexar needs to find a way to try and keep this pressure going, but with an open goal, it's very difficult. Cragley in the midfield, just trying to keep control until Gookerton finds another KO there onto Casbane. This could be their big chance. They just need to get it back around Fluffy Griffin and up to Gookerton. Brings out the pass splitter, trying to force it in. Nade YT holding for now. He uses the core flip, still keeping that barrier up. Solid defense there from Nade YT as Casbane is alive once again. And now Gookerton in the top corner once again, but Nade YT with the strike were able to get it back out. Now Casbane passing out of Fluffy Griffin. Lexar with the roll to keep it out of there. Big defense coming out from both teams, but it's not enough. Fluffy Griffin with the Zentaro primary able to get it past Cragley and put Deets Nuts onto match point.
I don't think Cragley had enough, and no, they did not. They did not have enough energy to evade clear there, so it was really an unfortunate 50-50 situation where you either wait for the Zentaro primary and strike second, or you just let it go in. It's really, really unfortunate, but it seems like Fluffy Griffin had the ticket punched on that goal.
And another big KO there. Cragley taking down Fluffy Griffin once again, trying to mitigate the damage that's able to come out from this team. And with a little bit of a glitch pop help, Gookerton is able to grab that second barrier and now earns a core flip. Egoist proccing as Fluffy Griffin does respawn. Goku Burger King just needed to get it back up into that scoring position. Now in the top corner, it's enough. Cragley with the glitch pop, able to get it back around Nade YT, who got stuck in the Giga Blast animation, as it's match point and set point here for Goku at Burger King. They try to bring this one back.
I have full faith that Goku from Burger King can bring this back, and a core flip will mean that that first barrier does fall. Cragley does have a core flip of their own, but they break it without having to use the core flip. They will whiff the core flip, but it does mean that Nade YT will burn theirs in a fit of pressure. But oh my goodness, this is such a tense situation.
Lexar with the core flip though, and Cragley with the cyber swipes to strike warn Nade YT. That was absolutely perfect timing there from Cragley. Clearly the IME1 trick of the group, I guess, to bring that back, as Deets Nuts and Goku at Burger King are going to be going into a set 5.
Absolutely insane prediction from Cragley. I mean, like, that was I didn't see that coming myself. It just shot straight in, and then he was able to predict where the core was going to be hit to. But some good awakening pickup here, as well as Fight or Flight will be picked up by Caspane, and a few other important awakenings also falling down. Spark of Resilience falling over to Gugerton, meaning now that they have 3 sparks for themselves, they're going to be quite the beastly opponent to go up against.
Yeah, when Gugerton's Egoist pops, that Asher is going to be a massive threat. And with all that stagger now, going to be very difficult to kill, as Fluffy Griffin hasn't been able to quite do as much last round. And there it is, Gugerton finds another KO onto Fluffy Griffin. It seems like when Goku at Burger King is able to focus down that Zentaro, they're able to do some work. And now in this top corner, yeah, Gugerton just able to send it right down into the bottom for a quick point there for Goku at Burger King, as it looks like they could reverse this whole game and take the W potentially.
I think that Spark of Resilience pick was is probably going to be a huge turning point for Goku at Burger King, because it's just like that the amount of stagger that Gugerton now has means that he is no longer a kill option, and Cragley, with the awakenings that they have, just in general, are more mobile, more able to be around the map, and sometimes dodge the damage that Nuts is outputting, but both barriers will end up falling.
Cragley in the bottom, though, with the core flip, looks for the shot, waits for the strike. I don't know if he waited for the strike or if it was just lucky, but Nade YT and Caspane both struck early there, and that allowed Cragley to just shoot it right through both of them.
A little bit of a prediction and some unfortunate timing from the side of Deets Nuts. This could potentially be, like you said, the start of the return, or the start of Goku from Burger King's reverse sweep.
Yeah, and with Gugerton getting the KO and the core flip into the second barrier now, another KO from Gugerton. It's just Nade YT, but Caspane will respawn here. Lexar, though, in the midfield with a core flip. Big offensive pressure. Unfortunately, whiffing that strike, having to burn the core flip to send that one back up to Gugerton as Nade YT in the top, desperately trying to hold on. Retain control here, but the big cat cannon coming out. It's too much pressure.
Oh,
Nade
no!
YT not fast enough. Not fast enough, even with the knife's edge, not fast enough there. So that's Goku at Burger King bringing that game back and taking the W. Deets Nuts will be going to the losers bracket.
They took the W and they took Deets' nuts. Whose nuts were they? They were Deets' nuts.
Deets Nuts.
Get a handful of Deets Nuts. No.
Yeah, take a look at these stats though. Yeah, 10 KOs coming out from Gugerton. Absolutely massive. Most of those were onto Fluffy Griffin. Just keeping that Zentaro in check. But 103 saves and 204 redirects there from Nade YT. Probably a little bit inflated because Kai Barrage counts for so much. But still pretty impressive nonetheless to have that many saves. Definitely having to put up a very tough defense. And in a comeback game like that, kind of expect to see some tough, some high saves like that for sure. So it's definitely well played there from both teams. But Goku at Burger King definitely brought that one back. Had some solid drafts, some solid adaptability there as well. And yeah, Cragley as well. I think that replay we just saw a moment ago was that wild cyber swipe strike war off of the core flip from the goalie. So definitely keeping a very dominant core controlling presence. So GG's, as they will be moving on to the winners semis. Let me see what it's actually called. I think it is winner semifinal. Yeah.
So that was a very, very compelling game to watch. Like I felt like Cragley was a lot of the backbone of that team, like constantly setting up opportunities for Gugerton, but Gugerton was also putting in work themselves, finding those KOs onto important targets, like constantly keeping Griffin out of the game and just generally making sure that whenever there was a situation where Goku at Burger King needed to either score or to set up a power play of some kind, that Gugerton was always there to provide. Like, the Stagger Awakening combined with Egoist combined with Monumentalist meant that Gugerton had some crazy KO power by the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely. Those 3 sparks actually ended up being pretty huge, and that the pummelers actually ended up being big as the bonus move speed actually came in pretty huge. And I mean, yeah, like you said, combined with that egoist as well, definitely allowed for a lot of map mobility. A fast Asher is a very scary Asher because one of Asher's biggest weaknesses is a lack of, a lot of mobility, which is why she's so strong in those corners. You can just force it through with the abilities, but if you're moving fast as well, you can get up into those corners. You can fall back. You can strike war and such much better to keep that pressure on. But looks like we're going to be going into our next match relatively soon here. It's going to be the Cringe Crew versus Cat Means Ooh Woo coming up in just a moment whenever the teams get ready. But we are in the winner's semifinals here. So, all right, no, I'm sorry. We're streaming the winner's quarters finals. It's another winner's quarters finals match. My bad. Cringe Crew and Cat Means Ooh Woo fighting to go to winners semifinals in a different bracket here. Well, they could potentially meet Goku at Burger King later in the finals, should they manage to advance, of course. But I think. Oh yeah, never mind. My bad. Finals aren't played because it's top 3 qualified. That's right. I forget. So never mind. They won't be playing against Goku for Burger King if Goku makes it to the finals. They'll all be finishing together. Absolutely stellar. But you can check a bracket update from the losers round 3 as well. Oops. Yeah, looks like Dinner Guild has beaten Seraphim Oxblood. Chikara Yappers has beat NEA. Chikara Kittens, who we saw earlier in the stream, beat Chikara Chills in a team kill match there. And looks like, yeah, Blubbery Whale Wiener beat generic team name. So they will be moving on to the
Some of these names, man,
Yeah.
I can't.
This is how OSOS works, though. You get the wild names in this series like no other.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's absolutely stellar. Should they make it to the losers finals and qualify, I think that would be pretty funny. But we'll have yet to see. Looks like we're just waiting on a couple members of I think Cringe Crew to make it into the match. Looks like they're coming in shortly. So I suppose whenever they select their map, we'll be ready to go. But I recognize some of these names. I don't know too much about these teams, so it's going to be a bit of an interesting match in that I don't entirely know what to expect coming out of these two, other than they've both made it to winners quarters. So I suppose if it's anything like the previous teams we've seen, it should be a pretty decent one, relatively close one. I imagine we won't see a sweep. I think if we see a sweep, I think it could say something about both of these teams, or at least one of the teams, as to their chances of actually taking the whole thing this far into the bracket. But I just see where this goes. Still waiting on the map picks, so I guess we're just chatting for a bit.
We are just chatting a little bit, and I actually do see some familiar faces. Like I see Parakeet 138, I see Catloaf, I see Glue Eater, I see Shiko Mizue. Like I've seen these players before. I know what they're capable of. I know a lot of their strengths as well. Like I'm very excited to see what both of these teams can do, because I have seen how these players play individually, and I'm eager. I love watching people grow.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good thing that these players, because I kind of don't. That's why you get to be the analyst, and I just yell about what's going on. So you can provide all the important information into what we're expected to see. It looks like we are in fact going over onto Atlas Labs, back to the lab again in the classic map, and it looks like everyone is readied up. So we should be hopping in here relatively shortly.
We should be, we should be. And Atlas's lab is one of those maps where you kind of have to attack a little bit differently. You either have to really focus on getting it into that top or bottom pocket where the goalie can't clear it out or will really struggle to clear it out, or you have to attack with you as the scorer and your midfield right behind you to basically shove it through the goalie, which, depending on what picks and awakenings we have here, might be a little bit more difficult to do. But like we said before, they could be banning based on comfort picks. They could be banning based on awakenings. We will have to see just what these pick and bans will determine, or how they will determine the state of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're in the banning phase now, looks like a Dubu ban coming out from the side of the Cringe crew as Cat Means Uwu banning out that Rasmus. Shiko Mizue hovering the now. Could be a pretty good pickup as the Parakeet. Potentially a Finny pick in last as well. Looks like it will in fact be a now midfield as Zalf on the goalie. Hopefully not. Actually locked in Juliet goalie. Wait, what? And the Parakeet picks up the Finny against Kai, Estelle, Juno. Wait. Is this real? This is real?
I can't. I don't know.
It's Momentum Boot Juliet goalie with a full Among Titans start.
We don't get to know the other awakening because Among Titans was the first, so we're gonna have some speedy players who might just be a tiny bit bigger than before.
Yeah, we will definitely see how this plays out. I mean, Juliet goalie is definitely an anomaly. Manages to save that one, but burns both the cooldowns in order to do so. Glue Eater picking up a barrier in the bottom here, and now looking to push in the top. Slime's coming out from Pado means Wave. Weren't able to grab anything, but off of that bottom side push, able to grab that second barrier. It's an open goal coming out, but the Parakeet firing right back with a double play there to grab both of the barriers, as now both goals are opened up here, and Glue Eater off the rebound with the Estelle primary to find the first point.
Very, very precise Estelle primary, finding the bottom pocket where Juliet goal or Zalf could not actually reach, and that's one of the unfortunate weaknesses of Juliet goalie, is that she doesn't really have a lot of tools to get around like some of the goalies, like some of the more standard goalies would have. But if there's anybody who I think could pull out this pick, I think it might be this team.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see where this goes in later rounds. Pado looked for the jump core flip and actually got it as Zalf kicked the core back into the slime. Energy is coming up for the Cringe crew though. They're able to get one barrier here as Pado jumping up on the bottom side. Shiko Mizue though able to get it back out, trying to get back up to Parakeet, but there's just not a lot of forward pressure unfortunately from the Cringe crew. And yeah, Pado means Wave able to strike board that and score a goal. And yeah, with Finny now as the forwards and Juliet on the goalie, there's not a lot that they can do on the enemy side of the map. The most like stuffing that they have is like Finny secondary and like now sort of. But Zalf, oh no, the backwards dash punch into the own barrier. Shiko Mizue forced to use a core flip to try and get it out, but that's just gonna be Glue Eater just core flipping it right back in and grabbing the set. And I don't think this Juliet goalie pick was in fact the pick.
I don't think so either, as Juliet goalie kind of has the problem where she is neither mobile enough nor enough of a wall to really be a goalie. She's really good at shoving the core past people, but not so much blocking the core from people. But a hotshot Juno pick will mean that, Pado means Wave will be a lot more scary, but it does mean that that Juno will not be able to get 1-2 punch in the future. Chrono Boost does fall to Catloaf, meaning that their uptime on their haste will be a lot more effective, and generally just some really good awakenings from the side of sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, letting our Pado means Wave getting that MVP for the hotshot pickup was definitely pretty big there. The rapid fire can also go hard, but tough situation here for the Cringe crew, as not enough defensive presence that's going to allow them to open up this goal here and keep the offensive play going. Cat Loaf, passing it back up into the midfield. Finial's going to come out, though, from the Parakeet, looking for potentially a barrier, but sends it the wrong way. Unfortunately, it gets rearranged there by Cat Means Uwu. They will manage to get it back up and grab the top side barrier, but they still need to open up this second one, and Cat Loaf now passing it into the midfield. Glue Eater pushing up into this top corner. Big potential situation here as Glue Eater passes to the slime, goes for the shot. Zalf does manage to block that one, but now, once again, oh, no, it's Parakeet in the bottom side, able to pick up the second goal, and now both teams are opened as Shiko Mizue pushes into the top. The Finial comes out, but Cat Loaf is there to defend that. Slime coming out, though, from Pato Means Wave, looking to push it in. Zalf with the strike board, though, able to keep it held down for now, but Pato Means Wave does have a core flip and burns it right there, and perfect shot from the midfield, just right into the top of the goal to keep Cat Means Uwu in this lead.
Cat Means Uwu is really taking advantage of the fact that Juliet goalie just doesn't have enough reach. Just making their strikers, like, they have such good core control, and the fact that Cat Means Uwu doesn't really have anything to answer means that situations like this happen where they can just hit the core around the Juliet and make sure that she can't defend it.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty much set, as we've said. Like, Juliet just does not have the goalie ability. She has one big stuff on a very long cooldown, which makes her a really good forward, but not so good of a goalie to deal with the constant stuffing. I mean, you have Estelle primaries and projectiles, you have the Juno things, you have the Kai Giga Blasts. Yeah, Juliet just does not have the resources or the cooldowns to deal with stuff like that. And as you see right there, Pato Means Wave just able to pretty effortlessly grab that second barrier as Glue Eater in the top side, looking for the score. Just needs to get it around the midfielders here, passing down to Pato Means Wave, brings out the jump, and in the bottom corner, goes for the shot, hits the corner, though. It's going to take him a little bit longer here as the Parakeet able to get it back up into the top, into the Finny ult, but Cat Loaf will prevent a barrier from going down as Glue Eater, though, in the top side, burning cooldowns, all the cooldowns to keep it in the goal there. And yeah, Zalf just does not have a response to that many projectiles coming out at once, so Cat Means Uwu will take the second set.
That's another thing as well, is that because they are able to apply more pressure, it means that now the Cringe crew is always on the back foot on whether they should be in like offensive positions or defensive positions. But Estelle does end up opting for the quick strikes, Fight or Flight falling over to Pato Means Wave, and Team Player going on to the Juliet goalie, possibly maybe giving her a little bit more opportunity to pass up to her teammates and provide some plays. And the Demolitionist Finny is a little interesting. She will get a lot of her cooldowns back from destroying barriers, but I'm not so sure it's what she needs right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The Parakeet seems to be the one putting up the most offensive pressure, getting the most barriers here. So we'll see if that Demolitionist does come in handy or not. The Finial in the bottom corner will not be very productive, and an unfortunate bounce. It's just going to lead to Glue Eater just primarying it right in for a first point going over to Cat Means Uwu. But yeah, I don't see a great way that Cringe Crew comes back from this one. They'd have to be some insane miracle or some insane blunder from the side of Cat Means Uwu. I mean, the level disparity already setting in. Glue Eater and Pato Means Wave way up there, 5 and 6. Everyone else stuck around 3 to 4. Cat Loaf not even having to do a whole lot this game. There just isn't the offensive pressure from Cringe Crew. They will pick up one barrier, but finalizing that second barrier and finalizing that goal just has not been their luck tonight. But Cat Means Uwu, they weren't able to get the barrier there. Zalf was actually able to clear it out with just the strike redirects, which, I mean, it is possible, but now Glue Eater pushing up with the slimes, with the core flip, passing down to Pato Means Wave with the core flip in the bottom side. Doesn't find anything, though, as Shiko Mizue will earn a core flip, but Zalf is going to go right past him and grab that top barrier. Shiko Mizue having to burn that core flip to get it out of a tight situation. And now Parakeet with the core flip, sending in the top. Cat Loaf defends it, though. Black Hole comes back as that's the Estelle going down. The Parakeet looking for a chance, maybe some kind of power play to try and score, but Cat Loaf has energy. Cat Loaf has cooldowns to defend, burning the core flip right there, passing to Pato Means Wave. Zalf did block the shot, but with Glue Eater back up, and an open goal. This could be it, and a KO comes out just as Pato Means Wave is able to find the goal. One more point for Cat Means Uwu, and they could just take a perfect game here, a perfect 9-0 sweep.
I think either a goalie swap is needed, or in general just a change of strategy. Like, I think either Juliet needs to move forward and take up as a forward position, or in the forward position. Maybe now comes back, but I think it might even just be too little too late, because it seems like Cat Means Uwu is just too strong at this point for any new strategies or changes to really have a major impact.
Yeah, and with 1 point left to go, I don't see a great way of them coming back from this, and this makes me question the banning phase. Cat Means Uwu, they banned Rasmus, if I'm not mistaken, right? They banned Rasmus.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if Zalf is like a Rasmus goalie one trick, and since that got banned, was forced to play Juliet or something? Or if it was like a mispick of some kind?
It might be a meme pick, because the Rasmus goalie got banned out. I'm not too sure.
It could have been. I don't really know what they play, but both goals are open now. Cringe Crew could at least try and get 1 point here to stop it being a perfect game. But still, gonna have a little bit of trouble getting it around this Estelle and this Juno, especially his hot shots. And oh, the slime sent that thing flying into the top side, and Glue Eater passing down the Pato Means Wave in the bottom corner now. Black Hole will come back and deal a lot of damage, but Catloaf sends it right back up. Keeping it, sending it up, down to the slime. Zalf does have a core flip in the pocket, passing up to Parakeet. Goes for the dribble on the bumper, but the barrage from Catloaf shuts down whatever play was about to happen, and Zalf pushing up, loses the strike war, but with the core flip in the back pocket, sends it back up in the pretty secondary from the Parakeet. Catloaf cleared it right back into it. Yeah, that thing strikes 3 times. You gotta wait for it, so that will allow the Cringe Crew to get a point here.
It is called triple take, and sometimes you forget that it does hit 3 times. It's not like the old Finny secondary where it only hits once.
Yeah, but Catloaf does have a core flip up, Glue Eater has a core flip up, and Chico Mizue is kind of hurt. They're in a prime position to end this game here. Glue Eater goes down though, and they will lose a barrier, as Cringe Crew isn't going to go down without some kind of a fight. Chico Mizue able to grab a second carrier and earn Catloaf's core flip here. Has to avoid that black hole though, almost walked right into it. That would have been a KO had Chico Mizue stepped into it. But Glue Eater now in the bottom. What a save, though, from Zalf. Strike ward those projectiles to keep it safe, but doesn't matter. Glue Eater will get it anyway. Slime's coming out. Glue Eater goes for the shot, and Zalf a little bit late on that strike. That's Cat Means Uwu will take the game. Not quite a perfect game, but almost, as, yeah, unfortunately, Cringe Crew, the Juliet goalie did not work.
No, I think they definitely almost had it. It was I think they just needed a little bit more time and some more powerful awakenings. No. I definitely think that maybe what happened was either some draft issues, as in, like, maybe they just got banned out and Zalf wasn't able to pick a goalie that was most effective for him, or I'm really unsure, but it seems like there might have been some either miscommunication, or I'm not entirely sure, but it did seem... Oh.
Okay, it was in fact intentional. It was not a miscommunication. It was intentional. And yeah, actually, so looking at, I'm curious. So I just looked at the core strike, and they're a forward player. They play Juliet forward with actually a pretty high win rate. But they have 17 games on Juliet goalie. So maybe it was a team of all forwards, and they just needed someone to play goalie. But yeah, I don't think Juliet was the pick. I think don't ban the Dubu and just play the Dubu, or even just pick a Atlas or something. But yeah, I guess that was that game. That certainly was that game. The Cringe Crew, I guess, live up to their name, I suppose. But it was certainly entertaining. It was certainly something that we don't really ever see, that Juliet goalie pick, especially on Atlas Labs. I could maybe understand if it was like Demon Dice and they're like, yeah, I can find the kills, but the map like Atlas Labs seems a little bit different. But either way, respect for the pick, I guess. It did take some Definitely some courage to lock in Juliet goalie
It took
in
us
a
aback.
tournament. They will have another chance, though, in the losers bracket to try and redeem themselves and bring this one back. But I believe we're going to be taking a quick break before we hop into our next one over in the winners semifinals. So stick around, and we'll be back for that shortly.
and welcome back to OSAS Season 4. We have new casters on the desk. My name is Nubsta, and here with me is Flopdop.
Yes. Hello. I'm kind of new. I show up every once in a while. I'm not consistent though. A lot of the times I'm sleeping.
Yo, respect the sleep. Get your sleep, folks. I know OSAS. I know OSAS. I know Mecha Strikers is a fun game, and I stay up too late playing it. But get your sleep. But we are here to cast the winners' semifinals, and thus the winners' qualifiers of this bracket for this week of OSAS. And now I believe we have 3 teams qualifying, which means 2 in winners and 1 in losers. Correct?
That is how it is. That is how it is. Oh wow, that is how this indeed works. We have the two people that make it to winners final will both qualify. I don't think they play. I think they just both immediately go to qualification. And then in loser semifinal, whoever wins that will qualify as well.
Indeed, it do be how it do be. So we're actually still waiting on Imi Enjoyers versus Seraphim Crimson to finish, so that we can, or one of these 2 winners quarters finals games to finish, so that we can get a game going on. But we're looking probably at Imi Enjoyers and Seraphim Crimson ending before Frog Virgins versus Ballin' Ballers. Any comments on these teams so far from what you've seen?
Well, I've been watching, been chilling in the calls, watching it. I gotta say, the Julie goalie was pretty hype. I don't think it was intentional, but it was pretty hype. But besides that, onto the Imi Enjoyer versus Seraphim Crimson. These are both teams that are pretty frequent. Especially Seraphim Crimson, they're in almost every OSIS level tournament scene that there is. I've seen them a lot, especially up against their Chikara. I'm around the Chikara server a lot, so I hear a lot about Seraphim rivalries. And then also Imi Enjoyers have some players that I believe join. I don't know if this is a frequent team, but I have seen them before.
Yeah, I think the only player on Imi Enjoyers that I've seen is Overgrown Lemon. And that was in like a normal game one time. I honestly don't remember. But Seraphim Crimson is a bit more familiar of a team, probably for anyone that's watched OSAS the past few seasons, and I think they even made finals last season, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe 2 seasons ago. But yeah, I mean, one of the major names that tends to pop up, especially in the Seraphim side, is Master X Malachi, one of those players who's kind of been in OSAS the whole time, but has been improving significantly and making those strides to kind of help the team get even further into the bracket, now coming into this qualifier possibly.
Yeah, they've been here for a bit. There's OSIS has a lot of variance in its level. I think while Master Malachi has been here, the step between OSIS and NASA, especially now, is a pretty large one. So a lot of the teams that, or a lot of the players that just maybe don't have as much time, or don't push the ranks as much, kind of end up camping out in OSIS because that's just a really solid spot for them to be. And there's a pretty large level of skill that you can bit. We have platinum players that are in and fresh to the scene, but we also have some older diamond players. Maybe they've gotten close to challenges, but they just haven't broken through. And Master Malachi is one of those that have kind of just been around, slowly cooking. Been improving just as he goes.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta bake instead of cook, and Master X Malachi has been baking something spicy, I think, this whole time. But moving on to the other game, we have Frog Virgins versus Ballin' Ballers. Now, I think I've never heard of the team Frog Virgins, but they do have Moth Honey, and Groggy McFroggy, who are 2 characters I've seen before, especially Moth Honey. But I don't recognize any of the other 4 players on either teams. In Waifu, spelled as in the question and then FOO, Dr. Bebop, Big Anime Milkies, and Lufoxdio. I'm not exactly sure what the stress is on that one.
Unsure how that one is, but yeah, these seem, besides Moth and Grog, who are again other frequent players that have been around for a bit, It seems like we're getting a lot of like new blood. Like maybe it has something to do with how we've been pushing outside our like limits. We've been into the OS Discord, like pushing out like little OSIS like posters, I guess if you want to call them that. But we're seeing a lot of like what I think is new blood come to the scene. Like these new players that don't really have a history in the tournament side of things. But I'm always excited to see these new players, these new up and comers show up, and you know, sometimes they go a little crazy. Sometimes they're just playing for fun, and either way, it's a lot of fun to watch because these games are pretty close. There's a lot of silly stuff and like a lot of variance that you don't normally see whenever you're watching higher level play.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things that Vaughn commented on, saying that OSAS tends to have sometimes better content than some of the higher level games because the sheer amount of variance that can happen can cause like really like clutch plays to feel even more clutch, especially with players that maybe aren't used to that kind of spotlight or those high pressure scenarios. And we've already seen a number of times today some of the teams play really well, and then when it gets down to like a really tense scenario, you know, everything's on the line, maybe it's at 5.5, maybe they really need this goal to work, you know, you see the abilities come out and just go all over the place, and somebody makes that final clutch play to secure it. Really kind of drives that competitive edge for everyone and makes the game feel even that much better, especially for all these new players. Because we had 34 teams sign up for this? Something like that?
I'm looking at this bracket, it's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the biggest brackets I've ever seen for OSAS, and that's incredible. Like, we talk about how the game has been losing players, but I mean, look at this bracket right now. This is a really good sign for OSAS or for Omega Strikers in general, I would say.
Yeah, I just counted. I went through because I was curious. I did count 36, assuming that I know how numbers work, which is a crazy amount. That is an absurd amount of teams for an OSIS. You know, a lot of these teams. I went through while I was watching. I just went through and I clicked on them because I was curious, right? I've never seen some of these teams. I mean, they're the Chikara teams that are frequents, right? But like a lot of these teams are like new ones that I've never heard of, or even new Chikara teams. And a lot of these are actually like fresh players I've never seen before. A lot more than I was thinking. I was expecting to see like mostly players I've known. You know, maybe I've seen them in the queues, maybe I've seen them on OSIS, I've seen them like in some text chat on Discord or something. But no, a lot of these players are just random people that are coming in. You know, hoping to have a good time, maybe win. I don't know what their goals are, but it's great to see. Oh.
I mean, one of the best ways to have a good time is to win, and we are here to see that in this match here.
Hey, whoa, the ghost of Saya!
Whoa, the ghost of Saya. Saya's past has come to visit us.
What's the code? Oh, you invited us. Just
That's even more scary. That's even more scary.
Oh no!
Oh no! We're being haunted by the ghost of Saya, yet you can't hear it. But in any case, the game between Frog Virgins and Ballin' Ballers has ended a while ago, actually. And unfortunately for Frog Virgins, Ballin' Ballers actually took it over, or took the win. And so now we're going to get Ballin' Ballers versus Cat Means Uwu on this stream here. And I think this is Cat Means Uwu's almost third time being on stream. They've at least been on stream in the previous game, I'm pretty sure, against the Cringe Crew, which they took in a pretty close game. So
yeah. I'm not sure if they were streamed before that, but this is for sure their second game, maybe their third. So we have a little bit of history. You know, we've seen these guys, but I think on the side of Ballin' Ballers, I don't think we've seen them. I know we haven't seen them today, and if we have, I don't think we've seen them previously either, because this seems like a new team.
I've legitimately never heard of any of these players. So in Dr. Bebop, Big Anime Milkies, and Lou Fox Dio, I should ping that player and ask them how to say that name next time. But in any case, they're going to be Fox Dio for now.
I'm sure someone will know us, or someone will let us know what it is, either after the stream or
Please let me know. Actually, I hate mispronouncing people's names.
Yeah, but we are Dr. Bitbop. I like that name. Made Dr. Bitbop, Beepbop.
Bebop, maybe. I don't know.
I want to call it
Not
Beepbop.
not like the musical style, but regardless.
Yeah, unsure. This is. Let's see. Where are we at? We're in semifinals. Winners. Yes, this is a semifinals game. So these are both teams that are fighting for. Whoever wins this is guaranteed to qualify. Whoever loses this is not guaranteed to qualify, but looking pretty good. So this is a pretty important game. You know, both of these teams probably don't want to go to losers bracket. You know, while you do get a pretty high paths, right? I believe they will be put into
Losers quarters is where they go. So just before the qualification match in losers, if you lose here. So if you lose here, they have to win one more and then a second win to qualify, as opposed to just winning here.
Yep. Not terrible situation, but you definitely don't want to go there. You know, going to the losers bracket is one step closer to being eliminated, and that's not what either of these teams want, especially when you've come so far. We are on the At Lab. Yeah, we are on the At Lab with an Octavia Juno BAM. That's a bit odd. Maybe a CTL or a Chrono. The At Lab tends to favor these kill comps, and I think that's what we're going to see with the Zentaro Kazan era. Oh, just kidding.
Oh, wow.
It's Kazan era Kai. So, less so of a kill comp. Both teams kind of opting into this like sort of core control-ish. You know, Cat means Uwu will be on a little bit of a timer as the Centauro whittles them down, but I don't think they have enough. Like, I wouldn't really consider this a kill comp, unless you just really opt into just straight damage.
Yeah, I mean, and Cat means Uwu getting a very strange composition here with Era being picked, but nothing for really Era to buff. As we see, the speed comes out from the Era and the Kai, but not able to make things work there. Core down, bouncing off the middle is Glue Glue Eater Uwu. Passing it up, but unable to get it past the Kai for now. Kai down to Luxtio, Lufoxtio. Glue Eater able to keep it in the center there, but just great saves from the side of Dr. Bebop. And Lufoxtio doing a pretty good job of helping out Dr. Bebop with the shrinks and the other strikes here. First barrier is actually going to be taken against Catloaf, despite the offense that Cat Means Uwu has been able to put on here.
Yeah, so... Oh, I'm sorry.
You go.
We're looking at a rapid-fire Spark of Resilience start. The only one opting into the Spark of Resilience is the Centauro, which tends to make sense. You know, that gives him that little bit of scaling that he needs. And then on top of it, we have this rapid-fire that pretty much everybody's opted into. And all these characters are big on the rapid-fire. Kai, Estelle, Era, they all make great use out of it. I think that's why we're seeing this sort of double midfield. Era might not have a lot to buff, but she does have a lot of primaries.
Yeah, I guess you don't necessarily need something to buff, as a name off Centauro actually grabs the core flip and hits into the bottom corner, and Catloaf unable to react, making that play happen. And it coordinated and moved back a tiny bit in the Atlas hole. Goes pretty hard, I have to say.
We love a little bit of team synergy, even if it's not quite in the game. But you know, you gotta have your little dance. You know, you have to have your celebration. It's good for the team spirit, team morale.
Feeling like a team player as Lufoxtio comes down with Centauro. Catloaf having to opting to use the flip and gets it out. Almost scores there. Dr. Bebop having to use his own flip to keep that away from that goal. A good flip from Lufoxtio gets the first barrier, but still one more lock available in Atlas Lab. Not exactly the easiest thing to take when you don't have a core flip to work with. Lufoxtio and Glue Eater just going crazy in the middle here. Goalies actually battling it out with the barrages as well.
Yeah, this last barrier can be a little rough to take. I do think they have the comp for it. The Estelle Zentaro, there's a lot of stuffing potential there, even though it may not look like it. You kind of just hit stun the Goldie, and get in that corner, that little pocket down there, and you'll be good to go. But it can still be difficult, especially with an Estelle backing him up and while you're shrunk. You know, it can be rough. Ooh,
Zentaro, or somebody will have to remind me which player is playing this Zentaro, but gets the KO there onto Glue or Glue Eater Uwu. Unfortunately, not able to dodge that Zentaro primary, but despite the power play, Catloaf able to hold it out here. Great saves from Catloaf, not quite the coordinated attack that Lufoxdio and the Zentaro need to make here. And as all the abilities come out from Glue Eater Uwu, unfortunately not able to get the offense going on their side as well. And Glue Eater, like you said, is just being pressured down slowly over time and just has to keep evading, has to keep making sure that they don't die to this damage that Zentaro can output.
Yeah, forced to burn the flip, but well, happens. Yeah, this era Zentaro, they're not really like a true kill comp that's going to murder you, but they will wheel you down over round. That's unfortunate, you know. Just you can't help to do much. You can't help to do much about that. But yeah, this especially it happens a lot with Zentaro, but especially with these midfielders that kind of just like accidentally hit you. I like to call them like chip damage, where they kind of just do damage passively while they're trying to play core control. It kind of just sets up the Zentaro to like do whatever he wants, and then occasionally he is confirmed. But otherwise, you don't really got to do too much as the Zentaro.
Yeah, and Zentaro doesn't really have a lot of kind of opposition right now. Estelle and Era not the greatest at dealing with somebody right on top of them. But Glue Eater Uwu and Pato making a great push here, keeping it in there, have the triple goalie having to come out for the side of Ballin' Ballers, and still it is on the side, but Dr. Bebop wins the strike war, and Glue Eater Uwu has to just escape with their lives.
Yeah, it can be rough when you're staggered and that Zentaro decides that he doesn't care about the core anymore. Oh, it can be awful. It can be horrifying. Gotta pray that they don't catch up.
And Dr. Bebop finally losing the barrier, eventually just losing the war of attrition, but a great redirect gets the double barrier, and just a flip into instant strike catches Pato Means Wave off guard, and that is the set. 3-0 for Ballin' Ballers here.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. The strike just came out a little bit late, like less than a second. That is all it takes, though, to lose the set. We will be seeing this team player. Very strong awakening. Oh, he's actually opting into prime time. The guy has picked up prime time. That is not a bad pickup. I was expecting team player, but I get it. I like the extra ability too. And then everything else, right? We got to deny the super surge from Zentaro, but honestly, he gets heavy impact, so I don't know if it's even worth. Bit rough. Well,
yeah, I mean, this feels like one of those drafts where everyone's getting something good except the last pick. The Pato Means Wave actually opting for the peak performance instead of maybe Sparks, but trying to avoid this damage from Zentaro seems like you said, the key that they need to try and win this going forward.
Yeah, peak performance is one of those awakenings that a lot of people tend to think, especially at the lower levels, tend to think is really weak, because it just doesn't do too much, and it's not flashy like some of the other ones, but the 10% movement speed that you're going to get on top of the stagger, especially into a team like this, that's not really going to kill you over time, right? They're just going to like chip you down, or they're not going to kill you in a burst, sorry. That extra staggering would be just enough what you need to survive. You know, sure, you're dealing with a little bit more damage from the heavy impact, but you've got that stagger to make up for it.
Yeah, and the stagger actually coming in clutch here for Pato, being staggered later than normal. But a good offense here from the side of Lufox Steel, gets stuffed by a Catloaf with the primary, but Catloaf is now not long for this world with the Zentaro ultimate coming out. And just unable to save it is Glue Eater Uwu and the ace. Oh, wow. Just everything fell apart there for Cat Means Uwu as Ballin' Ballers take the ace, take the goal, don't even have to use the flip. 2 flips in the pocket, 1-0 in the set.
The bloodbath. Unfortunately, right, when you have this Kai with rapid fire prime time, a lot of the time you just take barrage damage while he's trying to clear it out. A bit more of that add on to that chip, but he can also just straight up opt into throwing barrages at you for fun. While there is a bit of a damage reduction, you have rapid fire, so it doesn't matter. You know, like that damage reduction doesn't really matter. You're just gonna die over time. And then, you know, you have heavy impact on Zentaro. That is widely considered Zentaro Bis. Honestly, I think I consider it better than Super Surge. Zentaro mains can call me delusional, but that's my hot take.
hot and spicy takes from Flopkop here, as both barriers being down for Ballin' Ballers, and a nice setup here for Lufoxio to take this goal. Unfortunately, the primary doesn't make it, but the flip comes out from a big Anime Milkies to get this to get that KO, and just a beautiful pass from Big Anime Milkies to Lufoxio, and they go up 2-0 in the set. They are looking very strong and nearly unstoppable.
Yeah, very, very strong. The Era NATO clearing a path, right? You force Catloaf out of that area, you know, sets up that pass to split the seas, as you will, you know. It just becomes rough, you know. You're forced out of the way.
But great team play from Ballin' Ballers. Some life coming out of this team, and they get both barriers. Dr. Bebop actually barely saves with the primary, and now making this defense happening. Catloaf, Ballin' Ballers looking in prime position to try and make a play and either force out the flip or get the goal from Dr. Bebop. Pato Means Way winning the strike board. Glue Eater Uwu almost gets the primary to force some sort of reaction. Unfortunately, whiffs the flip. And now with the core on their side and not a lot of resources, this is going to be a tough defense for Ballin' Ballers.
Yeah, Dr. Bebop just seems really solid on his defense. While he may like make a couple like a bad clear here and there, he's really good at like realizing he's messed up, and then he's like follows it up with barrage, right? Like, cheeky little shot there. I really wasn't expecting that to go in. But he seems to be really good at like realizing when he's messed up and that he has to like fix it, which is something that'll take you pretty far, right? Like, because recognizing that you're like making the mistake is like, you know, step one of like improvement, and you know he seems to be doing it pretty well. We will be seeing in this draft quite a lot of good stuff here, right? You have the Egoist, you have the Hotshot. Deadeye is even an option. If Ballin' Ballers wants to go a bit more damage, they don't seem to want to, but Zentaro does pick up the Spark of Strength. And then on top of that, we have the Egoist on Lufoxio.
Yeah, I mean, how does Ballin' Ballers be mad with that draft? You have the Kazan at home Kai build right now with Primetime and Twin Drive. You have the Egoist on your Era, and Zentaro just said, you know what, I'll just take a Spark. Now I'm healthy, you can't really kill me if I decide to kill you. And I just get to scale with power as well. But both barriers being down for Cat Means Uwu, no, Ballin' Ballers, my apologies. Means that they have a chance to try and take a point here in the set and give them some life in this, what looks like to be almost bleeding out series.
Yeah, it can be really rough. Especially into the Zentaro. Zentaro scales super hard. So does Era. But I feel like... Oh, dear. Oh, no!
Oh, no. A series of unfortunate events just happened.
Oh, Glue Eater Uwu caught the corner of Dr. Bebop's like foot. Got him in the toe, and it stuns just enough. But as I was going on, as I was yapping about, the Zentaro and the Era scale really, really hard. And so the later these sets goes, even if that means Uwu takes this set, it could still be really rough depending on how the draft looks. And they're in a really good spot, right, with double Spark, Egoist, to have some like serious win cons pull up, right? A third, fourth Spark, you know.
Oh, what a save!
All that could be really dangerous for the side of Cat Means Uwu, even if they win this set.
Big Anime Milkies gets the KO, and now it's another power play for the side of Ballin' Ballers. They're just looking incredibly strong with this Zentaro, able to get what he wants up to the NATO, and Lufoxio just strikes it after the primary from Catloaf, having to avoid the NATO and just unfortunately clearing it right into the hands of Lufoxio. And now 1-1 in the set. It is set point, or not set point, but it is the last set for the team of Ballin' Ballers. If they can take the set, they qualify for the finale.
Yes, they will be qualified. And Giga
Goat.
It's a massacre out here. Oh dear, this NATO putting in a decent chunk of damage on Catloaf.
And just unfortunately, Cat Means Uwu just looking very unhealthy right now. Pato Means Wave low. Catloaf was low, but able to heal up. But Paddle Means Wave, just Lufoxio smartly tanks the middle for the KO. And now another power play. Lufoxio up. The Barrage actually stuffs the play, and Glue Eater gets the KO. And with no Zentaro abilities, this is looking good for the side of Cat Means Uwu. Getting the barrier, Paddle Means Wave wins of the eventual interaction, keeps it up, but is cleared down. Catloaf trying to get the Giga, but Dr. Bebop with these primary reactions is just incredibly strong. Catloaf gets it off the NATO and almost gets Zentaro secondary, but able to clear it out, and Glue Eater Uwu gets the angle off the bottom into the primary, and just kind of mixes up Dr. Bebop there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you just get your ankles broken. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. It happens to the best of us. I would like to say that, like, something going towards this Ball and Ballers comp, right? Oh god.
Oh, double barrier from Paddle Means Wave.
Something going for it is if they can land a good era NATO and just do like a decent amount of damage, like a quarter, a third maybe of somebody's HP bar, it sets up Zentaro almost perfectly. Oh, dear.
Oh, but a great secondary from Glue Eater Uwu just mixes up Dr. Bebop again, and unfortunately caught slipping with the energy burst, unable to save that goal. And Cat Means Uwu actually takes the set in this draft, and now has the option to try and take things over with the Stagger Swagger available here.
Yeah, you can pick up the Stagger Swagger on this Estelle, you know, give you a little bit of survivability. Could have also opted into aerials. Either would have been fine. I think the big thing here is that this Kai needs to take quick strikes. Ball and Ballers, yeah, needs to take quick strikes, because if the era gets it, it could be rough. I know you want to save it for Lufoxio, so that, you know, they can proc their Egoist more easily, but it's just not going to get to him, right? It's just, you can't let that, take that risk. And instead, you know, they'll be taking it for themselves, which could be really big for the defense. Quick strikes is a little strong.
Very strong, and Lufoxio would have had the Egoist Quick Strikes combination, which probably would have been nearly game-ending for Cat Means Uwu. And Big Anime Milky's actually, I think, passed up the nice edge in exchange for specialized training. A little strange, I think, but it's not my place to comment. As we get a great passing play down here from Lufoxio down to Big Anime Milky's, gets the first barrier, but Catloaf makes a great clear and saves the second one. Passes everywhere right now, down to Paddle Means Wave, but Paddle Means Wave not quite making the strike war work, and ends up getting it there, bounces it off the center. Great play, but Dr. Bebop sees it coming, and the strike war is won from Big Anime Milky's. Open goal now, Flip having to come out from Glue Eater before they are potentially KO'd, and able to get it forward. But the Barrage and the Zentaro strike keep it out, and now with Glue Eater on the ropes, Stagger Swagger activating, but will it be enough to stay alive?
It probably will. I can't see. Stagger Swagger is really good at killing, and if they burn their cooldowns to stagger you, they don't have it to confirm you. Oh.
Oh, wow. That was almost unfortunate. Big Anime Milky's actually missed the flip, but it missed the strike. And then Lufoxio just wins the strike war against Pado despite being smaller. Significantly smaller, as that was Pado's beam. And just scores what could have been a point for Cat Means Uwu, turns into a point for Ball and Ballers.
Yeah, we may be seeing them take it here, you know? Size is a crutch, as they say. I don't think anybody says that, but, you know, I can make up sayings on the spot.
I think the gentleman that is the best at making up things on the spot is the GOAT Yoshi himself. That guy is the one-liners of all time, and he just on the fly, like it's second nature for the man. But Paddle Means Wave having a bit of trouble. Unfortunately, it looks like attention has been drawn towards this era that doesn't have Stagger Swagger. But great saves from Catloaf. That looked like a pretty dire scenario, and able to make it safe here. And now Paddle Means Wave just doing their best to stay alive in this corner. Unfortunately taken out by the Arenado. Flip going to be used here to take this barrier, and yes, it is taken. And with this power play, they are looking with another flip to take the barrier, but wow, Glue Eater Uwu just gets the... unfortunately beats the strike, or beats the core flip, but loses the strike ward to Lufoxio again. Lufoxdio just putting on a clinic in these strike wars right now.
Yeah, Lufoxio is seeming like they really understand, or at least have a adequate amount of knowledge on how to take these strike wars, because they just win them. They're different. I don't know. Better. But yeah, like they just seem to win a lot of strike wars that like even you would think like, yeah, this shouldn't be something you win. I say that and then that happens, but you know, they're on cooldown, you know? You can't always be God.
If you want to win Omega Strikers, just win your Strike Wars, as Glue Eater Uwu actually just catches Dr. Bebop off guard yet again for another goal. And Glue Eater Uwu actually set up a very good point earlier with that kind of patient strike in the top, forcing all three of them to come back, and gets the first barrier here, and almost gets the second off the back of the Giga from Catloaf. Pato down, sets up for the barrier, gets it around the primary from Dr. Bebop. And being forced to clear top is Ballin' Ballers, but they're having trouble getting it out. But here comes the Strike Warrior. Lufoxdio gets the first barrier down to Big Anime Milky's, but unfortunately doesn't quite make it work. Eject button saves the day for Dr. Bebop. And nearly every ability has been used at this point. It's almost Omega Strikers, the actual Strikers at this point. But with the abilities coming back up, we'll see if this offense can press forward. Unfortunately, the Crystal Thorns misses, and now it's just the Era Strike War battle, which Lufoxdio wins again, but then Pato wins. This is just a back and forth neutral game, it feels like.
Yeah, this is kind of what happens. Oh god. KO coming from Big Anime Milky's. Evening, well, not evening, but giving them a bit of an advantage here. Oh dear.
Oh man, double power play from Big Enemy Milky's with this Intaro that still has core flip. 3 core flips basically on the side. Yeah, that was just an inevitability, it felt like. And unfortunately for Cat means Uwu, that was the set point. And Ballin' Ballers qualify for the OSAS finale. Just very well played, I think.
Yeah, they qualify pretty convincingly too. You know, they're going to the finals on the winner's side. That means they qualify guaranteed. I don't know if they play in there or not. You know, maybe somebody can let me know.
But they do not.
They do not? They're just automatically qualified? Alright. I figured maybe they had like some seeding thing that might happen, but they just qualify. That's alright. But yeah, Cat means Uwu will be going down to the loser's bracket. They can still make a comeback. They can still qualify. And if nothing else, there's always more weeks to come back to. 2 more, I believe. But yeah, this was a really just convincing game. I don't think we can see it yet. It's not up on stream, but so that's kind of just tell a story, right? Glue Eater Uwu on for Cat means Uwu. Wow, a lot of Uwu happening. Has 4 goals. You might think, man, like, it doesn't seem that bad, but then you realize that like Ballin' Ballers, right? Both forwards having 5 goals. It just seemed like the team play was a bit more there. A bit more like ready, a bit more the passes were there, a lot of passes to the Arenados. And a lot of vertical plays happening for the passes. It just seemed like they were a bit more cohesive as a unit.
Yeah, I mean, they had the great passing plays. Lufoxdio was just able to win a lot of really critical strike wars to keep either the ball in play or put the ball in the net. And unfortunately, not having the ability to brawl back, Big Anime Milky's was just able to deal a ton of damage, and weirdly not that far ahead of the rest of the lobby, but it doesn't matter when the KO difference shows a huge disparity. 11 KOs coming out for the side of Ballin' Ballers versus the 2 from Cat Means Uwu. And though Glue Eater was able to get those 4 goals, like you said, it was just very convincing. A double 5 spread for both forwards on Ballin' Ballers made this very convincing win, and I think they have a pretty good shot to go pretty far in the finale, which we will see, I believe, in 4 weeks, maybe 3.
I'm unsure of times. I barely know when I'm needed to cast, but yeah, it will be a pit, you know, doing some dive. But yeah, I do believe that. Oh god, what team was this again?
Ballin' Ballers on top, and
yeah,
Cat Means Uwu on bottom.
Ballin' Ballers. Yeah, they seem like they have like potential to go pretty far, especially with that level of team play. You know, OSIS tends to have a bit less team play that happens. Okay.
We're just getting into
Inside
the
of a
next
bit.
game.
Yeah, I was a little scared. I was like, did I get pulled into the game? Oh dear.
Just queue for comp on accident. Oops.
But yeah, Oasis tends to have a bit more of like a less team play sort of thing, and a lot more focus on like mechanical skill at least, because it kind of carries you. But enough about last game. We go into the next game. Seraphim Crimson versus Goku at Burger King.
I mean, I'm gonna show my caster bias here. Goku at Burger King is probably the best team name I've ever seen in Omega Strikers history. That is like the goated name ever, and Latin America is just screaming at the top of their lungs right now for this team, as we see Juno and Luna bands come out here. I don't know the history of these characters that these players play, so I'm imagining a lot of OSAS bands tend to be targeted, right? Especially against what tends to be IME 1 tricks. But the IME player Cragley gets the IME here, and yes, it is actually picked up. And we see an Estelle goalie actually come out from Yugo with Master X Malachi, I think, in the midfield with the Mako. I'm not exactly sure. That's a very strange team we're looking at.
Might be a brawler Mako, like a scorer Mako, because I don't think you really put her midfield.
I wonder what the awakenings are. We have 1-2 punch and resilience spark.
Oh dear. Okay. The Asher has opted into pummelers. We may see a bit of a killer Asher. That 1-2 punch pummeler is going to do work. Oh dear, Cragley.
Oh, Cragley gets the great ghost pop there. He gets the first barrier here, and Yugo, unfortunately, with an odd blink, unfortunately gets their own barrier there. But Asher looking worse for wear. Cragley gets the stun off the goal gates and into the second barrier. Just Cragley has been really making plays this entire OSAS and making it work again. Gugerton almost gets the goal there, but the eject button saves it. Lexar with the clear, unfortunately, right into their own barrier, but the Pummeler's diff comes in, and Gugerton gets the KO, and now this Asher with all the speed, if they can get the core forward, I think Asher has a good chance to score against this Estelle. Getting in there, oh wow, doesn't quite get the primary for the goal there, and Yugo keeping the core away from this Asher, but the core flip from Gugerton, earning the core flip from the barriers and the KO, and is able to put it in for the first goal.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing this Asher Amy is, whether or not, it's pretty frequent comp. It's not played so much anymore. It's fallen out of favor for some of those stronger comps, but it is still very consistent, very good. Where this Asher Amy kind of just get in your face and overwhelm you with like turret, the turret, the airship, like, oh god, everything's happening all at once.
Oh man.
And that's kind of the name of the game for this, is that they hit two, and then they overwhelm you in the net. It's just too much to deal with. I can't really say anything for Seraphim Crimson's comp. I've never seen this.
Yeah, I've never seen it either, but I think this is one of the better ways to get around Asher, right? Because Asher, if she has control of the core, she's probably going to score, especially on an Estelle goalie. So the Estelle and the Drakkar can try and keep it away from her, even while she has possession. But as we see, no barriers for Goku at Burger King now. As we saw them in their last game, they kind of powered up and ended up winning their game. The log coming out, but Master X Malachi hits it right into the top corner, and Lexar's not ready for the Lockbruner straight shot to come out and make an appearance here in OSAS.
Yeah, maybe this is Mako forward, the best brawler in the game? I don't know, maybe. You know? It could be.
She does do a lot of damage.
Hey, she does. That character does an unholy amount of damage for fun. Oh my.
Oh, wow. That was almost a play of all time. Master X Malachi gets the double barrier, gets the flip in front of the net, but Lexar makes the great save. And Yugo actually opting to use the flip here. And with no flips on the side of Seraphim Crimson, they're going to be a little hard-pressed to find this goal against this Dubu, despite the open net existing. Asher, Gugerton trying to get the KO there, but a great strike war from Tafonk ends up winning that strike war and keeps the play out of the net. And the strike shotgun, yeah, Lexar having no abilities gets unfortunately caught by the strike shotgun combo, nearly unclearable there, possibly, depending on what's going on. And 2-1 in the set for Seraphim Crimson here.
Yeah, it's a tale as old as time. Drakkar getting a pass and then throwing it at you and forcing you to just wait. Are you patient enough? Are you willing to take the risk of it going in? That's been happening since beta. We love Drakkar.
Oh, Drakkar, my Drakkar. Gugerton actually opting to hit it right at Yugo there. Unfortunately, kind of loses possession, but Gugerton pushed into perfect prime position to make that play happen, and kind of playing with fire here, sitting in the middle of the thing. Oh wow, Master X Malachi just putting on an absolute clinic against Lexar there, just patiently waiting everything out, using the Mako ultimate and the flip right in front of the net. Secures them in the set, secures the MVP, and we get to see what's in this first draft.
Extra special, Chrono Boost, Stagger Swagger, there's quite a bit here. It looks like Malachi's going to be opting into this extra special. I'm a little surprised, but it does kind of make sense. The special is the strong suit of Mako forward. You know, in the box, you might prefer Chrono Boost for the speed, but you don't get a lot of time on that whenever you're playing Mako forward, right? So maybe the special is the play, right? And you just like lock the goalie in a cage every 20 seconds. You know, that could be the play.
It very well could be the play, as Cragley is going for what looks to be more of an Asher build than the Asher. Just stacking the HP, the stagger on a character that doesn't necessarily take advantage of those as well. But Aimi can do plenty of things when she doesn't have to worry about dying. And as you were saying, the Happy Star on the Mako, it's arguably her best scoring ability. But with that long cooldown, it's going to be tough, right?
Yeah, oh dear. Oh, God.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the extra special kind of makes up for the lack of scoring potential that she has. She's really good at just like kind of winning through striking them out, right? A bunch of overlapping hitboxes, primary, secondary, ult. But otherwise, she doesn't really do too much. She does a bit of damage. So having that extra special will probably help.
What a strike from Cragley, though. Holy crap. Blinking in, surprising everyone, and hitting into the bottom corner. Sorry to interrupt, but that was just really good.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, this Mako, the extra special, should do a lot for the scoring potential, because assuming you get to overtime, you're getting 3 ults, pretty much. Oh, God.
Oh, wow.
You go, blinking a bit far.
Just an unfortunate series of events there from Master X Malachi, using the ult and the flip to not get any barrier but your own. Able to take another barrier later, as we see those overlapping hits coming out from Master X Malachi to deny that flip, but still able to make the clear. Unfortunately, Master X Malachi actually gets the Strike War win, but there's the Pummeler's Asher. And now with his speed and the airship sending its regards, but Tafonk actually gets it out with the team up from Yugo. And the evade coming out, almost making it work. But Cragley just waits for Yugo's evade to run out and just hits it right past at the last second. Now 2-0 in the set is Goku at Burger King, trying to power up here. You know, Goku not exactly known to be one of those guys who wins instantly in the first round. And but with the 2-0 set here, they have a chance to try and get some good awakenings on their side. As with the Drakkar down, it's going to be tough for Master X Malachi and Yugo to get this ball upfield. The Dubu comes out, great wall, but Yugo finds the clear and wins the Strike War against them and gets the KO with the Rose Warp. Cragley has core control, loses core control, and now it's up to Master X Malachi and Tafonk to take advantage of this power play. Almost gets it there with the Strike War, but unfortunately not able to make it past. Lexar, great clear to Cragley. Cragley dribbling up and down the field, makes a play off the airship, but Yugo sees it coming and gets it to Tafonk, who strikes it away. Play on the side of Goku at Burger King now. Master X Malachi opting not to use the flip there. Doesn't get punished for it exactly, as Tafonk, wow, what a combo. Utilizing the Castellast to get that KO off the center, and using the primary and the center to finally secure that. Pass to Master X Malachi with the flip into the bottom corner, gets them back into the set, and gets them towards a potential another set win.
Yeah, we looking like a sign of life from this set. You know, it was looking a bit one-sided. Goku at Burger King was going a little crazy, but Seraphim Crimson decided that they still do have a bit of life in them, that they still want to take this set, and that is good. You know. Sometimes it can be like, man, oh, this set's lost, but no, you play every round like you're winning, and then you do win.
And sometimes you just win. Just win, Forehead. Oh, unfortunate blink from Yugo. Blinks a little too far, secures their own goal, and the goal gate just barely slipping by. And now a set for the Goku at Burger King, looking to increase their power level here with this draft picks. The Asher actually getting the first pick here, and a ton of great Asher Awakenings available for her.
Oh yeah, Asher being able to opt into this built different or the fight or flight, you know. Demo, probably demo. Spark of strength. Just
What
kidding.
in the world?
I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Oh
I'm just
no,
yapping
that
for fun.
denies. I guess they're denying Yugo, but that denies their own Aimi. Although Aimi gets demo, very very good awakening for her. I would have maybe preferred heavy impact, but I'm not the Aimi player in this game. And
Yeah.
Fighter Flight on Master X Malachi means this Mako is going to be not only fast, or not only just kind of in your face and brawly, but also fast.
Yeah, Fighter Flight is
wow.
really strong right now, especially on slick kicks. When you hit the core, you were talking about a 47.5% move speed buff every time you strike the core. It's absurd. That awakening is not okay. So Mr. Malachi going to be able to do a lot of stuff, a lot of dribbles, a lot of outplays with it. And on top of it, Yugo also picking up the peak performance, which again, a lot of players like to think is really weak or underpowered compared to other ones, but it is still 10% move speed and some stagger. So like when you have these very fast characters, right? You know, including the Drakkar, who's just naturally fast, it can be like you're just going to be outmoved all the time, right? You're never going to be able to keep up. And even if you do, it's likely they just come in and steal the core from you anyways, you know?
Yeah, tough to take advantage of Mako's weaknesses when she's now this fast every time she strikes the core. But the flip comes out, and Gugerton actually opts to use their flip for the, or maybe not a flip for the KO, because that is a lot of energy on the Asher. I guess I just wasn't paying attention. But with this power play, no Mako available means a lot less scoring potential. Cragley opting not to use flip this time. I think good patience on Cragley there to not use flip against a flip. Tends to be a kind of like the OSAS special, unfortunately, sometimes. Great glitch pop, almost gets it in. Cragley opting to use the flip, but Master X Malachi is there, able to strike it away, and now play on the side of Goku. Oh wow, Yugo. Just a little too far on the blink again, and Cragley's able just to strike it right by. Not quite in range of the Rose Warp projectile to hit it back into the eject button. And 1-1 in the set.
Yeah, unfortunately it happens. You have that chrono boost, that extra range. Oh god, that little bit of extra range, you're not really comfortable controlling it. Come back to haunt you, honestly. Like sometimes, if I'm having an off day, right, I just can't, like, I'm not feeling it. I'll just opt out of like the range because I'm not capable of wielding it. I am not worthy.
Not worthy of this power, as Gugerton gets KO'd, but Tefunk and Master X Malachi unable to find a play in that power play. Gets the barrier, gets a great setup for the double, but Lex are able to clear it away. Clears it into the center. Log clears it past Master X Malachi. The roll comes out, actually. Dubu now has no real way to stop that core flip, as Master X Malachi gets the barrier. And they still have a side of the barrier on Seraphim Crimson. Self-pass up with that speed from Fighter Flight and just able to strike it right past Lexer. Not a chance that Dubu can make it there.
I mean, what do you do? Master Malachi, he gets the ball, you know, slicker kicks? Slick kicks. And Fighter Flight combined. You're just so fast. There's so much outplay potential.
And interestingly enough, Tefunk actually opted into a caster last in the first draft. And has really been using. Oh wow, a great glitch prop from Cragley, gets the double barrier and just wins the strike war against Yugo's strike right back into the cyber swipe from Cragley, who now has this Demolitionist awakening and is just a big Aimi with a big dash and can really threaten this Estelle.
Yeah. Oh dear. Okay, I thought we were gonna see another.
Oh, another KO almost coming out.
But yeah, this Drakkar, cast to last. It's not too useful for your secondary, all things considered. But your ults, you throw it down, and suddenly you just have a really long-lasting slow on sometimes up to the entire enemy team, right?
Ooh, strike war win from Max X Malachi. Cragley not using the flip, unfortunately, and losing the set here is big pretty huge for Seraphim Crimson now, as Mako gets yet another pick of the litter.
Yeah, Master Malachi looking a little dominant on this Mako forward. You know, we thought it was a joke, but it is clearly not. Got something to it. We'll be taking the rapid fire. I'm a little surprised. You know, I guess it makes sense. I want to say like go aerials, right? Because I'm brain rotted to high elo Mako goalie, and it's like, man, you just opt into any like boost awakening for your secondary and you just win, right? But as a forward, you don't really use your boost, right? So you don't need it. You can opt into these like rapid fire and build for your primary to get a lot of that. And then, you know, besides that, right, we have missile prop on the Estelle, very strong, lets you get some like cheeky little shots that otherwise wouldn't have happened. Team player for Jakar, just to feed into this Mako a little bit more.
Yeah, but Gugerton gets the KO, and now this Asher gets to take advantage of her pummeler speed as opposed to Master X Malachi. Oh, great strike from Cragley to try and beat Yugo's dash up from the top. Yugo ends up getting the clear, but then Gugerton catches it and strikes it right by Tefunk and Yugo. Great play from the side of Goku at Burger King there.
Yeah, it's Asher primary. You know, unfortunately, one wrong clear, right, where you try to clear into the Asher primary will just doom you. Because, you know, you're not beating Asher primary. I'm sorry, you're just not going to do it, guys. I know it's tempting to try. It's not possible.
Both barriers down now for Goku at Burger King, looking a little desperate to try and save another point, but Gugerton and Cragley able to get the first barrier, and the turret comes out, but unfortunately unable to make that work, and the missed cyber swipe means the play is just dead at this point. But a great pass, Cragley with the strike war against the Rose Warp, and a KO from Gugerton, gets the barrier, still has Flip to work with. Glitch Pop comes out, finds nothing, just clearing right back into Cragley over and over. A strange turret comes out from Cragley. I think just a little bit of nerve showing there. The pass up, Cragley flipping a little too quickly. Oh, and then the great self-pass. Master X Malachi not quite reacting quick enough to that glitch pop. Self-pass, and then right past Yugo, who just was not expecting it.
Yeah, the strength of Amy, right? While the glitch pop may not be the greatest for just straight up stuffing, you do have that capability of hitting those like self-pass angles or adjusting it to where you kind of need it. A lot like Giga. Oh god. Dude.
Oh wow, the airship sends its regards, and another KO comes out. Gugerton with the Tofu Fortress behind him, unfortunately not able to make that work. And now both forwards at the same side means this core is just going to get right out. Core flip comes out, but Tefunk respawns, comes back, almost gets the barrier. Log saves it and gets the goal! Lexar with the play. Yugo just not expecting that interaction to work.
That's the 1-2 punch monumentalist hotshot difference. Okay, this guy's got the hardest hitting log ever. Oh my god.
Dubu decided to take a trip to California, go up to the northern redwoods, and just cut down a redwood illegally and roll that log into the net of Seraphim Crimson. And now Goku at Burger King is powering up. This is to go even further beyond, as we have a double spark Aimi with an Asher who finally gets size with all this speed and power she has. But twin drive for the Estelle goalie means it's going to be a lot harder to score on Yugo if Yugo can clean up these distance on the hits, and quick strikes for Master X Malachi could spell doom for Goku. We will see as this point gets underway.
Yeah, I think it'll be all about how Cragley makes use of this sort of health/spark build he has with the reverb and the double spark, right? He's got 33 ability haste, 600 move speed. So if he can like keep the pressure up, I think they're okay, right? Master Malachi probably suffers on defense. I can't see Mako being like that great if she has to like clear or like take the core across the entire field. That's really not her job. She's not very good at doing it, I imagine. But she can hold it down. But you know, you gotta do more than hold it down.
Yeah, and we're seeing an interesting adjustment come out from Goku at Burger King. Whenever Gugerton gets damaged down, Cragley just moves up and becomes the Aimi forward, the NXCD cosplay in a way, with NXCD doing that recently in Nestle. And the hotshot log almost gets another one. Yugo panic strikes back into Gugerton, and Gugerton is there, catches it, hits it down below, and he still has nothing left to deal with that. 1-0 in the set, and Goku powering up yet again, potentially coming back and winning it from the brink.
Yeah, it's brutal. This when these goalies get hot shot, especially like Dubu, right? Someone you don't usually expect to see red core from. But if you're not like right on top of it and ensuring that he never gets it past you, it can be doomed because like this hot shot, Manu, like all this stuff just makes him hit the core at red speeds. And while you do have the Estelle, right? Sometimes it's just too hard to react to.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the square clears come out. Lexar clears up and over to Cragley. Yugo clears down and over to Tefunk. The KO comes out on to Gugerton, and Tefunk looking worse for wear as well. But Cragley opting to back up and get the defense in. Master X Malachi and Tefunk showing great usage of passing. Cragley forced to come back and make that play, but unfortunately not able to make it. And then Gugerton gets the KO, and now this Asher has speed. With the Imi turret support, they're able to get it there. Yugo trying to blink forward, make a play, make something happen despite the power play. The Atlas Lab Center just making everything kind of fall flat for both teams. And great stuff from Master X Malachi. Gets the core flip, but wow, what a save from Lexar. Stuffs the core flip. Cragley moves up, almost gets in there, has a core flip against an Estelle with no abilities, and it's 2-0 in the set for Goku. This is to go even further beyond.
A brutal situation to find yourself in as an Estelle, right? You have to guess. Does he take it the bottom shot? Does he take the top shot? Does he pass? There's too many options that you just need help to clear with. Unfortunately, Malachi and Fong just were not in a spot where they could help, right? If they can cut a pass, maybe you can take the 50-50 and gamble it, but it's not a 50-50. It's like a 30-70, and you're probably not winning that one.
And Cragley is just feeling himself right now. I mean, look at the way this Imi is moving. Being able to use these abilities well, taking advantage of the speed the Spark is giving him, really putting on a clinic here as Gugerkin goes down, but Seraphim Crimson's been having trouble taking advantage of these power plays. Turret comes out, and the Mako ult comes out, but not able to find anything. And now with the clear, it's a 1v1, but Yugo finds the clear against Cragley, not having the abilities to deal with that. Good patience from Gugerton, keeps the play away from their net, gets it around to Funk, and is able to keep the play forward. Cragley blinks forward, grabs the core, Yugo panic flips, and unfortunately not able to make it. Lexar almost makes the god save. Oh my god, the glitch pop almost gets it in. This is an intense battle of attrition, but Tefunk just sneaks it past Lexar, not expecting the log to disappear at that moment. And life is breathed into Seraphim Crimson's lungs at this point, basically.
Yeah, both these teams, right? You probably want to win this. Obviously, right? Everybody wants to win this. Everybody wants to win, but this win is pretty important, right? This is the win that decides whether you just qualify or whether you go to losers. And if you go to losers, there's the potential of going out, right? Just because you made it this far doesn't mean anything. There are a lot of teams that are, maybe they just have an unfortunate seed. Some teams just start off rough. Like, there's a lot. Like, losers is not a safe place to be ever. Like, even if you think you're like the dominant team and you're pretty strong, there's still potential to lose at losers.
Oh, what a turnaround from Gugerton. Staggered up in the side, but ends up getting the KO onto Master X Malachi. And now our power play against an Imi and an Asher, not the greatest place you want to be in, but Tefunk and Yugo find the clear. Find that defensive teamwork they've been showing this whole time. Turret comes out, but gets cleared around.
Oh,
Master X Malachi down once again. And now it's just Cragley versus Yugo. Yugo using the primary, gets it out, and now going on the offensive. Wow, Yugo just in their face saying, you know what, we don't care. And with Master X Malachi back, we're basically back in the neutral.
We were talking about Cragley running a clinic, but geez, like, Gugerton is just putting people in the hospital right now with this Asher, looking like a Juliet. Oh, and he's dead.
Gets Julieted, but a great stuff from Lexar. Holy crap. Oh my god, these clears from Lexar are insane. Just infinite log jutsu with hot shot prime time. I mean, Lexar is just logging, deforesting everything right now to make this work, and Cragley zones out Yugo, not expecting the goal get to open up, and makes the play. Goku at Burger King has just been making incredible comebacks this entire time, and this comeback sends them to the finale.
Yeah, Seraphim Crimson, while they may be a bit more of a older team, a bit more veterans, if you will, Goku at Burger King, showing that they won it. You know, like they might be new, not around too much, but they are not to be slept on. And you know, that's 2 comebacks now. Mental is like half the battle. Honestly, if you can be down 0-2, or if you can be down like a bad draft and you can just be like, okay, it's fine, right? We're gonna win this game, right? That will do you wonders, right? Like the mental boom aspect of things, side of things is massive, and these guys seem to be really comfortable when they're down a set or down 2, or you know.
Yeah, I mean,
many it is.
we joke about O2 comfort zone, but man, Goku at Burger King really channeling exactly kind of the mantra of Goku, who says, you know what, I'm going to let you power up. I want you to be at your strongest when I beat you anyway. And here they are coming back incredibly well twice on stream against some strong teams. I mean, they just went absolutely nuts. I mean, Cragley's score of 7 goals as the midfield IME is bonkers. Cragley just went absolutely insane in that last set. Lexar with some of the craziest OSAS clears I've ever seen on Infinite Log Jutsu Dubu. And Gugerton just finding KOs despite Tefunk basically focusing him the entirety of many rounds. And then the few rounds that Tefunk didn't focus Gugerton gets the KO, puts the pressure on, and allows both the Giant Asher and Cragley's speedy IME to just pressure Yugo down and make these plays happen. And unfortunately, the Mako from Master X Malefikai was not able to keep up.
I mean, yeah, how do you? We were talking about how the Mako seemed strong, and while it did, I think we kind of just saw a little bit of that weakness come in, right? Where like it's solid and it does have its like strengths, but it's just not really an optimal pick, right? Like I feel like you can do the same things that you would have with the Mako on like another character, right? Like the Asher, a Julie, even an X or something. Like they can still shut down the core flips pretty well while offering like a bit more of that damage and a bit more of that flexibility that you need. Because I feel like with the Mako forward, you just don't have a secondary, right? It's like so not real. And when a lot of Mako's power budget is in her secondary, not having it feels really bad, I think. Or well, not having it like.
Yeah, one of the major things about Mako before her nerf was being able to just tap the secondary and get her speed boost, right? And now not being able to do that makes Mako forward basically have 1 extra strike with secondary, and that's basically about it. And I think that weakness came into play overall at the end of it all. But great job from Goku at Burger King. Legendary name, legendary play, in my opinion. And they qualify for the finale. But we are getting into our next game. We're moving all the way down to loser's bracket, as the winner's bracket is effectively finished up with no grand finals or anything like that. There's no use to go to winner's bracket anymore. And we are down here in losers round 5 of Cringe Crew versus Chikara Catgirls. Chikara Catgirls actually making quite a run to get here, whereas Cringe Crew come from the upper bracket from earlier on.
Yeah, Chikara Catgirls. I believe this is a rebrand, or maybe not. I know Amy was in Chikara, but I don't think they were on Chikara Catgirls. They might have been. Somebody might be able to correct me, but I think Chikara Catgirls is a newer team. Or maybe somebody got swapped around. I'm not sure. There's a lot of Chikara teams, and I want to keep it real. I look at a lot of Chikara teams, and like I help, I helped Zahn in them set them up, and there's a lot. Okay, but Amy, Dyroth, and Peter M, all players that have been in the Chikara the Chikara scene for a bit now, and I've seen them all play. Again, kind of the veterans versus these newcomers. I don't recognize Reminiscence, Parakeet, or Karazov.
Well, I can actually speak for Parakeet in that Parakeet was kind of the legend of OSAS Season 3, I believe. Basically being kind of the Rasmus legend who almost 1v9'd multiple times on stream. And so it's nice to see them come back here. Unfortunately, they are in losers bracket, but interestingly enough, Jakar Catgirls was first seed and got upset very early in the bracket and has had to make this losers bracket run to get here. But against Cringe Crew, kind of a newer team, like you said. I've never heard of Carrizo and Reminiscence, but I have heard of Parakeet, and you said that Dairoth and Peter M are Jakara, kind of longtime Jakara players, and yeah, like you said, this veteran team should be able to put up a pretty convincing win against the relatively unknown Cringe Crew, but with OSAS, as you were saying earlier, the disparity could show that maybe we're just talking out of our areas that I will not describe.
Yeah, go ahead.
As we should be getting into the game shortly. I believe the map bans will be finishing up relatively quickly. Surprisingly, these are both East teams, so they both get to play on, I would assume, low ping. And we'll see how this game plays out. I'm interested to see if Jakar Catgirls can maintain their seed 1 position or not.
Yeah, this is these games are a bit more, I don't want to say serious, because I think all the games are serious, but I think in winners finals, or not in winners finals, but in the winner side of things, right, you might see some teams like, they might be sitting on that extra life of theirs and thinking like, okay, yeah, we don't gotta like win this game, right? Like they want to, but it's always not like, oh, we need to win this game, right? No, a lot of times I feel like they're a little bit like relaxing, but like, now that we're in losers bracket, you don't got time to relax, right? You gotta play every game like it's the game that matters, because it is. Every game here, you lose, you're done. That's it, you're gone. See you next week, right? Oh, we're going to Amy's app. Oh God.
It is the application, and with a Rasmus player on the side, on the side of Cringe Crew, I imagine that's probably going to be banned out. It's arguably Parakeet's best character, and but it does allow Cringe Crew to ban something else that isn't Rasmus when you do have that Rasmus player. Opting to ban the Juno here. Not exactly sure who they're trying to target, as Aimee is one of those players who loves to play the Aimee goalie. But it could be a decent awakening start for a Juno, and they maybe just don't want to deal with it. But we see the Dubu actually coming out. I think Aimee has been playing that Dubu a lot in response to the bans coming their direction.
Hey, any goalie that is a one trick or, heavily favors a character, right? They've always got a Dubu in the back pocket. Everybody's got a Dubu in the back pocket. That character is like a staple, right? If you play goalie, you know how to play Dubu, right? Like, that's how it is. You just got to know what it is. But loading in, right? Oh, wow, we're looking at a Chrono Boost Quick Strike start, guys. And 3 Vicious Van Braces. That is
insane, actually.
That is the most Vicious Van Braces I've ever seen in a game.
Outside of Demon Deus, yeah, I mean, that is a crazy amount of Vicious Van... We are viciously Van Bracing right now. Yeah. Reminiscence actually opting for the Chrono over the Quick Strikes, too.
Yeah, everybody in this lobby pretty much taking Quick Strikes, except the Chrono on the Era and the Estelle. The Era, I understand. I do think Quick Strikes is a little bit better, but I get it. I understand. The Chrono Boost is really strong. I understand why you would go it. And then the Estelle picking up Chrono Boost. Probably because you're not really looking to take strikes, I'd imagine. You kind of want that extra range to keep the core up. Because if you're taking Strike Wars, you're probably losing them anyways. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That'd be my guess. Maybe they just like the range and they didn't put that much thought into it. But I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I'll assume that everybody puts in the thought like some of those higher elo players do.
Yeah, but Dairoth and Peter M having a little bit of trouble getting past Parakeet here on this Aimee, but able to get it up there and able to strike it past Reminiscence, and now it's their opportunity, and they just take it. This is the difference between the Aimee and the Dubu and the Estelle, is once the Estelle doesn't have those cooldowns, it's just an easy strike in, whereas Dubu can kind of try and combat, right?
Yeah, a bit. I think it's not so much like about the abilities. It's just like, or it's not about like the lack of abilities, right? Like Dubu without abilities there probably doesn't save it either, but the Estelle feels a lot less comfortable with you up in their face. Oh dear.
Ooh.
Passing play is not coming out, I fear.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate pass from Carrizo. Actually misses Parakeet, and Dairoth able to cut that pass off. And now just being able to pressure forward, uses the flip here. Little suspect area, and doesn't quite get it, but it does mean that Estelle no longer has core flip. And now it's up to Dairoth and Aimi to maintain this defense against the eject button Estelle.
Yeah.
Core comes to their side. Sorry,
this
go ahead.
era. No worries. We're seeing this era X.
Oh, what a strike! What a strike! Holy crap!
See this era X Dubu. Pretty common comp. A lot of times you'll see the Mach go in place of a Dubu, but oh well. The era X here, kind of just playing to buff up Peter. You know, let Peter take his ones. You know, eventually he'll kill someone, right? With the buffs and the era damage to support. Because surprisingly, era does a decent amount of damage. But I think when everybody takes Fan Brace, right? Both Parakeet and Carrizo, it can be rough. Like, how do you get kills, you know? You just play to stuff, but you're X, so... Do you stuff? I don't know.
It's hard to say. I mean, double Vambrace means that they're not going to have the speed, but it also means that they're not going to be too threatened for KOs, although Aimi Zap not really the most known for its stagger KOs to begin with. But we see Tyroth, the one person who didn't take Vambrace, is actually the one being threatened with the KO right now. Unfortunately, not enough damage coming their way. Able to heal up. Peter M gets the flip, but Reminiscence just says, nope, not in my house. Slaps it by. Gets it out. Parakeet with the flip. Oh, but with the Tofu Fortress comes out, blocks the flip. Peter M gets the knockback KO that we were talking about, and just Tyroth actually hits it into Kairizo's primary and uses that as a way to get around. Not sure if planned, not sure if lucky, but still, a point is scored and a set is won.
Yeah, the Stupu picking up the MVP, he'd probably be able to pick himself up either like a rapid fire, a team player, you know, maybe a timeless if he really wants to. Unsure. He's got a lot of options here. You know, opting into the team player, that makes sense. We do see the stagger swagger and the rapid fire. Here, that gives a lot of options. I mean, I have no idea how to draft, I guess. As it's being left. But, you know, Chikara Cat Girls picking up this spark, give the X a bit of a win condition further down the line, right? It's not too strong right now, but there's always the looming threat of triple spark X. You know, becoming the mayor, the secretary. You don't really want to let them have. And then, you know, you've got a bigger NATO, you got team player. This is a really solid draft for Chikara Cat Girls. Even if it's not what I would have gone, it's still a very solid draft all around. Especially when you compare it to Cringe Crews, who honestly didn't really get that much, all things considered.
They did manage to evade rapid fire going to the side of Chikara Cat Girls, though, and Parakeet having this rapid fire on this Aimi could set up some pretty nasty plays. One of the major downsides, I'd say, is they don't have an era, so they don't have the speed, they don't have the size control, but they do have the ability to get different angles that an era X maybe wouldn't be able to deal with. But Aimi loses the barrier here. Finding the clears, though, able to win these strike wars and keep these clears going forward, but dies to the turret, and then the turret just knocks it in anyway. Oh man, just an unfortunate series of events there for Aimi. Taking one of their own medicines, even.
Yeah, how unfortunate, you know. Seemed like a bit of a miscommunication. Dairoth kind of walked down, like stood on the edge. I think Amy maybe thought like he was going to tank it, and, you know, just no tank was to be had. You were triple DPS. You lost.
Yeah, sometimes you have to KO them before they KO you, and unfortunately, Aimi gets KO'd here. Reminiscence blinking forward to try and get it. Flip has to be burned here from the Parakeet, as Dairoth actually had the perfect strike to get around. And Reminiscence tries to get the forward clear, but Dairoth calls it out immediately and gets the perfect strike right past both.
Quick little strike war to put it in, you know. I love, honestly, walking up and strike warring the goalie's got to be like the most, like, the biggest power play you can do. Oh wait, Carrizo is an angle savant. He knows the Amy Zap angle. Setting him, for those that aren't aware, that angle there, while it didn't work out, it like actually sets you up to like just walk with the core in a really good way that like you kind of just don't have to strike the core first. And it seems like Peter M is a knower. Not Peter, I'm sorry. Carrizo. I'm sorry. I'm giving Peter M your credit.
Oh no, Turret gets another KO. The passing play's coming out and Dyroth just not able to get there in time. Imi actually tried to go for the around the back clear, but ends up scoring their own barrier, but then also the enemy team's barrier. Unfortunately, the core came back and they weren't able to make it work, and unfortunately dying to another one, and also lagging out. Oh no. They have to play this point out, though, according to the rules.
Yeah.
Oh, but a KO from Peter M.
Uh-oh. This could be bad. Oh, it's fine. It's not fine.
It's not fine. It is fine. It's all fine. Right. Everything is chill. Peter M has the core against 3, gets struck core, loses the strike core. No surprise there with the 3 people in his way. But with reset to neutral and a barrier still on the side of Cringe Crew, this is kind of their point to lose, as long as they can maintain forward pressure. But Dyroth showing the power of Era's speed. Era shrinks. Peter M wins the strike war. And now it's anyone's point, I'd say. Dash comes in. Kairizo misses the strike, unfortunately. I mean, makes the clear. But Kairizo just winning every strike war right now. Chikara Crackgirls is struggling to get it around this big X. The blink comes in from Reminiscence, goes for the lock runer straight shot, not able to make it, and mistimes the primary. Imi with the great demon angle off the top just gets the goal for their team.
Oh, you're just a tiny bit too late. And honestly, it looked like it was gonna hit. Like the primary was gonna connect. It looked like it was saved, but you know, just a tiny tad bit too late on the primary. It happens. Not much you can do, but you know, you're looking. Oh, good defense.
What a call out from Reminiscence there.
Both flips burned for both teams, really. So we're kind of probably just looking at like what's going to be a stalemate. I lied.
Oh, another call out from Reminiscence. Calls the pass, gets the blink, utilizing that chrono boost. Holy crap. But then, unfortunately, Kairizo loses the strike war, the one critical strike war that they needed to win. And wins the strike war there, wins yet another strike war. This X is just so big. How do you get it around? And Reminiscence gets the KO on Peter M. And now it's just passing plays from Parakeet. Tough to get around the double goalie, but gets the stun on Dyroth, gets the core in the net. They take a set, evening up the series.
Beautiful little setup there from Karizo to make sure that you hit both Dyroth and the core. You know, you force that evade clear, which is, at this level, just not something players know how to do, especially not the midfielders. Hey, midfielders do not know how to evade clear. Not yet. I guarantee it. Anyways, though, you know, we have Cringe Crew here picking up the Spec turret. That's going to do a bit of damage. You know, missile prop for the Amy, or for Amy. The Dubu, okay, Dubu.
Or Amy the Dubu.
Yeah. And we've actually got a lot of damage here for Cringe Crew, right? With Spec turning with Deadeye. That's a lot of damage to support your X, and your X is massive. He is huge. Built different, big fish. I mean, I don't know how you get it around him, especially on Amy's app where you don't have the middle. You kind of have to clear it through him. It could be really rough. I'm not really too sure what you do, but on the other side of things, Peter does pick up an Egoist, which gives him another win con. Oh, actually, he has Egoist.
He has the win con. He has the Energy Zodia, the last one that exists in the game so far. And with this X that can strike on anyone, not just the core. Oh wow, what patience from Peter. Tanks the Crystal Thorns and just strikes it right past the Estelle, who doesn't have the cooldowns. But with this character that can activate the Quick Strike energy gain on players as well, this X is going to have flips so often that it's going to be tough for Reminiscence to find these clears, I think.
Peter M just walking past Karizo, deciding, yeah, I'm gonna go set up a tent over here. You know, your goalie's going to have to deal with me. So, putting complete faith in Dyroth and Amy to procure him the rock.
And procure the rock they have. Peter M not even having to strike it there, gets it past Reminiscence from the help of Imi. And Dyroth looking worse for wear, but just really not under a lot of threat with no cooldowns from Cringe Crew here. Flip is burned from Peter M, but Egoist means he gets basically everything back immediately. Dyroth also has flip, dies to the flip from Reminiscence there. And now with the power play, but Peter M has the core control, unfortunately loses core control immediately, passing it right down to the enemy X. Imi using the flip, Reminiscence using the Crystal Thorns, and just striking into everything. And I couldn't tell if Kairizo won the strike war or the primary from Peter M put it in there. But regardless, a point for the Cringe Crew on the board for this set.
So, fun fact, it was actually both. Oh my. Karizo
my.
did win the strike war. So it was going in regardless, but Peter just sunk it in a little bit earlier.
Wow. And by the time you're finished that statement, a goal has been scored. Like, Dyroth didn't even play that point. Dyroth died in the first half second, and his team scored before he respawned.
Hey,
How chill is that?
Dyroth doing his best Snake cosplay and speedrunning death, but it happens.
That's the first time I've ever seen somebody die on kickoff immediately, and their team scores before they even respawn.
Yeah, I can't say that's something you see too often. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
No out clear happening here.
Yeah, and Kairizo is just way too big to hit around, trying to go around, just winning every strike interaction. Oh, great blink from Reminiscence, and just oh wow, just a slightly unlucky bounce off the corner means that's actually set point for Chikara Catgirls here, taking it. I mean, yeah, go ahead. Oh man,
You say unlucky bounce, but that is Peter M. That bounce was intentional, okay? Angle Savant right there. Do not disrespect him. But onto the draft, right? We do have this Dubu picking up the hot shot again. We're gonna see more red cores, just like last game. Estelle's picking up the aerials, very good. Gives you a lot of range, a lot of blink. And then, on top of Peter already being Quick Strike's egoist, he is now double sparked, meaning he is one spark away from being the secretary. That would be a triple spark X. That's not something you really want to do. Dyroth picked up the twin drive to give a little bit more speed more often. You honestly can never lose a kickoff anymore. You're just going to win every single one.
oh wow.
Chikara Catgirl's looking really strong off that last draft.
Yeah, just extremely strong pickups. Honestly, for both sides, though. Reminiscence gets the double blink range, which means they can threaten from super far away, and Parakeet able to pick up the Super Surge, but the passing plays, team player, feeling like a team player from Aimee to Dyroth up to Peter M and forward into the net. Nobody there to stop it. 1 point in the series for Chikara Catgirls, and they threaten to win it here with 2 more points.
Yeah, it could be, honestly, this draft could be what Chikara Catgirls needs to just end it, you know. And there is a lot of range from Cringe Crew, but if you just lose the kickoff and you get blitzed, what do? You know, you don't have time to use that range.
Kickoff is important, but so is having a goalie as the goalie goes down, but Kairizo just 1v2 in the forward position, uses the primary up to the self-pass. Dubu, no chance at that 50-50. Just has to guess, and unfortunately guesses incorrectly. And tying up the set yet again. I mean, each of these sets have just been somebody gets a goal, somebody else gets a goal, and it's just back and forth each time. I mean, the blink's coming in, but Peter M with the Quick Strike's egoist, this X is everywhere with this speed, and if this X gets Spark of Agility, which I believe is still up, how do you win?
I am not sure. It can be really dangerous. Egoist is really strong.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
wow, who's died? Who's dead? I can't tell.
We're watching the core, and the X's are just duking it out on the other side of the field, and Peter M comes out on top. X lore on the X himself. But Peter M not able to win the strike war there. Unfortunately, not able to take advantage of that power play is Chikara Catgirls, but able to make the saves is Aimee. And able to get it around Parakeet yet again. Peter M, unfortunately doesn't quite have the size Kairizo has, able to be struck around a lot easier. And we've kind of reset mostly to neutral, but Reminiscence has to flip to get it away from the big X in the thing. And now Egoist procs. Peter M's moving up, gets the pass, but Peter M stuck mid-primary, just clears a path. Says, you know what, I'm going to put on my Moses cosplay and split the Red Sea for this core.
Yeah, that will put Chikara Catgirls on set point, match point. Or well, I mean, I guess match point. It's match point, guys. I know, I know my terminology. It's looking really strong with Peter having this flip up. You know, ooh, good save from Aimee.
What a save.
Good
Holy-
flip. Oh, and there's the KO.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Peter M is just putting on a clinic.
Yeah, power play beside the Chikara Catgirls here. You know, if they can take this barrier,
What a strike!
it's going to be rough. How do you deal with this? You've got the Arenado coming in, all this. It's all collapsing.
And Parakeet's looking worse for wear. May have to burn flip just defensively. Opts to fly to the other side of the field to try and set up a play and divert attention, but the core's just not getting to them. Going for the strike mix-up, but gets logged out. And Imi and Dyroth get it out to Peter M, who wins the strike war against the Estelle Blink, but Reminiscence is able to get it out. Dyroth down, tries to get it through Parakeet, but Parakeet finds the strike war. Parakeet up to Kairizo, uses the primary, but unfortunately gets a bad bounce and loses possession. But still on the side of Char Catgirls, Tofu Fortress being used by Imi to keep this play away from their barrier. But with the barrier up on match point and the Egoist flip, and Peter M just putting the team on his back and saying, you know what, I don't care if I'm big, I've got quick strikes, I've got Egoist, I've got double spark. It's my game to lose.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you caught on to that or not, but Peter M back passed there, I think. He passed back to his dude, like from behind the Amy, right? Instead of letting Amy decide where she wants to take the course, he just hit it through her and straight to his Dubu. And then just went back to whatever he was doing. I watched the VOD back. I was curious if I saw that correctly, but I'm pretty sure there was a back pass there. Now, whether it was intentional or not, I don't know. But if it was, that was a crazy thing for him to see, especially at the level, at this level. With
the team player, it even allows the charge up basically of effectively a core flip kind of speed when you can get that team player charge up the field. And Peter M just went absolutely crazy in those last few sets.
Peter on a rampage almost double carries those damage. No, it is doubled. And 6 more KOs. I mean, Peter M has more KOs than the entire side of the Bridge crew, which is not something you really want to see.
And also 11 redirects per goal, by the way.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Peter M only had to hit the core in a general direction 11 times per point. That's kind of insane.
That goes hard.
Just hitting the jackpot here with 7 goals, 7 KOs, 77 redirects, and 37 shots. I mean,
yeah,
7 across the board.
Peter running a rampage, but also something to note is that Amy and Dyroth went pretty crazy on the defense, right?
Oh yeah, big time.
A lot of really good saves. Oh god, I just read chat. Hey, B-Tame,
you made the one mistake of casting, reading chat. But I mean, look at this save differential here. I mean, it was tough to get it around that X, but I mean, they only got 5 goals in 117 saves. I mean, Imi and Dyroth just really teaming up well together to keep that core out of the hands, or not necessarily out of the hands of Carrizo, because the shots kind of say that they were having trouble getting it around Carrizo, but the Carrizo didn't get the barrier very much. It ended up being a lot of plays from either a blinking Imi or a blinking Estelle that came in to make the plays happen. And despite Carrizo being big and controlling a lot of space, they weren't able to make those barriers happen.
Yeah, it's rough, because while the X does have a lot of size, and that's kind of what we saw here, was the difference between Peter and Carrizo, right? Peter didn't have a lot of size, but he had a lot of win conditions, right? He had the Egoist, the Sparks, right? A lot of the, just strength and his, damage and his scoring capability, right? When you have a bunch of size, it is hard to get around you, but unless you can use your size to effectively win the strike wars, which can be really hard against Dubu, by the way, and you're not really finding a lot of damage, you're not finding a lot of kills, the size kind of just goes to waste, I think that's the difference, is that Peter has these win conditions in his back pocket, right? And, the Egoist proc is going to be a barrier, it is going to be a goal, it's just too strong for it not to be, right? The size takes a bit more finesse to run, or, I mean, not really, but, it takes a bit more finesse, you have to put more effort in, I think, in order to get the same result that you would if you just picked up the Egoist and the Quick Strike. And I know it's you can't just pick the Quick Strikes and the Egoist every time. But you have to make use of the size a bit better than I think was done. You can't just be a wall. You have to be... I don't know where I was going with this. I don't know another word for you have to be a spear, I guess. Yeah, an iron spear.
Well, the iron spear is typically the one doing KOs and stuff. But you can be a wall. You can be that stalwart fortress, kind of sitting there, making sure the core doesn't get past you. But if you're not able to get the barriers and the goals, then you can always just go around the wall.
Yeah, it's very rough.
But we have some interesting information that came in 23 minutes ago that the two teams that qualified in winner's side decided to play a grudge match, or not really a grudge match, but a play match of sorts. And weirdly, interestingly enough, it hasn't finished yet. So 30 minutes into it, and they have yet to finish. But we are moving on to our next game. It looks like we've opted to put Chikara Catgirls back on the menu with Blubbery Whale Wiener, probably one of the best names as well.
I'm not pronouncing. I'm just gonna call it Blubbery Whale. I'm not pronouncing that name. Oh no, I'm sorry. But
the whales are here, and they are here to stay. Unfortunately, we'll see if Chikara Catgirls can kick them out, so you don't have to say their team name anymore.
Ah, how unfortunate. Well, for those that aren't aware about Blubbery Whale Wiener, that is Junior Chaffels, on short. Mitchie and Fluttershy42. I've never heard of any of these players in my life. I'm gonna give it a buck. Completely new blood, I assume.
Fluttershy's been around.
Fluttershy's been around. All right. Not too around because I haven't seen them, so I don't know. That doesn't mean anything.
I see them pop up in OSAS. I think this is their second OSAS.
Oh,
if not third. But I do know they've been around at least a few months, so not the newest player by any means. So it is nice to see some returning players that are a little bit lesser known in the community.
Yeah, we love our up and comingers. You know, the people that have been around for a bit. You know, maybe the people that just didn't really put too much effort in, or just didn't have the time. But now that they've maybe got some more free time, or they've got a bit more higher rank, more time in it, and they've decided to take it a bit more seriously and get a bit more involved. We love that. We love our newcomers.
But getting into the lobby here, I'm assuming picks and bans are happening in the background while we wait. One thing that's interesting to note is I actually think Chikara Catgirls was the team earlier that ran into lag trouble with their goalie in a set 5.5 situation, and that's why they actually ended up here in the losers bracket when they likely would have made a decent winners run as well, especially being the number one seed. But they are clawing their way out of the bottom here.
They did. Amy did have a bit of a ping issue that last game, I think. Maybe it was the game before against... No, we didn't see Kittens. So maybe it was last game. They did have a bit of a ping moment. But they don't seem too frequent, and while disaster may strike, unfortunately, hey, that is how it is. I am well versed in playing with lag. I get it, boss. I understand your pain. If you lag, I will not make fun of you. I understand.
Being on West be like,
hey, you know what? If I'll take playing on like West Coast as an East Coast player, or like vice versa, over just like random lag.
That's fair.
Like
a consistent 92 is a lot easier to deal with than an inconsistent 80.
Yeah. Sometimes it just kicks in and it's like, boom, sorry, you can't defend anymore, you're lagging. Like, oh man.
You get to do the lag 2-step where you shuffle back and forth in between two different spots.
Oh yeah.
For like a solid half second. And your
yeah,
play's entirely ruined because you're now in the wrong position.
Okay. I have been pinged many times talking about my lag, my patented eject forward deck. Let's see. What's the other side? Not the other side, but the other side of losers bracket looking like. Amy Enjoyers versus Chikara Yappers.
Chikara Yappers, what a name.
I mean, wait. Okay, no, sorry, I was really confused by Amy Enjoyers. I thought for sure this would be the time.
Chikara Criminal Cafe.
Oh okay. Yeah, Chikara Criminal Cafe. That team was recently made. I love that team name.
That's a crazy name.
But we have Amy Enjoyers versus Chikara Yappers. This Amy enjoys being Overgrown Lemon, Sawyer, Psyker's Mod, Eerie Bear, and Angle Senpai. Angle Senpai, my goat. Keep it up. I will see them in losers semifinals, and if I don't, I'm gonna be upset.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. Versus the Yappers, Blade Swift, Wolfmang, and Big Bro 6293. Unsure who that is. So that's a pretty close game. Yeah, that could go either way. You know, some known names.
Yeah, IME enjoyers styling their name a little different, but definitely I'm not sure if it's a shout out to the European pro team IME enjoyers, or just kind of being one of those names where, you know, X character enjoyers. But still, as I think Saya made the joke earlier, he's like, "Oh, this is IME enjoyers at home," or in this case, in NA. But I've actually never heard of any of these players. By the way, do you have any information?
Or
like, especially the Chikara for Yappers and IME enjoyers. I know that's not who's going to be on the stream next, but I'm just really curious if you have any information on them.
Overgrown Lemons, I think you said you've seen them around a couple times, but the only other person on Amy I recognize, Amy enjoys, is Angle Senpai. Recognize them from Twitch chat. They're in my chat every once in a while. They come in and ask some questions. They seem pretty interested in like improving and doing well, and you know. So I think they've got some potential. And then for Yappers, you know, you got Blade Swift and Wolfmang who've been around. I'm unsure who Big Bro is, but Blade Swift and Wolfmang have been around. You know, some more old players, but loaded in, right? We'll stop yapping about.
Time to put away our Chikara Yappers cosplays. We are in game. We are ready, and the IME band coming out now for IME. No surprise there. When you're named the character you play the most, that tends to be the band that comes against you.
Hey.
And we actually see the Kai band come out from Cat Girls.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I don't really think Kai's worth banning ever, but I guess if you're banning for comfort, like, it makes sense. And you know, maybe that's Kai forward main bias. You know, just don't ban my character, please. I want to play him. But a night market thing, and we're seeing a Juno who is kind of fallen out of favor in the midfield. I mean, we've seen her like recently pop back up in sort of like a weird off meta sort of pick in the goal box at higher levels, but I don't really see a lot of Juno anymore. Even though night market is a really dominant Juno map, she's very strong on this map. You could just close up an entire lane by yourself, and you've got jump to cover the other lane, and we're going to be seeing the Juno mirror by Dairoth. This might be why the other team banned Juno. I didn't know Dairoth had a Juno. Possibly.
I know Juno's kind of one of those characters, right, that when she shows up in OSAS and there's a good Juno player available, she kind of becomes that noob stomper, right? She has that ability to just kind of automatically win the game sometimes via blob AI and just having the additional strikes lying around. But since both teams seem to have Juno players here, Dairoth looks to get what I believe is their comfort pick now. As we see these plays coming in, and I'm very curious because Peter M, Dairoth, and IME have a Juliet against a team that does not on easily Juliet's best map, but they get both barriers now and are able to try and press the advantage despite having what could be argued to be a weaker team composition.
Yeah, a bit odd to see the Vice. I don't really think this is a map the Vice does too well on. You know, maybe you can fit her in as like the goalie and have some like a damage comp or something, but even then, I think you prefer the Luna. You know, not to say it can't work, you know.
Oh wow, Peter M gets the flip just like the last game and is the first one to flip and just able to hit it into the bottom corner. No chance of coverage from Mitchie, who gets the secondary to kick to the face. And Dairoth securing that barrier with the 1v1 Juno special, just primary in your face, and you either get stunned and lose the barrier, or the slime wins the strike war against you and you lose the barrier anyway. The power of Juno compels you.
Yeah, we onto the while we'll go over, we're looking at cast to last built different start, which is really odd, by the way. Cast to last, we're not seeing an era ban or an era pick on night market. Is crazy. You could if it's this, I can tell you right now in high elo, like NASA, Nassel, I guarantee you we're seeing an era Mako X Ditto every time.
Yes.
Or like maybe era X Dubu or something, right? Like there's
or
no
era
world.
double brawler or something.
Yeah, there's no world this is going through and we're not seeing the boring Ditto everybody falls asleep watching.
A high intensity Ditto for sure, but Dittos in general can kind of be boring. But Peter M coming across, unable to get the punch on the Fluttershy there. And the Supernova from Michi actually gets a great angle against Aimi, who's unable to get back in time. Lockruner straight shot log, being flipped by Aimi here. Opting to use the flip just to make sure that nothing could come their way and surprise them. The hot shot, or not hot shot, but crazy Juno speed here. The core is moving very slow. Things are happening very slowly and methodically as Michi gets kind of beat up by Peter M here, but the flip comes in for Junior Chaffles and ties up the set.
Yeah, so something I just realized, right? I hit tab. You know, a lot of times I hit tab and I kind of just assume what people have, right? Bit of like brain rot, you know, from I just played the game a lot, right? I have a general idea what people want and what they tend to go, but you know, Osis is a box of unchained surprises, untold fortunes, right? This is a siphoning wand Juno on Dairoth.
Taking possibly a page out of ZZZ's Oki Juno that he sometimes does, where he just walks over and throws blobs at the goalie until they die.
Hey, I played against it. I played against it a lot. Oh my. ZZZ, please spare us. I don't want to play against it anymore.
I mean, it's Siphoning One's basically Stinger at home, right? Smile.
Yeah, Stinger at home. Oh, goodbye.
Goodbye. Punch to death. The old Little Mac special, winding up that punch, getting that player out of the game. Dairoth almost getting the Juno 1v1 special and winning the strike cores. Michi winning the strike cores against these blobs is huge, as that's like the major thing that Juno brings to the table, and if she's unable to capitalize on that, then the pick just becomes demonstrably worse in some scenarios. But you know, friend fling, sometimes you gotta, Ike might fight for his friends, but Juno says my friends fight for me, as the blob takes Peter M to his death and gets a score here on one of the barriers, but not a ton happening. The core just kind of flying everywhere and nobody really able to make a play happen.
Is Juno passive enough to make core go red speed in overtime with no awakenings?
It's 1490, so yes, I believe, or 1465.
That's crazy.
1465 without overtime.
That's crazy because this core is red speeds, but I don't think there's anything that should be making it red speeds. You know, besides the flip. But
I mean, they just gave Juno random hotshot buff for fun, so there you go.
Unsure really what's happening. Yeah. Juno Slime's just making
Juno Slime's just red core for free. Why not, right?
Oh god. Oh, it's in Juno Slime.
Junior Chapels, says, busts out the Drakar emote, puts the shades on, flashes the peace sign, falls to their death, and just Lockruner straight shots it in with the slide.
Alright, Juno AI coming in clutch. Unfortunate, but you've still got around, if you're a Chikara Catgirls fan, or if you're a Chikara Catgirl, right, I'm not too worried, you have the better comp. This is still a winnable set. There's nothing really too wrong about it, and honestly, oh, the lag.
Oh my.
Oh,
Ivy is moonwalking into oblivion right now.
Oh no, guys. Y'all don't have to pause. I respect the sportsmanship.
Yeah, they don't have to pause. Ivy looks like they're back. And a dash punch from Peter M just says surprise and pushes somebody off the map. Almost dies. Castellas Dubu actually coming out in clutch there. So that was the latest core flip I've ever seen because of that Castellas. Almost dies the log as well. Peter M opting to go for the orb instead of the score that gets another KO onto Michi, but I mean, Junior Chaffles and Fluttershy just really keeping this core away, and I say that immediately get Caster's Curse and the goal.
Yeah.
My apologies to Fluttershy 42 for the Caster's Curse.
And we are looking at a set 1 level 6 versus level 6 Dubu.
Jeez, set 1.
A lot of action happening. Yeah, so honestly, set point here. Oh, it's looking very bad. Alright, Junior Shaft's able to get up there and save that before it got too bad. But, you know, still anybody's like set. Both teams aren't too volatile. You know, I think the only real thing that you care about maybe is like Hot Shot. I think if that goes through, it could be a little dangerous. But otherwise, I think, you know, everything else is kind of just whatever. You know, maybe a Missile Prop as well for the Dubus.
I don't know. I think Peter M could probably take over the game with the right Juliet build. Jaime actually having to use the flip there, accidentally dribbling back into Junior Chaffles. And a flip coming out from Dyroth as well. Unfortunately not able to find anything from both, but able to make the defensive plays happen. Losing one barrier, but never the end of the world on Night Market. And now Mitchie looking pretty weak. Peter M trying to go for the Fiery Flurry, but misses it. And Dyroth pushing up with the Slime. Mitchie and Fluttershy able to get it around though. And kind of reset to a neutral state. Chaffles coming up with a... Oh, gets the barrier anyway. And Chaffles coming up with a flip here could spell doom for the side of Jakara Catgirls. Trying to keep it away from this flip is Peter M. Goes forward, Blob gets it down, but Imi's able to grab the core forward. And the Blob actually saves the core flip there. Just great Blob placement from Dyroth, but Junior Chaffles just wins the strike war.
I mean, I couldn't even tell the core was moving, and it just went in. Oh dear, Blubbery Whale, picking up the first set, and Dubu's gonna be rewarded with probably like an extra special here. I'd have to imagine that's what you go, right? Just get the extra wall.
I mean, why not? When you can just wall off a side and have your Juno wall off the other side, how do you ever get it back?
Yeah, and then, you know, Jakara Catgirls, let's pick up this Egoist, so they do have the win con, but... or the possibility of win con in the future, but I don't know if it's enough, you know. Prize Fighter going to the Julie, that's very good, but a bit dependent on finding the Snowball first. If you could find the kills, it's really strong, because I don't think this team's really one that's going to kill you, right? They do have the Vice, but, like, they don't really have any confirmed, so I'm not too worried about dying. Oh dear.
Great double barrier off the middle, though. Yeah, I think it... You think if they can get rid of Junior Chaffles, though, this team can easily push the core forward against a Vice Dubu.
Yeah, the issue is getting rid of Juno is a lot easier said than done.
Yeah.
You know?
Just a free evade every 10 seconds, no big deal.
Yeah. Chaffles does also pick up the Spark of Strength, which does give him access to Spark of Resilience in the future, Spark of Cooldown, all the sparks, right? So there's the Exodia.
Oh, there goes the Juno, though. This is their chance. Power play in for them, and Peter M just wins the strike war against the Dubu. And Mitchie just not expecting that strike war loss. And a nice point for Jakara Catgirls and a prize fighter stack for Peter M.
Yeah, you're looking at double prize fighter stack. Dooley, you know, dash punch. Looking a little scary now, and, you know, your Juno might be safe. But...
Oh, there it is! I saw that from a mile away. The dash punch comes in the double KO. Core flip being pulled out from Fluttershy here, trying to make a hero play happen. Gets the hero play. Loses one barrier, but that's fine. The teammates are up. Can he secure it? Oh, loses the second one. But the teammates are back. The abilities are coming through, and the saves are being made. Mitchie keeping it downfield for Chaffles. Imi with the Egoist there, pushing up. Gets the flip, gets into the corner, and Fluttershy not able to get the log in the right place. And just a very quick, clean 2-0 so far for Jakara Catgirls.
Very unfortunate. Fluttershy holding it down there, and just unfortunately, you know, right when those forwards came up, you know, that last little bit of pressure came in, and you know, it happens a lot. You see your forwards up and you think, okay, I'm good, I'm safe, right? But no, you gotta, you're not quite finished yet. You gotta get it out, you know, and they just didn't have it out yet. Oh.
Well, log is fake. Log doesn't exist.
Hey. And sometimes you just gotta jump over the log. I get it. So, sometimes you just have to hit the core over, lift it up, throw it up.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta go over the redwood log that seems to be taking over the game. But Peter M gets the barrier. Unfortunately, flips right in front of a tofu fortress, so not able to get anything done. All the strike wars run by Junior Chaffles, all in a row. Almost wins another strike war. The roll having to come out for Aimee here to make sure that Juno doesn't get the self pass. And now ball on the side of Fluttershy, but able to get it out and didn't even have to use flip. And Dyroth looking worse for wear. Possibly not long for this world with a proper primary, but only one primary hits. Keeps him alive and wins the strike war with the slime, and Fluttershy not using the flip. Oh no. That is just an unfortunate thing.
So rough. Chikara Catgirl's picking up the first round. Bit dangerous here because the quick strikes. There it is. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, and then, you know, Fluttershy does have options here. You have the Twin Drive if you want a bit more defense, the Glass Cannon if you want to play a bit more offensively. You know, Dyroth being able to pick up Deadeye. Okay, yeah. Opting into the damage, helping Peter get these stacks, I assume, is the name of the game here. Also, maybe a deny from the Vice. Don't really want her having that, I'd imagine. Chappell's getting the knife's edge. Oh well, you know, not that great, but he's going to be fast. He does win kickoffs a little bit harder now if he plays it correctly. I think the interesting thing here is, obviously the Quick Strike's ego is win gone, right? But the Super Surge on the Julie.
Yeah, super surging. Unfortunately, the secondary from Mitchie KOs the egoist quick strikes and resets that energy. And now it's up to Dyroth to try and hold here, but unfortunately forwards in the net. Double forwards in the net as Junior Chaffles just wins a strike war with the blob and then the actual strike war for that goal.
Yeah, unfortunately, you just kind of a bit step too far up on the Aimee. God, Amy's we gotta figure something out about Aimee. I cannot keep calling her this, otherwise things are gonna get really confusing. Gotta figure out, you know, but you walk up a little too close, Vice ults you off, oh well, it happens, you know. I don't think you're looking that bad. Chalk it up to a fluke, move on, you know.
Yeah, and Mitchie opting to take the Firefly early, and it's been paying dividends here. Able to keep pace with these Junos that are just everywhere. Every time they strike the core, they're just able to get around. And Peter M looking actually like the one that might be KO'd here, despite the one having Prize Fighter.
Oh my.
That is a many blobs, many mans. And unfortunately loses the barrier.
Junos both put their ults on the same spot, and like I had to visually make sure I was seeing things correctly. I was like unsure what was happening. Turns out both Junos ulted on like exactly the same spot. It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean it was just the double blob army and basically a war of attrition in the blob dead man's land. But nothing really came of it, except now the barriers are down, but after the blob army. And Dyroth actually putting work with this aerials, being able to be everywhere on the map all at the same time. Core just kind of being knocked around left and right. And Fluttershy using the extra special to the advantage, gets the core up to Chaffles. Chaffles gets the goal, self-pass, but ends up becoming a goal anyway. Finding the angle between Dyroth and Aimee there.
I'm gonna say it, these Juno players are better on Juno than I am. I can't play this character, it's too hard. I get gapped by both these players if I'm on Juno.
Oh no, double flip. They do convert a barrier out of it, but they lose 2 flips there for that one barrier. And I have to say, Chaffles on this forward Juno has been really doing quite well, finding the self-passes, finding these angles. The mark of a very well experienced Juno player, I'd say.
Yeah, Juno takes a lot of time, I think, to really get used to. Because you just have to like kind of keep an eye on so much more, right? Like a lot of the time you can kind of zone out like spots you're not capable of holding, right? But because Juno is capable of holding so many spots, right? You kind of like have to look in a lot of different places and like keep track of a lot of different things. And both these Juno players seem capable of doing it. Oh wow.
I don't blame Aimee for that flip, honestly. If I saw a slime in my net, I would flip it too, even though that was Dyroth's slime. and it would have saved the core, but it might have sent it the wrong direction, so...
I would not trust it, Juno Slimes.
Oh man, this core is going so slow, it's kind of unbelievable. Dyroth with a great jump strike, though. Finds the bottom corner, keeps the play, wins the strike war, past Mitchie and Chaffles into the slime, and gets the goal, and keeps Catgirls alive in this set. A very important set for both teams, with some very important awakenings coming up, I believe.
Yeah, we're 2 sets in. You can pretty much guarantee a hot shot's popping up, and you know both Junos won it. But on top of that, you also got things like 1-2 punch. This third spark, maybe.
There's only been 2.
There's another spark left.
There's only been 2 sparks that I remember.
Yeah, so we could be looking at a full spark build. You know, Juno has a lot of options. Heavy's and still on the board, I believe. Like, there's a lot of stuff on the D8 table. A big thing is Missile Prop. Missile Prop still being open. Whatever Dubu gets a hold of Missile Prop's going to look really strong. If it's Amy that gets a hold of Missile Prop, it could be very dangerous.
Yeah, that's a fast Dubu who can just throw Tofu all the way up into your goal box. I mean, how do you deal with that? But one thing that's been interesting is Aimi has not really been able to take advantage of this quick strike egoist. It's been having to burn the flip multiple times against Chaffles. Chaffles just slime pressure. Peter M with the dash punch, not quite able to make it in, and now looking worse for wear. As the slime tries to go for the Lock Rune straight shot, and Fluttershy clears to Chaffles, but Dyroth cuts the pass and just hits it right by. What a great play from Dyroth.
Alright, Dyroth, the Juno GOAT. This guy's going crazy. Honestly, both Junos are. You know, I think it's a little interesting because Chaffles is playing a bit more forward, right? Letting the Vice and the Dubu procure him the rock and then, you know, outplay, right? Compared to what Dyroth is doing is kind of just playing standard midfield, right? You know, getting this core to Peter and then covering the clears that he needs to clear. So it's a bit interesting to see, like, the difference between the two Junos. While they may be playing the same character, they are not the same goals or the same objectives or like the same play style even.
I mean, Juno's just kind of putting the slimes everywhere and playing their games, and it's kind of been the difference maker here. Peter M not having as much of a clean game as he did on Aimi's app. It's kind of been both Juno's game to lose at this point, which kind of ends up being the night market angle anyway. It tends to be the midfield gap the map. But the barrier getting taken here, Aimi going for the Lock Runer straight shot from across the map, almost gets it, forcing the flip out from Fluttershy. Odd night market angle bounces, doesn't throw off them, but Peter M gets the KO and Dyroth gets the goal. I mean, I think every single goal at this point, this set was from Dyroth hitting it in from a slime.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal. What do you do? And we're going to be seeing it, you know, a lot of things here. This is a really dangerous draft. I actually just, like, comprehended what was here.
Wow. There's so much good stuff here.
We've got our Stagger Swagger, Rapid Fire, 1-2, you know, Monu even, because both Junos can opt into Monu, and you have bigger slimes that do more damage, take up more space, and what do you do? It's so rough. Mitchie's going to be opting into this one too, probably for the
deny onto Juno, but I mean, but now Chaffles has 2 sparks and one of them is speed. So not only is Juno going to be faster, those slimes are going to be able to catch the core from a farther distance now because of that speed scaling that slimes get. So this I mean, look at that, just able to throw down the ultimate and just get the core wherever you want, as well as position yourself wherever you want. Look how fast Chaffles is now.
Did you see that slime? That slime was a NASCAR racer. Oh my god.
Just, how do you get around it? All Chaffles has to do is just throw a slime out and hit the middle barrier, and that slime is going to rush to victory on its own, it feels like. Look at that thing.
Jesus.
I mean, where's Ka-Chow when you need them? I mean, these slimes channeling Lightning McQueen here. Oh, Dubu Wall's fake, by the way.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes the wall is not real. Amy has picked up this Rapid Fire, though. I think that is something to note. You know, having Rapid Fire, while it did get a nerf, it is still very strong. 33% down from 40 isn't, like, honestly too big of a difference. It's still very impactful. It gives you a lot of cooldowns on your primary, and Dubu's Log is probably his strongest ability. in terms of like just raw hold it down power.
Oh man, PDM gets the KO, gets that stack, takes the NASCAR Juno out of play. Dairoth losing the strike war to the log, but wins the strike war from an unfortunate clear from Fluttershy there, and takes a point in this set. And this is the last set for them to win. If they win, they win. They win and continue on. So a very important set for Blubbery to try and win here on the back of this effectively F1 Juno, I'd say.
Yeah, if you take this set, right, obviously besides the fact that you have to take this set or you lose, right? But you do have the opportunity for that third spark, right? And on top of it, Missile Prop still in the pool. This could be it.
This could be their chance to get back into the set here. The Vice ult coming down. Unfortunately, the flip is going to deny that, but it forces the flip out of the Dubu, who doesn't have the tools now against this Juno. Log comes up thanks to Rapid Fire and able to clear it around Chaffles. Play kind of neutral now. Pass down to Dairoth from Peter M. Not quite able to find that jump strike. Michi opting to use the flip to keep the play forward. With that Tofu Fortress behind, it's going to be tough for Aimi to make this work, and loses the strike war to Michi and Chaffles despite the fiery flurry, and ties up the set here. Keeps them alive.
Yeah, it's rough. I honestly, I watched it back. I was curious to see, maybe if there was some slime shenanigans that happened there, but no, I can't tell what happened. I think Chaffles really did just get a really good timing on his strike, and through the Flame Furry, Dubu Wall, the Dubu Fortress.
Yo, feast on. Have some tofu. Have some candy.
Oh yes. Looking like what was the team name?
Oh my god, Fluttershy chose violence and not channeling the aura of the character of the namesake, decides to just absolutely dunk Peter M, and Night Market Angle takes the first barrier of this point.
Hey, at least it's the first barrier, You're pretty comfortable with holding that one barrier on Night Market. It's not that big of a deal.
One barrier doesn't mean the difference, and feasts up again with these the double Tofu Fortress coming out, forcing the play to a different lane. Dash punch from Peter N secures the KO, but unable to find the barrier. An interesting Visal ends up actually keeping the play away from Fluttershy's clear and able to clear it by, but loses the strike war for the first barrier. Shortest Night Market point so far, as this core is now just absolutely flying. Slimes are everywhere. People are dying left and right. I mean, how do you even keep track of where the slime is going? Flip being used by Aimi up into... Oh wow, Peter M's flip, who just gets stuffed by a single log. I mean, this core is everywhere, Flop.
Yeah, this core is going a little fast. It seems like the Dubus just are so comfortable building little log cabins for the ball as it gets in these lanes. And this is unfortunately Night Market, Or, well, I mean, I don't know if that unfortunately, but this is how sometimes it goes. If both goalies are of equal level, right? And,
what a
it's
find.
A close game. These games can go a while.
Yeah, shortest Night Market point. Oh no, Aimi gets Night Marketed and hits it right back into their own barrier. And with this core speed, this is a scary set. This is a scary point for these Dubus. With the slimes being on the field, I mean, it's anyone's point. But with the slimes off, it makes it easier to find. Chappell's not quite able to find that angle. Michi almost own goaling, and the dash, the Super Surge dash catches it.
That's the Super Surge difference right there. Yes, sir. Guys, go take Super Surge in your ranked games right now. Juliet players, take notes.
I mean, who needs to reposition when you can just kick the ball from midfield at Mach 10 and score it in? Dairoth actually not getting that slime in. Great strike from Chaffel, secures the second barrier, might keep him in, wins the strike war against the log. Something Chaffels has been doing very well this entire game. But Aimi finds it, gets the log out. Dairoth with the jump, not able to find the barrier, wins the strike war against the slime, but Fluttershy is there. Slimes come out, Peter grabs the core, brings it up. Not able to get it past Michi though. Chaffles goes for the scoring attempt, not quite able to get it through. Aimi correctly guesses the slime position, or not guesses, but finds the slime position, gets it around. And Tofu Fortress blocks the play for Chaffles, keeping the play forward for Chikara Catgirls. Peter M misses the dash punch, now doesn't have that tool. And a great strike from Mitchie gets it around the Fiery Flurry. Dyroth up to the slime. Loses the strike war with the slime. Not that Dyroth can control that. And with overtime coming in and a dead Dubu goalie, it's Blubbery Whale's point to lose at this point. Forwards in the net, maybe. Flip comes out. Dyroth patiently waits to slime. Gets it downfield. Dubu is coming back in 1 second. And with Aimi back, we've kind of reset. With Chaffles being low on stagger, it's going to be hard to find. And Chaffles wins the strike war? Aimi just striking a little too late.
Yeah, it's so rough. You know, the core comes in, if you're not aware of that lane there that's open, right? You catch it, and that puts us on match point, set point. Set point for Blubbery Whale. They win this, they'll go to the 5th set, and that'll be a set 5 match. If Catgirls takes this round, that's match point. It's done. They're qualified, or no, they're not qualified. I'm sorry, I'm delusional, guys.
They've got a few more games to qualify.
I am crazy. I am delulu.
Yeah, Flop channel a little of Hey Arnold there. Don't hit me, I'll hit me. I'm crazy.
Yes.
Shoutouts to knowers. But Chaffle's looking worse for wear here. Still holding on the flips though. Opts to use it. The slime ends up winning the strike war kind of, but stalls the point so long that Aimi's unable to clear out. The roll comes out even, and the Tofu Fortress means it's going to be tough to keep it forward. Dinner time, and Mitchie snipes the clear. Oh, the Osash special. Just throw your ability in the middle, and it'll probably grab that clear. But Mitchie hasn't been doing that, and so able to find it here in this clutch point. And it turns out there was no sparks, but we have so many good things here.
That is the extra special missile prop Dubu right there. Now,
oh wow,
Chikara Catgirls is.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Not like this. Somebody takes it, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think that was the win con for Blubbery Whale here. I mean, if you don't take missile prop, you take team player at least. I mean, this is going to be a crazy set. Chaffles gets the prime time though. That is a scary Juno with the prime time.
Brutal drafting. I'm going to call it a drafting error. I don't like calling it error.
I mean, that was a drafting error.
Plan, but I think that's just a drafting error. The set's fallen immediately, but we do have the demo on Peter M. I'm going to go ahead and speedrun this real quick so we don't chat too much. But Amy picking up the missile prop, Ego's quick strike,
super surge.
Yeah, there's a lot there. Peter picking up an extra prize fighter stack, a lot happening here. Dyroth, the team player, there's a lot of passing, a lot of speed happening, faster than it was. I think Chikara Chatters just came out on top in every way.
By a lot, I would say. And it's going to be really tough. I mean, Chaffles has the prime time to make this work and has been putting on quite a show with this Juno. But the missile prop from the Dubu might be the difference, and Peter M just getting the KOs here and has the demo, gets those cooldowns back, if a little bit, and now this is the first time Aimi gets to use that Egoist and move up and put on the pressure. Great save from Fluttershy though, keeps the play out.
Yeah, beautiful little time to walk up there, right? You give Peter M a little bit of time to walk back, get some health back up. You take your flip, you leave, nothing really, no real threat. Very good time, it doesn't go in, but oh well.
Yeah, oh, what a roll. What a call out too from Aimi there to catch that flip. And now Chaffles doesn't have the tools to try and make this work against the Dubu. But the triple goalie against Peter M. Peter M just kind of getting bullied off the edge there. Not able to find the barrier though is Chaffles, and the power play kind of losing steam here. Oh, there goes the core down to the bottom. Chaffles not able to get it though, and Peter M is back. And with Dash Punch ready, they have to watch out for this two prize fighter Juliet who can come in. But Chaffles, just the strike warrior. I mean, winning every strike war against this Dubu who has flip, who has tools. Oh, great flip though. Keeps it out of the mouth of the slime, and just a great redirect from Junior Chaffles, and keeps it alive. I mean, this series is going the distance.
It is either team's games. I think this game can go either way. I do think Chikara Catgirls is really favored. That draft was really, really strong, but that does not mean, I've seen what should be unwinnable games.
Surge.
I mean, the Super Surge might be the best pick of the game, I'm not going to lie.
It's so far proved the most effective. And there's the missile prop. Oh, wow. Still gets through, though.
Unfortunate
Gyro.
side effect of missile prop, that defense falls a little bit behind.
Yeah. Oh, great strike jump from Dairoth, though. Dairoth has been really putting on a great showing on this Juno. Peter M opting to go for the damage, kind of whiffing the core there, but that's okay. Oh, and an unfortunate supernova from Michi off the night market angle. Gets the barrier, but Junior Chaffles answers back. And a core flip from Peter M, patiently waiting. Wow, very good patience from Peter M there.
No, that's so unfortunate. You know, you have to walk up because you can't if you let it sit there, right? The dash punch is too scary. You have to kind of like commit something, and I just don't think Fluttershy had anything. So you have to let like your midfielder or something take care of it, and it just did not get taken care of.
Oh wow, Michi barely missing it there. Getting the first barrier is that slime though. And great combo from Michi, gets the strike primary for the second barrier. And now it's Chaffles and Michi who almost get taken out. Chaffles gets taken out by the fiery flurry. Tries to go for the primary snipe but misses, and Dairoth able to get it up to Peter M, but wow, what an insane roll from Fluttershy. And what an even more insane strike from Peter M to find that low angle in a clutch moment. Power play is now finished, but Flip has to be used by Fluttershy. Unfortunately gets the dribble instead of the clear. Luckily doesn't get punished for it. Michi up to Chaffles. Chaffles great strike, forcing the flip out from Aimee, but with that Egoist, Aimee still has plenty of energy to try and make something happen later on. Dairoth and Peter not able to get it past Fluttershy. Peter actually wins the strike war because Fluttershy just didn't strike, opting to use rollout. And now it's anyone's point. And it's scary for Catgirls. Michi forward, gets the snipe on the primary again from the chain lightning, and just the slow moving core despite all the speed that it has gets the goal there, and we are at set 5.5.
Yeah, both teams up.
I'm unsure of cooldowns, but Dairoth does have this flip. A barrier already taken. Oh dear, this could be bad.
It's a very, very unfortunate scenario for Blubbery Whale here, but Catgirls need to get it back forward to make this goal happen. The midfielder-esque taken out. The missile prop ult coming in, and Peter M finds the strike, the panic strike in the middle, and Peter M just finds it, clutches it up, and wins for Takara Catgirls here, taking it all the way.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very close game. Even that was a very, very close game. Like, a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, especially after that last draft, right? But wow, I mean, look at her redirects. My god, Aimee with 385 redirects.
I mean,
190 saves.
If you told me that was losers round 6, I would have. That could have been like winners finals.
Hey,
that was a game.
That is a 35-minute Osis game, guys.
Shortest night market game.
Yeah, we saw kind of the power of this Juno on this map, right? Where this Juno kind of just clogs the lane up, and you know, the core gonna go back and forth through these lanes, and you know, I just don't think Blubbery Whale has the comp to do anything with the Juno supporting it, right? You can see like Shaffle's playing a bit more of the scorer, right, with the 8 goals, but like at that point you're kind of behind, because how does your oh god, what's her name? Your Vice, right? How does your Vice like compete with this Juno midfield? And you know, you are still dealing with the Julie, right? The kills. We can see 16 KOs, by the way. Let us not forget Peter's absolute dominant performance with the Super Surge. All right.
Also, chilling Juno damage, by the way, 60,000 damage on Tyroth because of Siphoning Wand.
Okay.
Oh my god. This character doesn't need to do damage and have all the core control in the world. I'll say it.
Yeah, I mean, all the players here played out of their minds, played crazy good, right? I think, honestly, it could go either way. I know I'm harping on, like, comps and stuff, right? But I think even with the Juno Vice, right, it's still winnable if, like, you just, like, you know, a couple sequences go a little bit differently, right? Like, maybe if you force, like, an evade, right, and Dairoth doesn't have flip that last point, maybe you take the game, right? Maybe if you're, a Blubbery Whale person, right? You take that game. If, like, you just burn, like, one more evade or something in that set, like, that game could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, you can apply a lot of pressure with Vice, and Michi was doing that decently well, despite having to battle, the slime army of Dairoth to get around. But once Michi could get to the other side, strike primary, ulting in front of the net, like big way to just kind of force something from Aimee, and just honestly likely right into the hands of Junior Chaffles. And could likely make a play off that. I think they played it decently well. I think I would have much preferred to see Michi on an Era, because imagine Castellas Era there with Junior Chaffles and just having a big Juno with the speed that Era provides and shrinking Peter M to prevent Juliet from scaling. Could have been nice. I mean, Juno Era not exactly a great team of forwards, but maybe could have worked in their favor just simply because of the Castellast.
Yeah, I think it would have probably been a little bit better. I think like Vice kind of just doesn't have a place in the comp, right? Like I know probably a lot of these teams probably don't think about their comps too much, right? Like they might be doing like an Era X or something like that, but I don't think there's like a lot of like thought like put in, right? Just a lot of these players like aren't at that level yet, and that's fine, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I do think whenever you have this Juno and this Dubu, right, you're kind of aiming more towards like a core control focused comp, right? And if you don't want to run like a brawler with it, right, like a Julie or an Asher or something, that's fine. You don't have to. But I do think something a bit more favored for that core control, right, like an Estelle, like you said, an Era, right, because of the Castellast. In Amy, something like that, right? Like you can still get away with running the double midfield comp. Especially on Night Market, right? Where you can just get the gate control. You can just like perma play like lanes, like just force, like just be really aggressive. There's potential there, I just don't know where the Vice fits in. And I think it might have just been like a little bit of a team comp difference. Or not like a difference, but it definitely like it might have been a couple issues here and there that originated from the team comp.
Even so, it did go the distance, though, so it's hard to say. I mean,
Yeah.
OSAS is OSAS.
Hey, that is true. Osis is Osis. It did go. Regardless, it was a great game.
Oh yeah, that was one of the best OSAS games I've seen since one of the finales that I watched. I don't remember which one though.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, I made the mistake of saying somebody qualifies that game, and honestly, with how that game was going, I might say it again. That game that could have been a qualifier game, and I would have believed you.
That certainly looked like a qualifier game. They were playing their hearts out to make sure they could try and make it forward. And Catgirls makes it on top yet again, just making this crazy losers bracket one. They are seed 1 on this bracket, but they have had some fights to get here, honestly. Like a lot of teams have been putting them to the test, pushing them to the limit. And now here they are against Seraphim Crimson to try and get into the qualifying match. And Seraphim Crimson, no slouches themselves.
Yes, we've seen Seraphim Crimson today. This is the Master Malachi team, Tafonk and not sure who's in the net. I forgot, but I remember Tafonk and Malachi. Yugo. Oh, yeah. Yugo. It's his name. It's his name on the start.gg.
Yeah, it's just spelled differently, I think.
Yeah, this is a game that I think could go either way. Master Malachi opting shown to have some interest in this Mako forward, but also Amy, Peter, and Dairoth kind of playing this more like standard, I think, comp, right? With the Juno, Julie, Dubu. That's kind of something we see pretty frequently. They tend to provide a bit more basic, normal gameplay, if you want to call it. The figured out line of play, if you will, the book move. Well, Crimson has a bit more spice to him, a bit more like pizzazz, like lock in the Mako forward, that Drakkar we saw. So I'm a little curious, which one of these teams will move on to the semifinals and fight for a chance at qualifying.
I mean, I'll admit I have a little bit of a bias. I love Chikara Catgirls, but the fact that used to be called I Love Krone and then I Love Dog Girls. Now Hosho Marin representing the Hololive. Shoutouts to Hololive and Yago. I would love so much for Hololive to find this game and host like their own tournament. amongst themselves, I think that would be amazing and bring a ton of visibility to this game.
Wait, that's I Love Dog Girls?
Nearly positive, yes.
Yo, the lore is crazy. Okay, I was wondering where they went. It's okay. We've gotten confirmation.
Yeah. Also,
Okay.
also representing Nenichi herself on the Start GG icon.
Beautiful.
Shoutouts to Nenichi.
Wow, that's crazy. I mean, okay. So, for those that got the Start GG pulled up, we're gonna take a look at losers round 3. It was a bit of a Chikara bloodbath.
Yeah,
oh my god,
so many Chikaras just gone.
Oh dear. Hey, that is while Chikara may run Osus, that does mean there are as many Chikara losers, if not more, than there are Chikara winners. That is just how it has to happen. I'm sorry.
You know, channeling the people die when they are killed, people lose when others win. And we're gonna be hopping into the game here, though. Cat Girls really kind of dominating the stream so far, both partially out of luck and partially out of just sheer placement. I believe this is the 3rd game in a row on stream, as we have triple no name for me, so I think I got a spectator bug. But I believe we are watching Master X Malachi's team in Crimson.
Yes, that is who we are watching. That is Yugo on the Luna Hover, Malachi on the Mako, and Marine on the Julie. Towards Juno ban, probably for Dyroth. If you were watching last game, honestly, I wouldn't want to play against Dyroth. That was, I mean,
you know, life has many slimes, Ed boy, and today we will see none of them, as the Juno is taken out. Ooh, Juliet though.
Wait, are we going to see a game where Rasmus isn't banned but isn't played on Amy's app?
That would be insane. I'm assuming Dyroth picks it.
I'd probably assume Cat Girls picks it since they tend to play a bit more to the book. But it'd be really nice.
Wow.
Oh my god.
No Rasmus. The no Rasmus handshake has happened, and we have basically a ditto except the Mako Dubu difference, except that's a midfield Estelle on Chikara Cat Girls. Egoist Big Fish, and weirdly the only one not taking Egoist is Cat Girls forward that I can't remember the name of right now. Peter M.
That is Peter. Yeah, it's a bit odd. Egoist is really strong, and I feel like if you don't take it, I know you want the Big Fish size, it just feels really bad if you don't take it, because if you win the first draft, right, or you win second draft, or you win a draft, right, or you win a set, and you're the one that gets quick strike, it feels really bad.
Yeah, and plus I think Vaughn was talking about this on a stream he had recently, where like I think you just always have to take Egoist because you're just gonna get energy outpaced like crazy if you don't, and you basically strike more win from through the forward. Can't see the names unfortunately, and then just hits the Estelle with the Estelle special. But I like I was saying, Vaughn was talking about how like if you don't take Egoist and the enemy team does, you just get outpaced in speed and energy, and that's just so huge that it seems like unless you just get like uber mega winning Biss, you kind of have to take Egoist, I feel.
Yeah, so that's kind of how it is. It's like Egoist is really strong, obviously for the proc, right? Like when you get the proc, you're probably going to score or something. But also, you kind of just need it to win the energy game. Like, energy's a large part of the game, and if you're not using it, I mean, you're probably losing. Case in point.
Yeah.
I know you used it for a flip or a kill, but...
KO them.
Oh,
man.
Yeah, you just get a lot of value from Egoist that a lot of other Awakenings don't compete with in terms of the value they bring.
Ooh, but a missed roll from Imi loses the barrier there. And then... Peter M kind of getting imprisoned by Master X Malachi's ensnare drums, and
oh my!
Wow, what
happened?
bloodbath! I actually don't know what happened in that middle section there, and Imi just not able to get that evade clear against.
Okay.
I Love Dog Girls, or sorry, Hosho Marin.
I just looked back, and I think Peter M dash punched Master Malachi. and then Malachi also hit like a primary or something? I'm not sure. I can't tell. Honestly, I'm gonna keep it real. I looked it back, I saw like half a second.
Guys,
People
we can
die.
tell what's going. People die. We can tell what's going on in Omega Strikers 100% of the time.
There is
no
absolutely
mistakes here.
No confusion.
Zero confusion, especially when there's 10 slimes on the board. But good strikes here from Master X Malachi. Gets the ball up to an available Hoshomarin, and Estelle just gets batted into the net, and Hoshomarin just hits it right into the top corner there. That is so weird for me to say Hoshomarin, by the way, because I actually watch her.
Yeah, that tends to happen a lot when people name themselves after like celebrities or people of well-known. It feels a little odd. I'm not too big of a fan of saying, man, I wish Taylor Swift would strike the core.
I mean, what if Taylor Swift secretly plays Omega Strikers and we just don't know?
Yeah, hey, give us a shout out, please.
That would be insane, by the way. And just, yeah, whoa. Every ability coming out, you know, jump into the corner, hit your abilities, hit your strikes, and something good's probably going to happen, right? And we're already 2-2 in this set, in what is completely different in pace compared to the Night Market game we just watched.
Yeah, a bit of an Amy Zap game. I am excited. I am glad that we're not seeing the Rasmus mirror. I know why people do the Rasmus mirror, but oh wow, it doesn't make it fun to watch or fun to play, even though I am notorious for locking it every chance I get. I must kill.
You know, sometimes you just gotta KO them, and KOs have been coming out here, and Master X Malachi's kind of just been winning strike wars, winning interactions, and getting these barriers. But here comes the Egoist for Dyroth, pushing up, getting the blink, but not quite winning the strike war against the blink. Gets the barrier though with the primary off the corner, flips out of the thing, gets both flips in response. This is a really good situation, I think, for Catgirls, with no flips to really have to pressure them, and Imi's flip coming up pretty soon means they can make a play happen.
Yeah, it is possible. I think you have to be careful. If this doesn't go in, oh, that's bad. This has to go in. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Estelle, not Estelle, Yugo just didn't really have any abilities left, and Imi was able to find that downward hit with the barrier, despite being down in the power play there. And just a clutch play rewards them. I mean, extra special, team player, whatever you want here.
I'd assume we'd be seeing a team player. You don't really need Happy Star on this one, but the Julie is going to be picking up that prize fire for Seraphim Crimson's Julie, sorry. And then also Super Search. So you have a lot of kill potential now. I know a lot of people don't think of Estelle as like a brawler character or a person with a lot of kill, but Jack Limestone has informed me firsthand that if you get Super Surge on Estelle on this map, it's kind of gross, alright? That kill combo is no joke if you can hit the secondary into primary on the middle. Like, it goes crazy. You have to evade clear it almost every time.
It does go quite crazy. She has a surprising amount of knockback, especially when she takes pummelers, something that Jack Limestone, I know, does quite often on this map specifically. Oh, what a mix-up, too. Peter M just knowing that Blink was going to come out and just mixing up Yugo for that goal. Great passing plays from Catgirls. If they can keep that up, they can just basically ignore the sheer size that Juliet and Mako are able to bring to the table here. Almost getting a barrier off kickoff too, wow.
Yeah, team player is, you know, obviously it's pretty strong. I'm not quite sure how strong it actually is in terms of high-level play, but I know in, like, low-level play, right? Like, team player is like has to go crazy because you have a lot more passing lanes that are a lot more
dash
open.
Punch.
Yeah, I mean, perfect setup.
Perfect setup.
You have to evade clear it. Like, it is what it is. But you know, when these players aren't as natural at cutting the pass lanes, you find a lot of like free clears that you can't otherwise do without team player.
If I'm not mistaken, at least the high-level players that I've talked to, they seem to agree that team player's pretty busted, because you can just makes a lot of clears a lot easier. Wow, what a save from Imi there. Now has the speed, double Egoist proc, able to catch it with the Egoist speed, and gets the barrier off the top. Ooh, nice strike through, and gets the secondary, but not quite the bounce they need. And now Yugo able to just get it out here, but gets logged. Oh, this is death scenario for Aimi. Wow. Just completely outplays Hoshomari in there, not only saving the goal, but getting the flip out as well. Yugo using the ability to try and keep it forward, keeps it out of the hands of Peter M for now, but it is a pretty doomed scenario there as they can just pass it back and forth and kicks the field goal. Peter M makes it in, and Knife's Edge is still on the table. This is a scary draft.
Yeah, this is a very scary draft. You know, Dubu is the one that's the MVP, so Amy's going to get their quick strikes, you know. You lose out on the missile prop, but the quick strike's definitely worth the trade-off. You know, Estelle looks like she's interested in it. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
It's fallen.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The towers have fallen.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. That's a bad reference to make.
Sorry, boss?
Oh,
No.
it's another 5th draft of game-winning awakening here. Holy mackerel. I mean, just Dyroth getting away with absolute murder right now, getting the quick strikes.
Yeah, so the quick strike's falling all the way down to Dyroth. You know, Amy wanted that missile prop, I guess. Not really. I don't think it's worth, but
I mean, it's, you know, sometimes you can get greedy and never get punished, and unfortunately Peter M gets punished a little there. Hoshomari getting the KO and now has the pummeler speed. A great Crystal Thorn actually blocks the flip there from Master X Malachi, and just a nice clean punch to win the strike war against Aimi there.
Yeah, so looking at the other parts of this draft, right, Malachi picking up this heavy impact, they're gonna have a bit more damage. You know, Mako does actually do a bit of damage. And on top of it, Marine has picked up this fight or flight, giving them a bit of extra move speed, you know, some survivability if a stagger happens. Oh dear. Hugo picking up this aerial's very strong for Estelle, right? She's got the double blink range, she can blink across pretty much the entire map now, so good luck, guys. And then also Peter M picking up this demo could be pretty strong. It's a bit weaker on this map compared to others because one barrier, right? But it is still 30% size. Sorry, 25%.
Yeah, the only one that is a little smaller. Wow, what a find there.
Oh my!
But gets a good bounce there, and a great save from Master X Malachi there. Oh my god, the saves! Master X Malachi. Oh my god, just the
Master
power of Mako
Malachi.
compels you. Holy
He's
crap.
going crazy. Oh dear.
That was
no,
like one of the most.
not
That
like
was one of the
this.
most. Oh man, what an unfortunate bounce there after the most clutch save I've ever seen. I mean, the power of Mako compels you. The power of infinite strikes, and quick strikes coming in now for Dyroth means that that play almost worked out. But unfortunately, flip burn for Peter M here now, and their momentum has kind of been stuffed.
Yeah, not a lot you can do here. I imagine that's probably it. Their tempo is over. Oh, they find a
dash
kill.
punch.
Peter is too low to help. Oh, Peter is dead.
Oh wow, Peter is gone. All Aimi's friends are bred, and yeah, just flip to get it in. Just make sure you get that point. Make sure you take the lead in the set. You have to win every set now to not lose the game outright. So just get it in there, get the egoist rolling again, get that speed.
Good news is that with both those kills, you have reset Chikara Kagro's energy economy back down to normal levels, so you have 3 flips coming up. 3 flips, 3 egoist. You could very well take this set if you pop one. And there's the first one.
There's the first one, and it goes up into the hands of Hoshomari and gets the KO on the goalie, who was the only one that was able to build up flip. And so now they just have a massive energy. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's the last point of the set. Never mind. Ignore me. Ignore everything I just said in the past 6 seconds.
I respect the excitement. You know.
Oh wow, what a draft.
Yeah,
Still no knife's edge though.
Yeah, honestly, Nice Edge can be saved to the very last one. Marine, you know, the 1-2 very strong. The Dubu can opt into like a twin drive, a rapid fire here, really whatever they want. Probably better to take the twin drive. You don't really want Yugo taking that. That'd be a little scary. Deadeye gonna help you with some damage, maybe find you a kill or two. And Peter's double spark. So if Peter can take this set, you'd be looking at either Knife's Edge guaranteed or a 3rd spark.
Well, if Peter takes this set, they win the game. So, but
Oh,
Peter
wait, you're
is
so
being
right.
Peter is being KO'd. So, and oh wow, that is some knockback from this Juliet onto Dyroth here. 1-2 punch and prize fighter, kind of going pretty hard. This is still probably not long for this world. Oh, misses the punch though. And oh wow, Dyroth gets the blink in, calls the pass. It's so hard when all these Estelles have such long blink ranges to find these passes.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you just like can't ever really clear if they have a dash. Like it's so strong. They just cut your clears. You have to wait for 3 abilities, and it's just a lot.
3 abilities, and you can't even really like see her if you're like looking at the core to try and win a strike war or something. She could just be standing in midfield, and she has that pressure anyway. Almost getting KO'd there though. Now 2 egoists getting procced, but Missile Prop sends its regards as Dubu says, no thanks, I don't need to deal with this right now. And now with an egoist coming up on Master X Malachi though, opting to use it here, not quite finding the angle to get the barrier. Aimi, great patience, getting it around Hoshomari in there. And the pass coming up with the primary, and Aimi has lagged out again.
Oh no, guys.
It looks like they're trying to pause. Looks like they're trying to pause. That's very nice of them. Thankfully, Aimi doesn't disconnect fully, just a big lag out, as though they're on like Wi-Fi or something. And play now continues, but overtime is about to hit. And there it is. The score is now going to be traveling crazy fast. Maybe not as fast as the Juno game, but still fast. And look at this egoist proc coming in. Good saves though from the side of Crimson.
Oh,
no
1-2
barriers
punch.
taken yet. 1-2 punching. Oh man, this core is just everywhere. I don't even know what to say at this point, Flop.
I mean, look, there's a reason I don't play by play. I'll let you take care of that.
Barrier taken. Oh wow. Team player flip just goes crazy, and the pass down from Yugo gets intercepted, kind of stuff / intercepted from Dyroth there. And now it's just match point for Chikara Catgirls. I mean, I think they're just feeling this momentum, this loser's bracket momentum. Maybe they almost needed to go into the loser's bracket to just get this run going, make this happen. I mean, Peter M's getting taken out, but it's like Aimi and them don't even care. You know, they lose their barrier against an egoist flip. Who cares? Like, okay, maybe I'm maybe I'm doing a bit of yapping.
Okay. I don't know. You kind of, who cares? Our world is falling apart beside us. Apart.
Everything's fine.
Okay. I understand. You know, it's 1 round. Dyroth does have this flip coming up, and Egos is possible. Amy also has a flip, so there is real potential for Catgirls to bring this back. And, you know, obviously it's Osis. There's always potential. I mean, every game is winnable. But this could be really bad if these flips get value.
Oh, wow. And, I mean, Hoshomari is killing from, like, midfield at this point. With this build, this Julia is just going absolutely nuts with KOs, and could be the deciding factor here. But Dyroth just doing Dyroth things, sniping these clears, catching Yugo by surprise. And here comes Aimi, fly Dubu fly, but oh my, Icarus moment there, flying a little too close to the sun, and unfortunately getting dash punched into oblivion. Can the forwards in the net hold is the question.
They're trying. I don't know. Oh,
what a I don't know if that was off the goal gate or if that was a weird strike.
It was off the gate. It was just like a tiny bit too early.
Oh my god, everyone's just kind of beating each other up now as the core goes back and forth at like lightning speed. Unfortunately, so many energies coming up here. Oh wow.
Oh my god.
Full tilt going on, pinball action. Ooh, didn't have the punch there for the KO onto Aimi. What a save!
Aimi! They have life. Beautiful.
And the punch gets it. A good redirect into the primary. Doesn't find it with the flip. Opting to use the Mako secondary to kind of clear the path. And oh wow, just barely gets that. Oh, almost finds it between all the forwards. This core is just going everywhere. Here comes the ensnare drums. Keeps it in play long enough. Aimi gets the roll, but doesn't catch the punch. The dash punch from across the field. And what a point. That was looking dire for Crimson.
Yeah, that is set point, and this isn't a set you want to lose. You want to end the game here, right? Knife's Edge is guaranteed to the winner. And on top of that, you still have to deny the spark. Wait. Yeah, Knife's Edge is guaranteed, but you're going to be losing the spark, more than likely.
I don't know. Peter M's been dying a lot. I think Imi gets first pick, which is probably the best possible scenario for Crimson here, I think. But the set's not over, and these passing plays are working here. Great clear from Yugo, gets it out against the Fiery Flurry. But with the Egoist being procced, 2 Egoists, I mean 3 Egoists, look at these. Everyone's just running so fast. The flip from Dairoth saves the play, and an unfortunate blink from Yugo misses the play and loses the barrier. Flip comes out from Malachi, but only finds the KO, not the goal. And now it's up to Dairoth to try and save it here. Almost, oh wow, Yugo almost misses the goal there. And dash punch, yeah, just a perfect setup for Hoshomari, and they take the set with Knife's Edge being on the table. They could run away with this.
Yes, they could. It could be very, very bad depending on how this draft looks. And you're losing the Knife's Edge, but like I said, Peter is getting that 3rd spark. Probably a spark of agility, I like to imagine.
I would say so. But I mean, what Hoshomari has been able to do with the current build they have, now having Knife's Edge, I mean, nobody is long for this world. Like, the Spark of Resilience doesn't even matter. You've been just dying to dash punch on cooldown, it feels like. But we have a lot of really good awakenings coming out, though. Rapid Fire Primetime Estelle is scary. Dubu opting for yet another hot shot. Oh, wow. Dairoth snipes the pass, though, and keeps it up in play, but not able to find the goal there.
Yes, team player value. Oh, God, Peter.
Oh, wow.
He's murdered someone.
Some good old-fashioned Moida coming out, and decides to just eat the secondary for fun. Not able to make the blasting plays happen, though. The punch comes out from Hoshomari and keeps the play out of Peter M's hands. And the power play is lost. Oh, but an unfortunate clear. Bounce off the corner right to Peter M's hands, and Master Malachi just not quite there.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. I do think if Peter can avoid dying to dash punch, you're really strong. I mean, like, obviously, duh, but, like, you're never going to be able to kill him off stagger, so you have to kill him off dash punch, and if he just respects the range, I think he's okay.
Oh, no. Oh. Unfortunate roll from Imi, misses the core there, but Hoshomari not able to find the dash punch setup, and now into Peter M's dash punch, and they just took a quick 2-0, despite losing Knife's Edge. But Juliet with Triple Spark is a scary beast. Double-sized Triple Spark, by the way.
Yes, it is, and, you know, we got a lot of flips coming up here. Amy's sitting on hers, but we have 5 flips coming up. Malachi procking his Egoist.
You feeling a little fired up, Flop?
Oh, yeah. Bring fired up back. We need it.
Chatting. But I mean, look at all these flips coming up. I'm opting to use it there, but getting stuffed out by Master X Malachi. Log keeps the play up forward. Oh no! Yugo not having the blink there, but gets stuffed by Master X Malachi. I mean, the midfielders are just making things... Oh my god. Dash, punch. And
Peter hold. He's gonna need a miracle.
He's a miracle worker. Oh, he didn't have to flip because he was in the Fiery Flurry animation and then flips at the end. No. Just an so unfortunate scenario.
I think it's actually worth, though. Like, obviously, like, you lose the round, but getting the flip there is probably best case scenario. Like,
yeah, I mean, but I mean, you don't mind flipping with Egoist, and what a snipe from Dairoth, yet another one. I mean, Dairoth has just been sniping these intercepts left and right. Unfortunately, gets KO'd by that secondary, forgetting that it actually does have a hitbox at the end of it whenever Master X Malachi decides. But this Juliet, I mean, look at that speed. Knife's Edge Pummeler's speed. This Pummeler's definitely needed its buff. And then Dairoth is gone again.
You spawn and you die. That's how it is.
The Strike or win, double Egoist. I mean, and Snare Drum's coming out just to keep Imi out of play. But, I mean, Dairoth is just winning the Strike Wars. Just keeping the play downfield. And now the Egoist has run out on both of them. Master X Malachi coming up on it soon. Flip possibly coming out. Imi grabs it with the flip, denies the flip from Hoshomari, and we've kind of reset energy now. double open goals. I mean, passing up, roll has to be used here by Imi to get it there. Good play from Yugo to keep in front of the Juliet before she could get into dash punch range. All the abilities coming out. Oh no! Dairoth was KO'd, but it didn't matter because Dairoth got the pass up to Peter M. And Peter M just gets it in from behind Yugo's unfortunately timed primary. And Catgirls take another one.
That's so sad. Marine finding that dash punch, which was really good, right? But one little crystal thorn, right, from the Estelle special, snuck past her and hit the core at the bumper, and it just set it right up. And Hugo missed the primary, but it was so hard to see. I didn't see it the first time. I saw it in the replay, where that one little crystal thorn, right, from the person that's not even alive, is what did you in. It's so hard to see coming.
Yeah, I mean, that was just another well-played game from Catgirls. I mean, Peter M struggling to find some footing here and there, but getting the KOs where necessary and getting the triple spark Juliet is becoming an absolute menace. But I think aside from Imi really holding it down, the real star of the show has been Dairoth. Just multiple games, finding snipes, finding these plays, keeping it up against two in dire scenarios that would have otherwise resulted in a goal otherwise. I think Dairoth is just absolutely going nuts here. That's not to speak ill of the rest of the team, but Dairoth is really just putting on a clinic right now, I would say.
Yeah, Dairoth is making the midfield role look a little strong. And yeah, I mean, like you said, like Dairoth is doing really well, but so is Peter and Amy, right? Amy's had some insane defense sequences, right? He's playing around Dairoth pretty well, and then Peter just finding. We don't see it so much this game, unfortunately. But like when you're outdrafted that hard, I don't even blame you, man. Like, Peter, for the most part, is doing his job. He's finding a lot of really good scoring angles. He's where he needs to be, and even though you're down, mathing, 16 KOs. Even though you're down 16 KOs, you find that win, right? By the way, Marine is the 16 KOs.
16
okay?
KOs.
Let's not get twisted. Marine was a bloodbath. Marine was finding KOs left and right.
Just put it to who needs to put the core in the net when you can put the players in the hole?
Exactly. Like that was just a crazy game. And what's crazy? Both of these games have been this good, and neither of them are finals. The last two games have been losers round 6 and quarterfinals. And they've been like this good, like these close games that could honestly go either way. And this final has to be the hypest thing ever, or it's gonna be like it's gonna be such like a letdown because everybody's tired. There's no in between. That's how it's gonna be. I feel.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Chikara Catgirls fatigue has to be setting in. This is their eighth game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this is 8 games. 7 games they've played today in a row. Like very little breaks in between. That's got to get to anyone at the end of it all.
We'll see if they can keep it up as we go into this loser semifinals. And unfortunately, we are not seeing the Amy enjoyers, even though I wanted to. We are seeing Chikara Catgirls versus Cat Means Uwu. So both cat teams. I don't know, man. I don't know what that means. Maybe it means nothing.
Hey, I have a hot take regarding cats, by the way.
Okay.
So this is probably a pretty spicy take. But,
are you gonna get flamed? Are you gonna get flamed by everybody for saying this?
Oh, I hope so. But the propaganda of cats on the internet has caused major eco-terrorism to happen from cats in urban areas. I'll say it.
Wow. Hold on, run that back real quick. Sorry. That was a lot of really big words for somebody that like hasn't read a book in like 20 years, like 10 years plus.
I'm just saying that the internet basically propping up cats to be like, oh, OMG cute, cats are always good, has kind of ruined urban ecosystems.
I see.
Not that urban's really had a ton of ecosystem to begin with, being urban, but still. That's my hot cat take.
That's a really hot take. I'm not gonna lie. That might be the most delusional take I've
I still
ever
love
heard, sir.
cats. I just think the internet propping cats up was a bad idea. But regardless of my yapping, we are going to
Hey.
try and get into this game here soon enough.
I get it. It's fun to yap. But we are looking into Chikara Cat Girls versus Cat Means Uwus. You know, Chikara Cat Girls, who we've been following for the last 3 games, right? 3? Since
Yeah, this will be their 4th game in a row on stream.
I mean, hey, you guys are getting the entire spotlight. It's all on you, Cat Girls. You know, Peter M, Dyroth, Amy, been putting on an absolute beautiful show tonight. And then Cat Means Uwu as the other side of losers semifinal. Whoever wins this game will be qualified for the OSIS finale. Coming up in a couple weeks. And whoever loses this game, we will probably be seeing, I like to imagine, we will probably be seeing in either week 3 or week 4. Maybe both.
Isn't this week 4?
Is it? No, this is season 4, week 2.
Oh, this is only week 2. Wow. Oh
Don't
yeah, I
bait me
forgot they
like
shortened
that.
the season. I'm an idiot. I'm a noob.
Don't bait me like that.
There's
boss.
a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason I'm called noob still.
Look, I'm lost a lot of the time, but I'm not that lost. All right, we are not at week 4 yet.
I'm just getting old. You know, memory's failing me.
I get it. You joined Frightfully Fresh up there in the Elders of OS.
I don't remember if I'm older than Fresh or not.
Unsure.
I think I am. I think the only one I'm not older than is Steppy and Magi Carp.
Makes sense. Cat Means Uwu. We're looking at Cat Loaf, Wishy, and Orange Garage. Honestly, I don't recognize any of these players except Cat Loaf. I think these guys have had a streamed game today, haven't they?
They had
Somewhere-
one earlier, I believe.
Somewhere up in like winners round 3, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately, their Start GG names are not their names in Omega Strikers. So
Oh.
they have the team Catloaf, Paddle Means Wave, and Glue Eater Uwu. Now, I cannot associate either of these names to their other names in Orange Garage and I Wish She 3, or I Wish She 1. But they are Paddle Means Wave and Glue Eater Uwu, or Glue as we've been affectionately calling them.
Oh yeah, Glue Woo.
Glue Woo. Shout out
Shout out
the
to
Uwu gang.
Brickbat. Oh, different. Hey, I was giving Brickbat credit for coming up with Glue Woo. You were shouting out Glue Woo or Uwu gang.
Uwu gang. No, shout out to the Uwu gangers out there. Sometimes we Uwu, sometimes we Owo. The choice is yours.
Do not let you who will be shot on sight for saying that. Dear God.
But regardless of my yapping, I think the teams are still picking on what map they're gonna play, and this is the last game of the day. Whoever wins here qualifies, and whoever wins, unfortunately, has to pack it up and go to the next week's qualifiers if they want to see the light of day. And with both of them being cats, you know, one cat has to get the boot, and the other gets to stay inside and be nice and cozy at the end of it all.
Yeah. Do we have? I know we were talking about it earlier. Do we have any info on what happened to the winners qualifying team that played the For Fun match?
Well, according to Start GG, they've been playing for 111 minutes and 18 seconds. So
Okay, still going.
no idea. Longest, they're probably just playing Oni Village and they're on set 1.
I honestly, yeah, I get it. Okay, so the Ballin' Ballers. Just so we're aware, for anybody who isn't aware, this has no impact on their placement or anything. This is just a for fun game that the two people who made it, or the two teams that made it to winners finals made, Goku at Burger King and Ballin' Ballers, played a game against each other just for fun. We love a little bit of friendly competition, you know, just off time. Ballin' Ballers took the win. So that technically makes Ballin' Ballers 5-0 to Goku at Burger King, being 4-1, you know, if we want to add that last game into their score.
Well, unfortunately, whatever doesn't kill a Saiyan makes them stronger, and I think Goku from Burger King will come back even stronger next time.
Oh yeah.
But we are getting into game here on Atlas Lab. Good old Atlas Lab is making a comeback here.
Who would have guessed we would end on Atlab? This is totally original, never before seen.
I know a lot of the pros have been going like weird other maps lately because they've just been getting bored of Atlas Night Market Onis on repeat. And I love that they're hovering IME and also banning IME.
Hey,
I get
Making
it
a
sometimes.
statement.
Sometimes you hover a pick and you're like, man, never mind. I don't want to play this. Seeing an Octavia ban, this might be a Chrono or a CTL start, unsure. I don't know if any of these players have a Octavia. I'm not really familiar with Pato Means Wave or Glue Eater. Ooh.
Glue woo. But I'm not sure either. Octavia not really seen too much in OSAS that I remember, besides Just Logan a while ago. Which I don't think Just Logan even qualified, but then just rocketed into pseudo stardom after grinding the game like 1,000 extra games after OSAS. And getting away from the Octavia one trick. But we have Juno Zentaro actually coming out here. Double siphoning one. The siphoning one Juno's back. Wow.
Oh yeah, let's go. So probably the reason we saw that Chrono Boost, not the Chrono Boost ban. Oh my. The Octavia ban is this Fight or Flight. On top of the aerials, wow. I think the Fight or Flight's a little bit better, but aerials is optimal into. And so yeah, we're seeing Fight or Flight on both of the on Amy and Zentaro here. Give him a bit of move speed, and then aerials on everybody else. Catgirl's playing a bit more for a kill with the Atlas Star, right? You blow it up, big damage, kaboom. And then Cat means Ubu playing standard core control comp.
Yeah, just double midfield. We're gonna blink from anywhere on the map and probably catch you off guard composition. But I mean, the Juno and Zentaro are likely gonna put out a lot of damage, and Zentaro's like one of those characters who, he gets a couple of awakenings and he just kind of becomes a damage monster. Very difficult to deal with, but I'm not actually sure of what hit that core there to get that barrier, but barrier taken nonetheless. And Dairoth able to jump forward, but gets stuffed out by Catlof's primary there. Dairoth past Pato Means Wave, not able to quite get it to Peter M or around Catlof here though. Peter M getting a KO though. Power play now for the side of Chikara Catgirls. Flip being used by Catlof to make sure that power play doesn't have any veracity. And wow, just not able to find it. I mean, Gluewoo and Catlof just kind of putting up a huge wall that Catgirls are having trouble getting around.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of the strength here of this damage comp where they just kind of like whittle you down and they kill you. But if you're not able to like score or capitalize and you risk letting people respawn, it can be really dangerous.
Oh no, Atlas Lab actually denied that goal there, just barely missing the angle, and Ivy just barely missing the strike. Loses the barrier, and now it's anyone's point, but this is only the first point. It's starting to look like Night Market all over again. Nobody's able to score here.
I don't know if I have another 35-minute game in me, boss.
It sounds like it's put up or shut up at this point, as wow, Gluewoo actually gets KO'd there again, but Dairoth and Peter M just unable to find it. Pato Means Wave able to find the clears against the slimes, and when it finally gets past, Catlof's there with every ability, able to make it work. Primary comes out, just gets it past Dairoth with Gluewoo, and then the Crystal Thorns just snipes it out. I mean, just unfortunately hitting it right back in to the Thorns, and just a perfect straight shot past the log.
Unfortunate that Ariel's giving it that Crystal Thorn just that little bit of extra range it needed to sneak it in. Just don't think Amy was ready for that little tiny bit of extra range, Oh dear, the Junos have...
The Junos crossing the jump streams there. Shout out to Ghostbusters. And nothing really...
Ghostbusters.
And not too much really happening from it. One barrier was taken, but one barrier on Atlas Slab kind of like a lie. Some people even prefer to have only one barrier on this map to avoid double barrier scenarios. But Peter M not able to find the E-Ice rush there. Able to find these strike wars though, being forced to be cleared away from multiple times. Unfortunately, the cross clears have been kind of plaguing both teams, I think. Not able to find any sort of real pressure when the goalie has clears, but wins the strike war. Dairoth actually wins the strike war there, and with Gluewoo gone and a flip available, they have the opportunity here. Pretty far. Oh, what?
Oh dear, you hate
oh
to
no!
see it.
slightly backing up means the primary is not able to cover enough space, and it just goes right through.
Unfortunate. You know, something I found out recently, they actually buffed way back, right, between beta and launch. They actually buffed Kai Barrage to shoot out like each pellet faster, so that there was less gap space, because it like used to have too much gap space and like core would just go through all the time. I found that out recently while watching through some old VODs.
I didn't play beta, so I did not know that. I've only known Kai Barrage in its current iteration.
Oh, he doesn't know about the 6-second Kai Barrage cooldown. Better times.
6 seconds? Jeez.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't imagine. Why does beta feel like every character was just broken? Anyway, I think that's enough about beta. Unfortunately, as a non-beta player, I was not an enjoyer or a knower. But Dyroth the Dyroth snipe at this point, when you practically name it, this guy has just been jumping in, getting these snipes on these clears, on these passes, able to find these barriers and goals sometimes. Boom! But Bomba, shout out to 3Z Breezy, just getting absolutely bummed. Oh, that's Slop's thing? My bad then.
Sure
I've only ever heard it. I've only ever heard it from a 3Z, so that's my bad, Slop.
I mean, it's fine.
You know,
look, they stole it from a League streamer. It's okay.
That's fair. Ooh, Lockruder straight shot almost gets it in. Catloaf having to burn the flip here. The middle comes back up, but nobody really worse for wear despite that. Ooh, Paddle means wave. Getting beat up now though. Peter, I'm not able to secure the KO despite using the abilities. And now both forwards from the side of Cat means Uwu. Looking pretty low, but Gluwu almost able to get it in with the combination pass and primary. But an unfortunate ult from Peter M means that the play kind of gets stuffed. And wow, nobody expecting the Lockruder straight shot. You know what? 30% of the time, it works every time. He gets it right past Catloaf.
That's a 100% success rate. We exclude the losses.
Yeah, just fudge the data and you can never be wrong. Forehead.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, this is... I think Judo does an okay amount of damage.
Just a small amount of damage.
Like a third of his HP bar from primary.
You know, slimes need to do 300 when you walk over them. Oh wow. Thado means wave just absolutely dumpstering Chikara Catgirls right there, unfortunately. Gets the barrier, hits it up, hits it around, gets the slime and the strike past Aimee. And ties up the set. Pretty critical goal, too.
Well, yeah, it's a really important, especially against the Centauro. In the Juno Ditto, you really want to win, because if Centauro gets too much, it's going to be really hard for you to play the game. On top of it, Juno is always problematic.
Yeah, I mean, if Zentaro can get the damage, but if Juno gets the speed, like, how do you deal with that? Yeah, they have Juno Zentaro who are pretty mobile, but they don't have infinite cooldowns, although Juno does feel like she has infinite cooldowns sometimes. But that is a deaded Zentaro, and unfortunately a missed roll from Aimee. Battle means Wave not able to find the position there, but just gets the slime up against Zyroth, gives Juno a taste of her own medicine, and secures the set.
Yeah, and that is an MVP for Pado, which could be pretty big, depending on what we see. And we're looking at a hot shot.
Oh wow, both hot shot and 1-2.
The loyal will be rewarded for their efforts. Hot shot. Dubu's probably going to be able to pick up like a glass cannon here, you know, do a bit of skating, maybe an Among Titans if he's really feeling spicy, but I mean, I doubt it.
Even Spark, only one Spark here.
That is true. 1-2 deny makes sense. Spec is a bit
Spec
odd.
Is a little weird.
Spec's a bit odd. Maybe you don't want Kai having it. Not sure. I think you probably just go like Spark or Big Fish or something. But guys, Dyroth picked up Among Titans, meaning we have a really big Dubu and a slightly bigger Zentaro.
You know,
he's not that big.
Sometimes you just need a big Dubu on your side. You know, shout out to Pika Freya. Big Dubu.
Oh yeah. Hey, the bigger your Dubu,
the better your odds.
Exactly. But
Aimee actually losing both barriers here, despite being that big Dubu. And Dyroth getting stuffed by the primary there. And Zentaro, weirdly, despite having the siphoning one, and being Zentaro typically the damage dealer, is the one getting KO'd here. But a barrier found from a Dyroth pass snipe yet again. Paddle's Wave getting, oh no, an unfortunate clear from Aimee. up into the backward Soren angle into the goal.
The backward sword angle.
Oh
Do not
man.
let Soren find out that we're going random things. Soren angles down. He does not like it.
Well, unfortunately for Soren, I'm calling that a Soren angle because it's funny.
Hey, respectable.
But regardless of Soren angles and non-Soren angles, one barrier down for Chikara Cat Girls. Doesn't really matter on Atlas though, and Peter M able to respond back with another. Paddlemean's Wave able to get it around Peter M, but Peter M just kind of the strike warrior right now. Finally gets it out, but then Infinite Slime Jutsu comes out and throws the core back at the barrier, but unfortunately still not able to find anything. Flip is burned, abilities come out, and yeah, just not able to make this pressure work. With a Dead Estelle maybe, but they're just holding. Paddlemean's Wave and Catloaf just winning all the interactions. What a hold. Oh, but the barrier's finally sniped out by another slime, and unfortunately, Glue loses the strike ward to Peter M, and Catloaf just isn't quite in position. An unfortunately great defense for Catloaf, but just unfortunately loses the goal anyway.
Catloaf and Pato just look really dominant on defense. Like they look like they're so comfortable just like letting it be there, and then like finding their out clear whenever they need to find it, or taking that strike where they need to win. And Pato, you can see right here, is right up in there and not afraid to get in the corner and help his goalie out when need be.
Yeah, something you don't see in OSAS a lot, right? That kind of goalie midfield synergy that seems to be what makes the top team so good. Is basically having that second goalie, and Pato and Catloaf just proving the difference here. I mean, Peter M is winning all the strike wars, but they are just unable to get the barrier. Like, they win all the critical strike wars that matter in the end of it all, and are able to make these plays come out. Peter M actually opting to kind of sit on Catloaf, who has no more energy. But that means that Paddlemean's Wave and Glue can keep it upfield and keep the pressure going. Dyroth tries to go for the snipe, but doesn't quite get it. Glue up to nothing, unfortunately unable to make that work, but Imi uses the Tofu Fortress anyway to keep the play out. And with the slime, Peter M's unable to find it, but it goes around Catloaf there finally in the end, and now they have an open net with Peter M having a double flip, but Imi just sends it up to the top. You know, who needs to score when Imi can just throw it past everyone?
Yeah, I mean, this game is going on a little long already. You know, this is only second set, by the way. Peter does have this flip that could be a little dangerous if this double barriers. Glue holding it down, though. I mean,
jeez.
But yeah, I think like there's a lot of potential here. If they can just keep holding it down, but you also have to remember that, like, while they can hold it down, they don't have that much scoring pressure. Like, Estelle Juno isn't that great at scoring. Like, there's a lot of out clear coverage. But for actual, like, stuff potential, you don't have much. And as long as Amy doesn't make a mistake, I think it's kind of hard to force something, you know?
Yeah, difficult to kind of get the core around them, but not that difficult to just keep hitting it right back at them and not have to worry about the retort. Wow, Catloaf actually slightly too close to the edge and not respecting the spec training. Actually dies here and forwards in the net. I mean, without that goalie, unfortunately, Catmean's Ooh just kind of collapsed there and lose the set here. But they did take the first set, so it's only 1-1.
I mean, guys, I'm getting really tired of seeing this Amy fella as MVP every round. Somebody stop him, please. Oh my, he's gonna get a happy star. Good on him. I'm happy for you, but he's opted into the rapid fire. That's also fine too. Honestly, it's probably better considering you don't want Juno to have it. Your Zentaro also does pick it up, and he does actually have spec training, so like that's a pretty good synergy there. Everybody else kind of just picking up scraps, survivability all across the board. Glue Eater has
picked up a spark. Maybe they can find some sort of success down the road with this. Maybe opt into like a spark of focus. Not focus, I'm sorry. Spark of resilience, agility, something like that. Give them a bit more
all
survivability.
sparks are gone.
Oh, are they actually?
Yeah, all 3 sparks that were left were in that draft, with Spark of Strength being in the previous. So there is no more sparks.
Just kidding, guys. I'm lost. I saw extra special and my brain got like corrupted.
404, brain not found. Oh, perfect scenario for Peter M there. Unfortunate strike whiff from Blue Eater means perfect scenario for Blue Eater, and Catlope just unable to find the 50-50. But, I mean, a lot of good things picked up for both sides here. I think probably the weakest pickup obviously being the Spark, with no Sparks left. But, I mean, as Estelle, you kind of can choose whatever you want. And opting to go for the cooldowns here, Estelle probably being the main source of scoring besides Juno Trickery. But with this Dubu having access to rapid fire, it's going to be pretty tough. But as we see the pass come up here, they're able to get one barrier, Cat means Dubu that is. But they're looking worse for wear against the Centauri, who kind of is going crazy with this spec training Happy Star. And uses the flip, gets it around Catlope. Great find on that strike, by the way, because Catlope has just been holding it down. And wow, great bounce, just kind of jukes Catlope, and Dioth hits it right by. And just a quick 2-0 after some very long sets.
Yeah, Cat means Uwu was seeming really strong. They are really strong on the defense, but it seems like you can't just defend. You need some sort of offensive pressure. And oh, Giga!
Oh, Giga Blast.
Yeah, this is probably going to be a barrier or two, I'd have to imagine. But like I said, like, you can't just defend. And I know they have the power play here, and that's good, but you don't have a comp that can make power plays happen reliably. So I don't really know what you do.
Yeah, I mean, even if they get the KO, they don't have the ability to really threaten this Dubu, who just doesn't really care about their lies and trickery, I guess you can say, as double slime army comes out. Wow. Nothing able to be found despite all the slimes. Peter M finding some good strikes to get it around here, but Flip opted to be used by Glue, gets it out. Great roll find there from Imi. What a call out on the jump strike. And Peter M just kind of brawling right now to get the health back up. Almost finds the barrier, but another good save from Catlope. And
Boom.
Peter M actually opts to face tank the middle to kill Glue Eater. And now it's a power play for the side of Char Catgirls, but nope. I mean, anytime a power play happens, the team that has the power play gets scored on. It's like almost reversed at this point.
Yeah, I think Peter is like okay with walking into the center there because Centauro is just impossible to kill. I mean, you can see now, this guy's got a billion dashes, a built-in elusive evade. Like, you're never going to kill this guy, especially with this team. Like, what do you use to confirm, you know?
Pretty much just an Estelle combo, which means she can't score anymore. Or, you know, a barrage. But,
Yeah.
like, Kai doesn't want to use the barrage to get the KO a lot of the time when the core is moving so fast with all these Junos on the field. Look how fast this thing is going.
Hey, slowest moving core in the hit game Omega Strikers. Oh, dear.
Oh no, a missed strike there. Probably could have scored, I think, despite being all the way across the map. And just neither team able to find any sort of pressure here. Imi waits out the dash strike from Pato Meets Wave. Peter M finally gets an unfortunate clear for Catlope, but a good clear for Peter M to get that barrier. And now Peter M has the flip in front of the net with all the speed.
Oh,
wow,
dear.
what an early
Oh,
flip.
no.
Oh dear, nerves getting to him, possibly even fatigue, considering how long they've been playing. And, able to win the strike war, but Catlope is there. Oh my god, this core is just everywhere. And Estelle, Glue Eater Uwu, finds the primary. Kind of like a hope and a prayer, it felt like, but able to make it and keep them alive in this set.
Hey, sometimes that is what you need. Sometimes you just need a prayer and you need a miracle to just restart the round, you know? Sometimes it's going too far, you just need like something to happen.
Man, it is crazy how well that Catlope has been putting up a defense here against Peter M. Finding some crazy clears against Zentaro's just madness that he can put out. but unfortunately losing both barriers here, and threatening set point with this flip from Dyroth. See where Dyroth opts to flip here, who jumps in and just kind of a little bit out of position for the flip, doesn't quite find it. As Peter M is now putting Catloaf effectively on a timer, trying to pressure Catloaf from playing the game. Catloaf using the Giga Blast to keep it out of play, keep it out of Peter M's hands. Strike War win from Pato means the play's going to keep forward, but Dyroth winning the strikes and Aimi coming forward, unfortunately gets stuffed out, loses the barrier in turn, flying a little too close to the sun. Middle comes up, bounces off the top. Peter M doesn't quite get the dribble. Slime captures it, and the Glue actually gets it forward, sealing it away from Peter M, and nobody strikes the core. It goes right back to Glue Eater and just gets a free top shot.
So unfortunate. Yeah, so I think something to note is that this Centauro, right, while very strong and is able of just dishing out a lot of damage, you are putting the people on a time. Oh wow, this might be really big.
Friend Fling. A big
Friend Fling.
Big plays from Cat Means Uwu to get this KO, especially on the Juno, the main source of control, but not able to find the barrier. And now Dyroth is back. Although very close pressure here, jumping double jump. Oh my god. He's hit the core to one side, they're both there anyway. But Peter gets the first barrier. A lot of whiff core flips at this point. Just a lot of nerves, possibly a lot of fatigue as well. And oh, great snipe from Glue Eater Uwu. And now they threaten to take this point here. Wow, Aimi just barely catching that. I'm not even sure how Aimi tracked where that was going. And the Lock Runer straight shot catches Aimi off guard. And Cat Means Uwu takes set 3.
Yeah, this is a very, very close game, like we kind of expected. This Kai is going to be able to pick up probably this Twin Drive, I like to imagine. You know, you have the aerials to cast last. They're going to opt into Chrono Boost, go a bit more faster. I think the Twin Drive is a bit better, but you know, up to you. Twin Drive for this Dubu, very good. Deadeye on the Estelle. The Deadeye is... it's good. I just don't think it's nearly as good. Like, I don't think it's what you need. Like, I don't think it's going to win you this game, but I don't know what wins you this game in this draft, to be fair, either. Like, I don't think damage is your condition here, you know?
It's hard to tell because, I mean, Glue Eater Uwu does have 1-2 punch. And look at that damage that was just put onto Peter M. And now with an Estelle with Deadeye, you can snipe from pretty far away and secure that KO. Estelle probably their best KO securer. And I think the Deadeye could help secure KOs a little quicker than maybe a combo. But regardless, you gotta set up Zentaro for that, and Zentaro's already nice and healthy, gets a barrier. Dyroth jumping in, getting in there, but the Giga Blast kicks it away. Glue Eater not quite able to get the goal there, and Catloaf actually pushing up for the first time I think in this entire series. Not able to make that work. Peter M, though, getting another KO, not even having to use Flip to get it, and now has Flip to get this barrier. Opting to use it right away, and patiently waits. Nice patience from Peter M. And now it's their point, honestly their point to lose with this Tofu Fortress and the slimes, but Pato meets Wave just knows how to strike for these slimes, knows how to get it around. And the defense from Cat Means Uwu is just so strong.
Yeah, it's very rough, and like honestly, the defense from both. Oh no, that's unfortunate.
What a crystal
Greeted for the clear. Yeah, it happens. But yeah, both of these teams have an amazing defense happening right now. Oh, the Juno's Gaz. I mean, that's so unfortunate to see. You know, one bad clear against this team, you know, you lose your barrier, and then like, yeah, you know, Core's moving a mock a billion. Like, good luck. I don't know. But both of these goalies are going absolutely crazy on the defense.
I mean, Aimi's just finding crazy clears, somehow able to track it sometimes, like hitting strikes when my eyes have just lost the core entirely from the sheer speed and craziness that happens sometimes. A gutsy clear from Aimi there against an Estelle Juno, but finds it anyway. Flip opting to be used here, but counter flip actually works for once. Pretty rare. Peter M, I'm not sure defensively losing flip there. Not entirely sure. Unfortunately, doesn't have it now. And with the center coming up, it's going to be hard for Aimi to find this clear out. Peter M opting to choose the brawler route instead, going for the damage, and wins the strike war. against Catloaf. Paddle meets Waves tries to make something happen, but not able to make it happen against Imi's good defense. And now it's the legendary triple goalie from them, but triple goalie doesn't matter against a single slime. You know, who would win? Three people in the net or one small slimy boy?
Hey, I understand. The Juno slimes lie. Sometimes they hit instantly, other times they like wait, like sometimes they have an animation, other times they don't. It's hard. Strike warring them is hard.
Yeah, not only do you have to 50-50 the direction, but you have to 50-50 if it's going to be instant or not, it feels like. And unless you're watching the Juno like an absolute hawk, you're not going to find that. But flip burned by Paddle Means Wave means an opportunity for Dyroth and Peter M to try and keep this out. And Imi opting for the dribbles here, not able to find the clear, able to find the clear there, and Dyroth snipes the jump strike from Pato. But Deadeye Estelle comes in clutch there, gets the KO onto Dyroth, but double flip here. Ooh, but the Slime Army grabs the flip as it's coming down, and a flip from Peter M and just finds the angle past the not the Giga Blast, the Barrage, and goes up 2 in the set.
Very unfortunate. Catloaf had the idea that Peter would try to go for like the top bounce and try to get it around the Kai, but you know, either Peter's one step ahead or one step behind. I'm not sure. He went for the open net in the bottom. You know, you just lost the 50. That's how it goes sometimes.
It do be like that sometimes. And one barrier now, each for both sides. Play kind of just hanging out in the middle. A lot of abilities coming out. Slime Army summoned, but nothing really coming of it. Now it's Peter M versus Catloaf. Catloaf finding the strike off the side, but not quite able to find the barrier is Peter M with the primary. And Imi opting to use the Tochu Fortress, saying, you know, get out of my house. Zentaro coming in. Wow. Just an insane sequence of events there from Catloaf. Finding these clears. Just really has intimate knowledge of what Kai can do at many points, and just has this defense. Oh my god, I don't even know what killed Dyroth there.
That would be a Juno slime. A friendo fling or whatever it is.
Friend fling. Sometimes you just gotta throw your friends at people and they'll do all the work for you. But, I mean, Glue Eater Uwu's back, and Paddle Means Wave was able to get the barrier despite the power play advantage, but not able to find the goal so far. Middle popped means the play gets to stay open. Oh wow, core flips into the slime, just kind of catches Catloaf a little bit off guard. Pass up to Peter M, but not able to find anything. Dyroth jumps in thinking the core is going to come down, but didn't come down at all. And health bar is looking a little low for Paddle Meets Wave, but the slimes really putting a lot of pressure on both goalies, but Catloaf just barely whiffs the strike, and it just barely goes in before the strike comes off cooldown. And we are going to another set 5.
Well, this is the set 5 for the qualification spot. This one is the actual qualification spot. I'm not delusional this time. And, you know, probably going to see a team player. I'd like to... Well, actually, no. Knowing Amy, they're going to go Missile Prop. Oh, they don't. They've changed. They know better.
Feeling like a team player.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful. You know, prime time on the Centauro is going to give them a bit more survivability and damage because you're proccing the Siphoning Wand some more. And on top of it... there's nothing on top of it.
Whoa.
Just capping.
Interesting heavy impact take. Maybe for the cooldowns over the missile prop? I guess it doesn't really matter that much.
So, yeah, heavy impact on guys actually like pretty decent because a lot of time your barrage is hitting the player as well. At least one pellet, so you get the 35% there, and then your Giga tends to hit 2 or more players, being the core. So you actually get like it's basically hot shot. Minus the core speed.
Yeah, I can see that. It actually took me casting with Saya, I think like a month or 2 ago, where he's like, oh yeah, you get the cooldown regardless of it being an impact or not, as we see Peter M using the core flip impact to KO Paddle Means, or not Paddle Means Wave. Oh yeah, it was Paddle Means Wave. I was looked at a Juno and just assumed the Juno was still alive. You know, all Junos are the same, right? But Slime Army coming out. Dyroth not quite able to use the Slime Army to the advantage. Slime Strike 4 happens. A good flip from Aimi. I'm not sure that was going to hit the barrier, but I can't blame them for going for that flip there. And people jumping all over the place, but not where the core is, unfortunately. And
the core
tough
is
to
going
find
fast.
I mean, yeah, just core speed. Go ahead.
You're so brave for play-by-play.
Core speed as Aimi. Oh my god, just not. I mean, who doesn't make a panic strike there? Honestly, that core is just going so fast. You just have to get it away from your goal. It doesn't matter which direction it goes. Unfortunately, it did matter in that clear. Right back to Glue Eater Uwu, and just right into the net. Unfortunately, taking one down on this set, and the Zentaro, it's not looking as scary as maybe they could have. What do you think, Paul? Oh wow, double barrier from Glue Eater though. Glue Eater just putting on an insane show right now. Able to get the goal last point and able to get double barrier here. Not quite finding the snipe on the primary, but still, I mean, opening up this barrier against Adubu, it's going to get you some good things. But Padomin's Wave being taken out once again. And now Dyroth and Peter M can try and mount an offense, but not able to find anything. As the Blavo actually says peace and takes off before doing his duty. You know, Tuxedo Mask in the house. But a great secondary catch. Gets the barrier. And now it's anyone's point. A flip on the side of Glue Eater Uwu means they could try and take this point. But flips have been a little suspect lately. Let's see if people can try and take advantage. That's a good one there, but not able to find it. The counter flip actually working for once. And nobody really able to find any... not really able to find anything here. The Dyroth using the Egoist pretty early to just make sure that Glue Eater Uwu couldn't make a play. And play on the side of Catmeans Uwu, but nobody able to find anything. And oh my god, was that the Zentaro ult?
It was.
Oh,
So,
that's
yeah.
so unfortunate.
As you were mentioning earlier, this Centaur doesn't seem very threatening, and that's because he's kind of not. Like, he's got a really odd build, with spec training and extra special. Like, he's really slippery in fight or flight, but he doesn't have a lot of like raw damage. If he can get the prize fighter stacks up, he is, but it takes a long time to get that up.
He's already at 3 stacks.
Yeah, I know that's the caster curse. But against Juno and against Stagger Swagger Estelle and this Kai that's just going to outrun you, it's really hard to get those stacks up. Now that he's got them, he should be okay. Presumably.
Yeah, presumably. I mean, the damage is coming out, but they're just not able to take advantage, even when they do get the power plays. Like, here's a power play, but they lost a barrier. I mean, Slime Army. Tofu Fortress comes out. I think if Aimi can get those Tofu Fortresses a little closer, they can take better advantage, but they lose the barrier now, and they're in a last point situation. They cannot let this go in, or they lose.
It's really rough. I mean, I don't really know what you do. You don't have ult, you don't have evade. This is an onslaught coming on that you can't really defend against. I mean, maybe
here comes the Slime Army. Padomin's Wave just needs to get it downfield and get it into the hands of Glue Eater. Glue Eater uses all the abilities, but it doesn't work. And a great roll from Aimi saves it. What a godlike roll. Catlove trying to use the ult to get it up into the field, and just the Crystal Thorns mixes up Aimi. And unfortunately, the crazy losers run from Chikara Catgirls is ended by Catmeans Uwu.
That is such a tragic way to do that if you're a Chikara Catgirlfriend, because they had the run of all time. I mean, all the way through losers bracket. No time to rest or anything. These guys played for what, 5 hours back to back to back to back, probably. They played out of their minds every game. I mean, look at Amy's redirects. That is 400 redirects. That is a 34-minute at lab game.
Chilling. Starting to look like Westy Wednesday with the time we're about to sign off.
I mean,
oh
yeah.
Man.
Both these teams played really well. Both goalies were going absolutely insane. Amy is just under a lot more pressure, I think. Just because of the like kind of nature of Juno Estelle, right? Or yeah, Juno Estelle. Like there's just
a lot of stuff you have to deal with, and I don't know what you do. And I mean, honestly, if you look at it,
400 redirects.
yeah,
Holy
there's a lot happening. And when the core is moving that fast, and when you're, a Dubu, and you're probably like as calm as you can be in this situation, right? Especially at this level of play, right? You're bound to just make mistakes eventually, and like not even just anybody at this level, like you're just bound to make mistakes eventually, and against Juno Estelle, they're going to punish you for it.
All it takes is one bad roll for a slime to grab it and hit it past you, and unfortunately, Imi just going absolutely crazy on the Dubu. I mean, almost over 200 saves, over 400 redirects, but unfortunately, if you're not able to score, eventually the goalie is just going to mess up, and it takes all it takes is one mess up, like you said, and it's just kind of game over. And despite 12 KOs from Peter M, neither side was able to take very good advantage of any sort of power play that came up, and I think that ended up becoming kind of the difference for Katmi and Zuwu. They were able to utilize their ability to control the core from basically anywhere, rather than having the more quote-unquote stuffing potential that Zentaro can bring to the table. And so they were able just to eventually whittle down Imi's fortitude in the goal box and find the mix-ups and find the strike wars, find the shots around the rolls, and just whittle down the mental stamina of Imi faster than Katlov could be.
Yeah, and that really is kind of like what happens, like whenever you aren't capable of finding those KOs, or well, sorry, not when you're not capable of finding the KOs, but when you're not capable of capitalizing on them, right? You end up at this spot where you just kind of have a bunch of KOs and you have a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, especially against a team like this, right? Your KOs have to be impactful. You have to get some sort of value from it, because you're not going to find them a lot against this team, right? Juno, Kai, Estelle are all kind of slippery, right? That Kai has like 3 Dash Awakenings, CTL, and a peak performance. You're not really killing him. Juno has jump, and Estelle's also pretty safe with Blink, right? So, if you're not capable of finding the scores and the goals, for whatever reason, whenever you do get them, you just kind of, yeah, like you said, you're just gonna like bleed out. Like the game's gonna end because like you're not finding the goals, and your goalie's gonna run out of stamina eventually.
Especially after a 36-minute night market game and then a 25-minute other game and into another 30+ minute Atlas Lab game. That'll wear anybody out, regardless of how good you may be. But
Yeah.
Well played from both teams, I have to say. Katmi and Zuwu advancing to the finale in a few weeks. Congratulations to them. Jakar Catgirls, hopefully we see them back next week, or at least in 2 weeks over the next few qualifiers. I think they have a good shot of making it all the way. As long as, unfortunately, as long as Imi doesn't lag in the set 5.5 situation. 07 soldiers, you did well. But I think that's going to do it for OSAS today. GG's to all, and any last words, Fop?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw a lot of really close games. I think anybody that played today, whether you like performed well or not, if you had fun, like queue it back up next week. If like you think you have like a decent like chance of making it, queue it back up, because these games were actually some of the closest games of OS I've seen in a really long time. Like, we don't get games this close in like NASA or NASL. Like, it's kind of figured out like where each team is, and so whenever we see like these new teams come in and they're like a lot closer, a lot more volatile, it's a lot of fun to watch, it's a lot of fun to cast, and it's always nice to see new players. So come back. GG's to everyone.
Yeah, I think my only comment is if you're looking to improve in the game, and just get more games in with your OSAS team. Look at other tournaments that are happening, such as, I believe, is Big Fish Friday happening tomorrow?
I believe so.
Yeah, you can look into Big Fish Friday. You can look into Westy Wednesday on Wednesdays. You can look into Yoshiyoshi's Team Player Tuesday on Tuesdays. And even watch the pros on NASL and NASA on Saturday and Sunday. I forgot Late Night Lobsters, apparently. So,
Voice of
also Late
Saya.
Night Lobsters. I don't remember when those days are happening, though. So you'll have to remind me on that.
I believe they happen Thursdays.
It
right?
is so over, Saya.
Guys, I'm lost.
That's
Guys,
so sad.
guys, look, we are far